In the end, Lin's plan to let Xiao Chou enjoy a good time seemed to have failed. Xiao Chou didn't have a very good time, but Lin and Bai certainly did. The three of them made their way out of the seductive fox house and returned to their living quarters. To think that even a man with his heart broken like this would be able to refrain from letting himself go. It has to be said, Xiao Chou really is a faithful man. And Lin sighed with emotion. It's not good to be overly faithful, as that would make a man quite vulnerable. Big Brother Chou must be very tired of living like this. I suggest we go and drink the night away. Woof! Bai wagged his bushy tail as he spoke. A smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face upon hearing their conversation. Don't worry about me. I've already let go of everything. I just need time. And Lin and Bai were quite relieved to hear this. Even at night, Qinghu City was extremely lively. This was a city that never slept. In this vibrant and glorious city, many recreational venues would stay open until the next morning. And Lin and the others didn't stay out the entire night. After all, they still had a pure and innocent fairy waiting for them. And Lin didn't want to ruin the image of himself in Tina's heart, even though his image had been ruined a long time ago. Giant and Lin, why were you guys out for so long? Within the inn they were staying at, Tina interrogated them with her hands on her hips, and Lin coughed lightly. We were just trying to cheer Xiao Chou up, so we went to watch a dance. That's right. It was a very majestic and enticing dance. There were also vixen escorts there, but we were very self-aware and chased them all away. Woof! Bai chimed in with a serious expression. Tina clearly had no trust for the two of them anymore, and she turned to Xiao Chou. Is that true? Xiao Chou nodded with a speechless expression. They had indeed chased away all of the vixen escorts, and they had chased them away using his face. A profound sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. This was the first time he had discovered that his ugliness could be used as a weapon. The next morning, a refreshing aroma wafted throughout the entire city. Red flower petals fluttered down from the sky, laying a red carpet on the ground below. The entire fox tribe was in celebration over this glorious day. Bai Yao and Chun Nan's wedding was going to be held today. Within the largest imperial palace of Qinghu City, Qinghu Palace, cultivators from all over the world gathered to attend the wedding. One ferocious mutant beast after another flew through the air, towing carriages behind them. There were even some who were looking to make a statement and had WIRM towing arcs that landed in Qinghu Palace. It was an extremely lively and magnificent spectacle to behold. Since there were many people who were attending the wedding, there was no way the guards could identify everyone, so they only granted entry to those who came with invitation letters. And Lin had borrowed a letter of invitation, and he made his way into the imperial palace with Xiao Chou, Tina, and Bai trailing along behind him. A white light flashed through his eyes, and he saw three massive formations that intertwined with one another had enshrouded the entire imperial palace. This was most likely a Dao integration stage formation. Even though Lin could see the flaws within the formation, it would not be a simple task for him to break through it. However, it wasn't like he had to break through it. He was just here to accompany Xiao Chou in fulfilling his final, masochistic wish before leaving this place. What a grand occasion! This is almost comparable to the grand opening of our sect. Woof! Bai looked around at his surroundings with an astonished expression. This is an important event even in the context of the entire creation realm, so it's normal that such a grand celebration is being held, Lin said. There were many sect representatives from all over the creation realm here. Lin's team of a human, a monkey, a dog, and a fairy was quite an outlandish one. But it was completely mundane here, as all of the living beings gathered around them were much weirder than their team was. They caught sight of a huge snowball rolling along before extending an excited greeting toward a huge silver saber. Ha ha ha! Long time no see, mighty saber monarch. You look like you haven't aged a single day. The silver saber swung itself through the air with a smug expression. Of course. I'm just as sharp and hard as ever. How about it? Do you want a taste of me again? The huge snowball rolled around the silver saber with excitement as the temperature began to plummet around it. Sure. Let's go at it tonight. We'll see if your blade is harder and more erect, or if my snow is more tight. Giant and Lin, what are they saying? Tina was curious. Ahem. I think they're challenging each other to a battle. And Lin didn't want to be too detailed with his explanation in case he corrupted this pure and innocent little fairy. There were spectacles like this taking place all over Qinghu Palace. The living beings of the creation realm were the most diverse and the most outlandish. Highly intelligent animals were already quite commonplace. Aside from them, there were all sorts of highly intelligent creatures that should have been inanimate objects, such as snowballs, weapons, food. Dubai encountered a large pan-fried sesame cake, chasing after two huge delectable golden fritters, and he had to resist the urge to eat them. From a certain perspective, the fox tribe within the creation realm was the most normal tribe within this area. At least they could reproduce through normal procedures. How was a pan-fried sesame cake supposed to reproduce? How were deep-fried fritters supposed to make love? Tina felt like everything was an extraordinary spectacle. It feels like all of the creatures here had their sentient will and intelligence bestowed upon them by the heavens. How fascinating! And Lin and Dubai nodded in agreement with Tina's statement. At this moment, about a dozen rock golems with flames burning in their chest also arrived at the palace. Their arrival instantly attracted countless pairs of eyes. This was not because of their appearance. Instead, it was because of their status. These rock golems with flames burning in their chest were members of the divine rock tribe who ruled over one of the 10 main cities of the creation realm, Rock City. The fox tribe higher-ups immediately made their way toward the divine stone tribe representatives to extend a greeting. At this moment, one of the rock golems suddenly caught sight of Enlin and his pupils contracted. "What's wrong, Hongdo?" A rock golem with a powerful aura beside him asked. "Nothing. I thought I had seen someone familiar," Hongdo replied. "Who is it?" Another rock golem beside him asked. I must have been mistaken." Hongdo shook his head before turning toward the foxes before him. Even though he was quite curious about why Enlin had come here, he knew that this was not the time for a reunion. 2 hours later, all of the powerful beings from the 10 tribes as well as their sect representatives had arrived at the palace, amounting to a total of over 100,000 living beings. At this moment, a pure white hall supported by white crystalline pillars appeared at the center of the palace. At the same time, a divine light erupted in the sky as heavenly music wafted through the air. A joyful and celebratory song began to play. All of the living beings present turned their eyes toward the exquisitely intricate white hall. And Lin, Xiaoqiu, and the others had made their way to the forefront of the audience. The wedding everyone was here for was finally about to begin. The white hall attracted everyone's attention. A red carpet stretched all the way from the white hall into one of the palaces. There were over 100 gorgeous female foxes in long blue dresses standing along both sides of the red carpet. There were 5 white foxes and 4 black foxes silently waiting at the center of the hall. These were the closest relatives of the bride and groom. The most powerful foxes among the fox tribe, the green fox tribe, had sent a handsome green fox mighty figure to the wedding to be the marriage officiant of the wedding, and he was standing in the air above the white hall while holding a precious green bead in his hand. "Welcome, friends and guests, and good morning. My name is Qinghu, and I will be hosting this much-anticipated wedding today." Immediately afterward, he began to introduce some of the important characters at the wedding. And Lin unleashed his divine sense to make a rough evaluation of everyone here, and he discovered that there were over 30 return to Void Stage mighty figures present. Among them, there were 5 return to Void Final Stage mighty figures, which consisted of a white fox, a black fox, a green fox, and 2 mighty figures from the Hall of Creation. It had to be said that this was quite a formidable lineup. Thankfully, Xiaoqiu had given up on his plan to abduct the bride. It would have been an exceedingly difficult plan to execute with all these mighty figures here. "That's strange. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me," Enlin muttered to himself as he looked around. But he did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Within the Divine Stone Tribe group, Hongdo immediately averted his gaze, and he turned to look at the white hall as his heart thumped in his chest. Why was Enlin here? This simply didn't make sense. Hongdo was extremely puzzled. Even though he had resisted the urge to go and greet Enlin, he was still unable to repress his curiosity about just what Enlin was doing here. Before he knew it, Hongdo's mind had been led astray by a rampant train of thought. What did this marriage between two foxes have to do with Enlin? Did he have some sort of secret agenda? Could it be that he was about to do something earth-shattering again? If he was going to, what would be his motive? The main characters of this wedding were undoubtedly the bride and groom, Chan Nan and Bai Yao. If Enlin really was here to stir up some trouble, then it could only revolve around those two foxes. Could it be that there were some secrets between Enlin and Princess Bai Yao? Hongdo drew a sharp intake of breath as a conspiracy theory began to materialize in his mind. He felt like he had discovered Enlin's motive. Enlin was in love with Princess Bai Yao and was here to abduct the bride. Holy Mother of God. Enlin sure had guts. Hongdo was extremely excited as he turned a scorching gaze full of anticipation toward Enlin. He and Enlin could be considered as friends, so if Enlin was going to do something radical like abducting the bride, he wasn't averse to helping him out. Within the White Hall, Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu, turned with a gentle smile toward the black fox beside her. In-law Chan Hao, I heard that little Nan made a new breakthrough in his dark corrosive divine flame a few days ago? The tall and imposing man with a 5 o'clock shadow on his face harumphed coldly, as if he was a little displeased. So what? Bai Muyu maintained her smile. Well, it's certainly something worthy of celebration. Chan Hao's face convulsed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He had to maintain his poise and composure as the Black Fox Emperor. Without further ado, let's give a round of applause to the #1 young prodigy in the fox tribe, the man countless young vixens yearn for, the man who is the epitome of both supreme talent and peerlessly handsome looks, young Master Chan Nan. Qing Yinghu announced in a loud voice. A burst of raucous applause and cheers instantly erupted. There were even some young vixens with flushed features who were screaming at the top of their lungs. A man wearing black Taoist robes made his way out from the palace. He really was an extremely handsome man. His back was as straight as an arrow, and his eyes were as bright as stars, entrancing not just all of the female onlookers present, but even some of the male wedding-goers in attendance. Of course, Enlin was an exception to this. He had been friends with Big Brother Chang for so long that he had already become desensitized. In a country where everyone yearned for beauty, Chan Nan's emergence was met with a wave of ear-splitting cheers. A faint smile appeared on Chan Nan's face as he made his way toward the center of the hall with elegance and grace before turning to the palace behind him. Many of the living beings present had been entranced by Chan Nan's dazzling, handsome looks. Enlin harumphed coldly. This guy has countless young vixens yearning for him? What a load of bullshit. Even I would be more handsome than him if I were wearing my best robe today. Bai chimed in agreement. Heh, this black fox really isn't worthy of Bai Yao. Bai Yao must have been blind to have chosen him. Don't be sad, Big Brother Cho. You could easily have all of these black foxes and white foxes kneeling at your feet if you wanted. Woof. Both of them stole glances at Xiao Cho as they spoke. They were only saying this in case Xiao Cho was feeling insecure upon seeing Chan Nan. To their surprise, Xiao Cho didn't even appear to have seen Chan Nan. Instead, his bulb-like eyes were focused firmly on the palace behind the wedding hall. Qing Yinghu's impassioned voice sounded again. Young Master Chan Nan has already arrived, so let's welcome one of the most talented young prodigies of the fox tribe. The woman countless young male foxes yearn for. The woman who is the epitome of both supreme talent and gorgeous looks, Princess Bai Yao. Another wave of cheers erupted alongside the heart-wrenching cries of some male foxes, as if the woman of their dreams had left them. And Lin's expression darkened. What were these recycled lines Qing Yinghu was using? Couldn't he at least change it up a little bit? How did this guy even become the marriage officiant for such an important wedding? Amid the raucous cheers of over 100,000 wedding-goers, a gorgeous white figure emerged from the palace. She wore a wholly regal crown on her head, and a pristine white wedding dress accentuated the contours of her body to perfection. The short-sleeved dress was shoulderless, revealing large patches of her delicate fair skin. On her feet were a pair of white crystal heels. Bai Yao made her way down the red carpet like a princess walking toward her Prince Charming. Most of the living beings present were instantly entranced by Bai Yao's beauty as gasps of praise erupted throughout the palace. Chen Nen wore a faint smile as he waited patiently for his princess. She's so beautiful. It's like she just walked straight out of a dream. Ah, young Master Chen Nan is so handsome. Princess Bai Yao is also really beautiful. Even though she has taken my Prince Charming, I have to admit that she's the only one worthy of him. They're a match made in heaven. Anyone that objects to this wedding will suffer divine retribution. All of the living beings present were expressing their sincerest blessings to this soon-to-be wed couple. Almost everyone present thought that these two foxes were perfect for one another. Xiao Chou stared blankly as Bai Yao made her way down the red carpet toward Chen Nan. Memories of the past began to well up in his mind again, and all of the blessings uttered by those around him were extremely unpleasant for him to listen to, but he repressed the urge to do anything about them. They were right. This was indeed a match made in heaven. Bai Yao was like a white swan while Xiao Chou was an ugly duckling at most. Would the white swan fall in love with the ugly duckling? No. She would only fall in love with the black swan. Xiao Chou had heard a fairy tale once. In that fairy tale, there was an ugly duckling who grew up to become a swan. What a beautiful story. His childhood was a lot like the ugly ducklings. Once upon a time, there was an ugly duckling. He grew up to become even uglier. That's right, Xiao Chou didn't grow up to become a swan. He had grown from an adorably ugly duckling to something even uglier. This was Xiao Chou's story. All of those fairy tales were lies. The white swan was about to get married now, and the big ugly duck could only look on with a broken heart. Bai Yao made her way to the center of the wedding hall. As the widely accepted #1 beauty among the younger generation of the fox tribe, she was simply breathtaking. She scanned her eyes through the audience. All of the living beings felt their hearts skip a beat as her eyes settled for the tiniest fraction of a second upon them. A second later, Bai Yao's eyes settled on a certain spot, where there was an extremely familiar figure. Even after so long, she could still find him almost instantaneously amid such a massive crowd. An absurdly beautiful smile appeared on her face. Her eyes glowed with excitement. I see you. The holy and majestic white swan had discovered the big ugly duck who was wearing a mask on his face. I see you. Just this simple sentence had Lin, Bai, and Tina all rooted to the spot. Xiao Chou's body was trembling violently as he fought to repress the urge to leap onto that wedding hall. All of the living beings present were confused by her spontaneous statement, and they tried to trace the line of Bai Yao's gaze, only to find that her eyes had settled on Chen Nan. Little Yao, who did you see? Bai Muyu's brows furrowed slightly. Just an old friend. A faint smile appeared on her face, from which no other emotion could be gleaned. This was such a grand occasion, and an audience of over 100,000 all had their eyes upon Princess Bai Yao. Just what could make her lose control over her emotions in front of such a massive audience to the point of uttering such an illogical statement? An old friend? What kind of old friend could make her do something like this? Expressions of displeasure appeared on the faces of all of the foxes at the wedding hall. However, they knew that this was not the time nor place to be asking questions. Chen Nan didn't really seem to think much of this, as the smile on his face that was full of anticipation and happiness did not waver in the slightest. The wedding continued. Xiao Chou's hands had balled up into tight fists. Bai Yao's smile, as well as that one sentence she had uttered, was a heavy blow to his heart. He wanted to leap onto that wedding hall and hold her in his arms regardless of the consequences. Big brother and do you want to go to her? Xiao Chou turned toward Lin. Unbeknown to him, Lin had already pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Lin also turned to Xiao Chou with a smile on his face. Do you want to go to her? Do you want to be together with her? We'll help you steal Bai Yao away. Big brother Chou, I already told you that Chen Nan is not worthy of Bai Yao. You two are the true match made in heaven, woof. Bai bared his claws excitedly. Tina also chimed in. I had initially thought that this was an unrequited love. But to think that Bai Yao was able to identify Big Brother Cho even though he's wearing a mask. This is most definitely true love. Little Na wants to fight for Big Brother Cho's happiness. Xiao Cho stared blankly at everyone as tears welled up in his eyes again. Not far away from them, Hong Do was also staring at Enlin with irrepressible excitement. He knew what Bai Yao was saying. Bai Yao had seen him. She had seen Enlin. She was having an affair with Enlin after all. Holy shit. He's most likely going to abduct the bride now. With this in mind, the flames on Hong Do's chest began to burn even more brightly. Xiao Chao's heart was full of excitement as he turned his eyes toward the wedding hall. There, Bai Yao and Chen Nen stood facing each other with smiles of happiness on their faces. For some reason, his heart began to cool again upon seeing this. Xiao Cho loved Bai Yao and he felt like Bai Yao loved him too. This was something he firmly believed in even right now. Even after eating all those green fox fruit a few days ago, he had never forgotten nor given up on her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed coming here to attend their wedding. As Xiao Cho looked at Chen Nan, he had to admit that Chen Nan really was extremely handsome. Bai Yao and Chen Nan really were a perfect match. If he were to be in a relationship with Bai Yao, everyone would probably laugh at how much of a mismatch they were. Perhaps it was just like what one of the wedding-goers in the audience had said. If he were to oppose this wedding, he would suffer divine retribution. Xiao Cho? Hurry up and make a decision. And Lin urged, I have a spatial divine technique that can allow us to travel through space at extreme speed. It would be very difficult for even return to void final stage mighty figures to catch up to us. Tina also chimed in. Xiao Cho turned to his companions before looking up at the return to void final stage mighty figures in the wedding hall. He opened his mouth before shaking his head with difficulty. Let's wait some more. At this moment, joyful and romantic wedding music had sounded again. It was now time for the bride and groom to swear their vows. Qing Hu descended before Chan Nan and Bai Yao before speaking in a serious voice. Black Fox Chin Nan, do you accept Bai Yao as your wife? Do you promise to love her and to be faithful to her through poverty, disease, and even death? A rain of flower petals began to flutter down from the sky in a marvelous spectacle. Xiao Chao's breathing accelerated, and his body began to tremble. And Lin was already preparing a spell technique. Xiao Cho only needed to give him a simple instruction, and he would immediately leap onto that wedding hall to carve out a path for Xiao Cho. Tina was also making a series of hand seals as divine light flashed through her emerald eyes. Everyone waited with bated breath for those 2 words. Chun Nen looked at Bai Yao with a smile before giving his reply. I don't. Silence suddenly descended upon heaven and earth. Even the rain of flower petals seemed to have faltered all of a sudden. Bai Yao's smile froze on her face. All of the living beings present stared blankly at the scene before their eyes, wondering if they had misheard him. This was a 2-word answer. But it wasn't the 2-word answer everyone was waiting for. Qing Yinghu was also completely dumbstruck. What the fuck? What was this farcical answer? What was he supposed to do now? And Lin was completely stupefied too. They hadn't even commenced their operation to abduct the bride, and the groom was already refusing to marry the bride? What the hell was going on? Xiao Chao's breathing accelerated, and he took a step forward as a raging battle intent surged from his body. He didn't know why he was so enraged. He wanted to be with Bai Yao so badly, so he should have been happy when Chan Nen said, I don't. But for some reason he was completely infuriated by this, and all he wanted to do was to beat the crap out of this black fox. What are you saying, Chen Nan? Bai Muyu's expression darkened slightly. Chan Nen turned toward Bai Muyu as a cold sneer appeared on his face. Your daughter needs my dark corrosion divine flame to repress her frosty yang root, which is on the brink of detonating. You just want to use me. His voice wasn't very loud, but the entire audience consisted of powerful cultivators, so they were able to hear his voice quite clearly. It was exactly because of this that they were all staring at the bride and groom with incredulous expressions. What a shocking revelation! There was an untold secret like this? Most importantly, he revealed this secret for an audience of over 100,000 to hear. What was he trying to do? Chan Nan, What is this nonsense you're spouting? Bai Muyu was completely enraged. Chen Nen met Bai Muyu's enraged gaze with a steely one of his own. I'm revealing this here so that I can let everyone see you for what you are. I was forced into this marriage. I do not love Bai Yao. Boom! His words were like a clap of thunder erupting in everyone's head. And Lin's mouth gaped open as he fell into a momentary daze. What the fuck? He had thought Bai Yao was being forced into this marriage. It turned out that Chun Nan was the victim instead. Bai Yao suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing this. Are you finally coming clean? Then let me tell you the truth. I've never... Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor before she had a chance to finish her sentence. Two extremely fearsome auras erupted into the heavens. Two returned to void final stage mighty figures with human upper bodies and fishtails as lower bodies set up an extremely formidable enchantment barrier that sealed away the entire wedding hall. A mermaid with a blue fishtail flew to the scene atop a wave with tears shimmering in her eyes. Chun Nan, my love, I've come for you. And Lin was flabbergasted. He felt like his brain had been reduced to mashed potatoes. This development had completely transcended beyond his expectations. A princess of the Spirit Fish clan was here with a bunch of mighty figures to abduct the groom. There were some living beings present who recognized this blue-tailed mermaid. That's the second princess of the Spirit Fish clan's Hongmeng Divine Altar, Lan Xiaoni. Oh my god! How did she hook up with Chun Nan? Is she trying to abduct the groom? Everyone had been completely dumbstruck by this series of shocking developments. How dare you pull something like this in Qinghu Palace? One of the Green Fox tribe returned to void final stage mighty figures, let loose an enraged roar before unleashing attacks upon the enchantment barrier set up by the two Spirit Fish clan mighty figures. All of the other powerful beings from the Fox tribe also sprang into action, and the entire wedding descended into turmoil. As for the other two returned to void final stage mighty figures from the Hall of Creation, both of them sat expressionlessly with their eyes closed, as if this had nothing to do with them. They did not want to take any sides in a domestic dispute like this. Within the enchantment barrier, Lan Xiaoni flew toward Chun Nan. Chun Nan, you better put an end to this farce right now. Bai Muyu lunged toward Chun Nan. However, a figure suddenly appeared before Chun Nan, from which the power of the divine Tao surged. You? Bai Muyu's face was filled with irrepressible rage. The powerful being standing in her way was none other than the strongest cultivator in the Black Fox tribe, the Black Fox Emperor, Chun Hao. Ha ha ha, let's not meddle in a fight between kids. Chun Hao laughed heartily before summoning a black jewel that instantly enshrouded him and Bai Muyu, thereby preventing Bai Muyu from taking part in this battle. It was also at this moment that Chun Nan turned toward Bai Yao with a vicious expression. You want to use my dark corrosion divine flame to repress your frosty yang root. But did you know that I also need your frosty yang root to repress the power of the flames within my body? The only difference between us is that I can extract the frosty yang root from your body. Bai Yao's features paled when she realized what Chun Nan intended to do. She couldn't help but take a couple of steps backward, but her clear eyes were full of determination. I had no intention to marry you. Seeing as you feel the same way, I feel much more relieved. Chun Nan made his way toward Bai Yao with a cold sneer, treating her words as a mere pitiful attempt to spite him. Please don't do anything rash, young Master Chun Nan. Qing Yinghu finally came to his senses before positioning himself in front of Bai Yao. Piss off. Lan Xiaoni let loose a delicate cry as she flew toward Qing Yinghu as a blue streak of light. The return to void initial stage Qing Yinghu did not stand a chance and was knocked away instantaneously. Chun Nan put on a metal glove and unleashed his dark corrosive divine flame before making his way toward Bai Yao. Don't worry. As long as you don't resist, I can extract the frosty yang root from your body without taking your life. Of course, he selectively neglected to tell her that she would lose her cultivation base as a result. Boom! Suddenly, the enchantment barrier began to tremor violently. What's going on? Chun Nan's expression shifted drastically. He turned toward the enchantment barrier to discover that one of the mighty figures who was spectating from the sidelines suddenly decided to intervene. This was Udo of the Divine Rock Tribe, and he had joined forces with a Green Fox Tribe mighty figure to attack the enchantment barrier set up by the Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures. "We don't have much time, Grandpa. My friend's lover is in danger," Hongdo yelled. Udo let loose an enraged roar as his fists rained down upon the enchantment barrier with mountainous force. His voice erupted like claps of thunder as he roared, "Let go of Mr. Enlin's lover right now, or I'll be forced to teach you a lesson." He had already gotten a rough idea of what was going on from Hongdo. This was a thrilling and romantic bride abduction. The only thing was, not only were there people here to abduct the bride, there was another party that had been thrown into the mix and was trying to abduct the groom. How exciting! Udo decided to side with his grandson's friend, and his heart surged with excitement as he broke down the enchantment barrier with the help of a Green Fox Tribe mighty figure. The Fox Tribe mighty figures were dumbstruck. They were extremely happy that they were getting powerful reinforcements. But what the hell was this about Enlin's lover? Could it be that Bai Yao? Enlin's mouth gaped open as 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over his heart. Enlin? Could it be the Lord of Transcendence? That Enlin. My God! Bai Yao is having an affair with Enlin. Why am I unable to figure out what's going on with this wedding anymore? Look! Enlin really is here. Gasp! Lan Xiaoni is abducting Chun Nan and Enlin is abducting Bai Yao? Holy shit! This is earth-shattering news. All of the spectators suddenly turned into commentators as they discussed spiritedly among themselves. Enlin was completely bamboozled. What the fuck was this development? How did everyone come to this conclusion? How was he, in any way, shape, or form, related to Bai Yao? Who the fuck was trying to slander him? This was a matter of life and death. If Su Xiaolan heard about this, he was as good as dead. "Xiao Chou, let me explain." Enlin turned toward Xiao Chou as he repressed the urge to throw up a mouthful of blood. If he knew who was trying to slander him, he'd pluck them out of the audience and give them the most painful death imaginable. "Big brother, and I know what type of person Bai Yao is. There must be some sort of misunderstanding." Xiao Chou silently pulled out his staff as his aura surged explosively. Enlin. Xiao Chou was so thoughtful and understanding. Chun Nan's group was struck by an even stronger sense of urgency upon learning that Enlin was also at the scene. "Bai Yao, your frosty young root is mine." Chun Nan let loose an enraged roar before extending a hand toward Bai Yao. A massive palm enshrouded by black, corrosive divine flames swept toward Bai Yao from all sides, affording her no avenue for escape. At that moment, Bai Yao was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. She could only resist with all her power by conjuring up layers of ice barriers before her. However, Chun Nan's attack was far too powerful for her to handle, and her ice barriers were shattered in no time. Bai Yao's frail body was swept through the air by the overwhelming force of Chun Nan's palm, and she threw up a large mouthful of blood. The corrosive flames continued to pursue her before enveloping her, upon which heaven and earth fell completely black. Boom! An ear-splitting boom erupted as if something had just been shattered. "Bai Yao!" A familiar, enraged roar sounded. The black flames were suddenly parted by a powerful force. Bai Yao's eyes instantly lit up. She was greeted by the sight of a peerlessly domineering monkey in a suit of black crystal armor and a mask on his face. He was like an invincible hero standing atop a wave of black flames while parting Chun Nan's flames with a powerful swing of his staff. A powerful set of arms then encircled themselves around her waist to arrest her downward momentum. How could this be? Chun Nan's eyes were wide open. "You're—" He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before another man appeared and launched a monstrous golden fist right at his face. The fist was simply flying at Chun Nan far too quickly for him to be able to evade it. The terrifying power of the earth instantly tore through his defenses. Boom! Chun Nan's handsome face was bashed into a twisted mess. His nose had been completely flattened. A few of his teeth were shattered, and his body shot forth like a cannonball from the boundless power behind that fist. All of the onlooking spectators let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, A vibrant smile appeared on the face of the woman who had been saved by the mysterious monkey. A gallant monkey had rescued an impossibly gorgeous woman. This scene attracted the gazes of countless livings from the creation realm. Little monkey, I knew you would come. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and even though the circumstances are a bit surprising, I really am happy to see you. Bai Yao was extremely excited as she pulled off the monkey's mask. A set of familiar eyes appeared before her. They were a little red, as if they had just shed tears. That familiar nose with its nostrils pointing to the sky, that familiar crooked mouth, that familiar face. Each of the onlookers drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing the monkey behind the mask. What a hideous monkey! The monkey's image had instantly plummeted from a gallant hero to become an impossibly hideous creature. His ugliness was even further accentuated with the stunning Bai Yao as a point of comparison. Long time no see, little monkey. Bai Yao's smile didn't waver in the slightest as she laid a slender hand on his face. Then, right before the astonished eyes of the countless living beings present, she raised her chin and imprinted her ruby lips onto Xiao's. This was a deep, passionate kiss. A rain of flower petals fell as the passionate kiss deepened. All of the onlookers present were dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it was the foxes engaged in battle or the wedding-goers in the audience, all of them were staring blankly at this scene. The most beautiful princess in the fox tribe had voluntarily kissed an impossibly hideous monkey. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost all of its lusters in that moment. The sheer visual shock had short-circuited everyone's brain. And Lin, Bai, and Tina were also dumbstruck. They had a rough gauge on the relationship between Xiao and Bai Yao, and they knew that there was a very good chance that Bai Yao was in love with Xiao, but they didn't think she would love him this much. And Lin couldn't help but recall back to that night in the seductive fox house, where Xiao had said he would spend the night with anyone that could voluntarily kiss him after he took off his mask. In the end, when he took off his mask, all of the vixens had fled for their lives. The fox tribe was extremely sensitive to looks, so to them, Xiao's face was akin to a nuclear weapon. However, after taking off Xiao's mask, Bai Yao had kissed him without a second of hesitation, and the smile on her face as she did so was so sincere and genuine. All of the onlookers present, including in Lin's group, were all struck by the same thought. Is Bai Yao blind? Perhaps this is true love, and Lin muttered. In terms of aptitude, there wasn't much of a disparity between Xiao and Bai Yao. In terms of status, Bai Yao was a highborn princess of the White Fox tribe. In terms of looks, the disparity was like heaven and hell. But despite all this, Bai Yao still made the shocking move. What else could this be but true love? Just as everyone had been stunned into silence, Hong Do suddenly came to his senses and stared at Lin in shock. And Lin, my friend, why have you been cucked? And Lin's lover had just voluntarily kissed a monkey, and she had done so right before this massive audience. Many of the onlookers also began to come to realizations of their own upon hearing Hong Do's cry of surprise. Thus, news of Lin being cucked by a monkey began to spread throughout the entire wedding venue. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. He turned toward the instigator to find that it was a familiar rock golem. Everything made sense now. It was him again, that rock golem who specialized in screwing people over. Hong Do! Hong Do! I'm going to fucking kill you! And Lin flared up as he pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Right at this moment, Bai Yao and Xiao's kiss finally drew to a conclusion. The two pairs of lips gradually separated. Bai Yao stared at Xiao, and her beautiful eyes rippled with an enticing light. Xiao stared blankly at Bai Yao with tears in his eyes. Little Yao, you haven't changed at all. You're still just as beautiful as ever. A sweet smile appeared on Bai Yao's face. You haven't changed at all either. You're just as ugly as you once were. What did I do to deserve you? Why did you kiss me? I'm so ugly, and you and I are only friends. Xiao uttered a string of nonsense. This was the first time he had been kissed by someone. He had thought that no one would ever kiss him because of his looks, but the woman he loved, the woman so flawlessly beautiful that he felt a sense of crushing inferiority just by being in her presence, had kissed him without any hesitation. An aggrieved expression appeared on her face. "What do you mean we're only friends? I thought we had entered a relationship on that day when you replied to my question by saying that you didn't mind having a fox for a Dao partner. Is that not the case?" Xianxia faltered upon hearing this, and tears began to flow from his eyes again. He thought back to that day, when the little monkey and the little fox sat side by side on a tree branch, looking up at the starry night sky. Fireflies danced in the forest around them, and they chatted with one another without a care in the world. The little fox asked a question, to which the little monkey gave an immediate reply. Who would have thought that both of them were under the impression that their relationship had been forged at that moment? That was quite an uneventful and mundane night, but they could sense the emotions behind each other's words, and they both remembered that night clearly to this very day. Over 100 years had passed since then. The white fox and the monkey had both grown up and had finally encountered one another again. Bai Yao was still stubbornly holding onto those feelings from over a century ago. Her determination was like a mirror image of Xiaochao's. "No, that is the case. I love being with you. I've always loved being with you, and that hasn't changed in the slightest." Xiaochou held on to Bai Yao tightly as he spoke in an impassioned voice, and Lin felt a sense of warmth flowing through his heart at the sight of the embracing couple. He had initially thought that Xiaochao's love was completely delusional. Only now did he discover that Bai Yao was just as delusional as Xiaochou was. When two weirdos met, sparks really could fly. A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Yao's face upon hearing Xiaochao's reply. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, waiting for the day that you would come and find me. I envisioned that I would be waiting for you in a gorgeous wedding dress before diving into your arms with no regard for anything else, then eloping with you to somewhere we could be alone." Xiaochou Princess carried the injured Bai Yao right before the eyes of countless onlookers. Her pure white wedding dress fluttered with the wind, caressing Xiaochao's black crystal armor, creating a serene contrast. Bai Yao was still staring at the monkey with unbridled passion in her eyes. This was a beautiful and thought-provoking scene. In order to not ruin it for themselves, all of the onlookers selectively ignored Xiaochao's hideous face. Elsewhere, a woman hugged a man to her chest and sobbed. "Chan Nan, my love, you've been disfigured, your teeth are gone, and your face is all crooked and ugly. How am I supposed to love you now?" "Wah." Chun Nan roared with rage in his heart. "What the fuck are you spouting all this nonsense for? Feed me a regenerative spirit pill at least." Boom! Another explosion of energy erupted. The Black Fox Emperor, Chun Hao, had withdrawn the restrictions he had placed around Bai Muyu and was attacking Bai Yao. He was going to do what his son had been unable to do. Since things had already developed to this extent, he had to take the frosty yang route himself to ensure the survival of his son. And Lin and Tina instantly appeared before Xiaochou. "You dare to stand in my way? Do you want to die?" Chun Hao let loose an enraged roar as he launched a palm forward. The black power of the divine Dao swept toward Lin in an overwhelming wave while warping and twisting the space before it with its terrifying power. And Lin summoned a black brick to protect himself. An earth-shattering collision ensued, through which the black brick remained as still as an impregnable fortress, thus keeping the attack at bay. Divine technique, obscured divine strike. Tina's sword pierced through space, and the top-tier divine technique she had attained from her divine mirror world was unleashed as the sword projection flashed toward Chun Hao's chest. Everything in this world was frozen solid as heaven and earth fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the ringing of her sword as it soared into the clouds. As a return to void final stage mighty figure, Chun Hao detected a potent sense of danger, and he immediately put his palms together to lock onto the blade of the sword that was sweeping toward him. His body was knocked back by the force of the attack. "Protect Princess Bai Yao." Bai Muyu issued a loud command. All of the White Fox tribe mighty figures sprang into action. They were followed by mighty figures from the Green Fox tribe and the Divine Rock tribe to form a formidable lineup. However, the Black Fox tribe had also joined forces with the Spirit Fish clan to create a powerful army of their own, and the entire wedding venue was transformed into a perilous and chaotic battlefield. Upon seeing the chaos around her, Bai Yao didn't fluster or panic, not even in the slightest. Instead, she pulled out a white jade pendant, upon which was carved a mysterious symbol, before handing it to Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou was a little perplexed. This is the spatial skipping talisman I was planning to use should I reunite with you. Bai Yao took a deep breath as she looked at Xiao Chou. Little monkey, let's elope together. Elope? Xiao Chou was dumbstruck upon hearing this. Extremely strong emotions began to well up in his heart. What did it mean when a woman was asking you to elope with her? This was an absolute form of trust. The kind of trust that made her willingly give up everything for a chance to be with the man she loved. Little monkey, take me away from all of this strife and turmoil. Take me far away from here and we'll start a new life together. Bai Yao stared at Xiao Chou, and there seemed to be flames raging in her eyes. Up until not long ago, Xiao Chou didn't even have the courage to meet Bai Yao. But Bai Yao had the courage to completely entrust herself to him, and she even told him that she wanted to elope with him. Xiao Chou was extremely touched and overwhelmed with joy. He locked Bai Yao into an even tighter embrace before nodding. All right. Once the spatial skipping talisman was activated, a rainbow-colored divine light enshrouded both of them. Crap! They're about to escape. Chen Hao's expression shifted drastically as he hurtled toward Xiao Chou and Bai Yao like a bolt of black lightning. All of a sudden, he felt an agonizing pain in his lower abdomen, immediately following which an unidentifiable liquid exploded out of his backside. What the fuck? Chen Hao's eyes widened. At this moment, a man with reddish-gold skin suddenly flew toward him before launching an almighty punch. Terrifying power erupted forth, and Chen Hao launched a hurried palm in response. The clash between fist and palm sent shockwaves exploding through the air, covering a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Chen Hao was caught off guard, and he flew back through the air for over a kilometer. Hong Dou's chin almost completely detached itself in shock upon seeing this. My God! Is that really the Enlin I know? What the hell was going on? Why was it that every time he saw Enlin would become exponentially more powerful than the last time they met? He could even battle a return to void final stage mighty figure without relying on any treasures now. Ha ha ha! Little Dou, your friend is pretty powerful. Almost as powerful as I am. In fact, Dou knocked back a Spirit Fish Clan mighty figure with a thunderous punch before chortling gleefully. Hong Dou had extremely mixed emotions. This was an opponent with whom he had once fought on par. But now, Enlin was already comparable to a mighty figure of his grandfather's caliber. He simply couldn't accept this. Chen Hao was knocked back by Enlin and lost the opportunity to pursue Bai Yao. The rainbow-colored divine light shining from around Xiao Chou and Bai Yao suddenly became extremely dazzling, and all of those colors blended together to create a brilliant light show. After the dazzling rainbow-colored divine light faded, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao had completely disappeared, and their auras couldn't even be traced. It was as if they had never existed or had evaporated from the face of the world. All of the living beings present, including the powerful return to void stage mighty figures, faltered upon seeing this. This was the might of the spatial skipping talisman. Not even return to void final stage mighty figures could do anything about it. That monkey just eloped with the princess? My God! How did this happen? That's so romantic. I'm really envious of them. No, the most beautiful princess of our tribe has eloped with an ugly monkey. I refuse to accept this. Among the living beings present, some were envious and some were on the brink of collapse. None of them had ever thought that this earth-shattering farce would draw to a conclusion like this. So what if there was a battle between many tribes taking place around them? Bai Yao and Xiao Chou had left this place, and in doing so they had left everything behind. They didn't care who won or lost, nor did they care about right or wrong. All they cared about was each other. All of the battling foxes laid down their weapons. The main characters were already gone, so what was the point of them fighting against one another? All of the Divine Rock Tribe cultivators had also laid down their weapons before turning toward Enlin with sympathetic expressions. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Why were they looking at him like that? Why the fuck were they looking at him, as if he had just been cucked? And Lin turned an infuriated gaze upon Hongdo. Hongdo was perplexed by Lin's expression. Bro, I helped you. Why are you looking at me like that? You can't blame me just because your lover eloped with your monkey. And Lin. People who screwed other people over were quite infuriating. People who screwed other people over and did not have any self-awareness after the event were even more infuriating. And Lin flared up as he pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Hong Do immediately hid behind his grandfather with a fearful expression. Little Yao, to think you would do something like this. Bai Muyu looked up into the sky and heaved a faint sigh. That was a precious life-saving treasure for dire situations, but you used it to elope with that monkey? Bai Muyu's eyes were filled with sadness and exhaustion. She recognized Xiao Chou. Over 100 years ago, Bai Yao's frosty young root was slowly becoming a threat to her life. So she took Bai Yao to the Myriad Mountain domain in order to search for some medicine that could rectify or at least repress her condition. As Bai Muyu passed through a mountain, she took pity on a monkey that was about to be killed. And so, she saved Xiao Chou. After that, Xiao Chou became her daughter's friend, which she had been quite happy about at that time as her daughter had no one of her age to play with her. However, never would she have thought that this playmate would abduct her daughter once they both grew up. Retreat! Black Fox Emperor Chun Hao commanded. All of the Black Fox tribe cultivators fled the scene. Their targets had already disappeared, so there was no point in them being here anymore. You think you can just get away after what you've done? The return to Void final stage mighty figure from the Green Fox tribe stomped his foot. 3 extremely fearsome formations began to glow with brilliant light before unleashing their powers to enshroud the entire imperial palace. Everyone only came to a realization then that the abducted groom was still here. Lan Xiaoni from the Spirit Fish clan held the disfigured Chun Nan in her arms as she fled into the distance. She had cried enough and could only accept reality. Even though Chan Nan had been disfigured by Lin's fist, a regenerative immortal pill should be able to restore his handsome features. Uncle, heavenly priest, help me get out of here. Lan Xiaoni flew through the air like a cannonball inside a semi-transparent bubble as she hurtled toward the spell formation. The Spirit Fish clan mighty figures had obviously made preparations before they came here. One of them pulled out a black spear while the other one pulled out a white spear, which they then used to launch an attack toward a certain spot on the formation. They were able to create a massive hole within the spell formation. All of the Black Fox tribe cultivators instantly rushed toward that hole. The Spirit Fish clan mighty figures were also slowly retreating as they fought. All of them were returned to Void final stage mighty figures, and unless the Fox tribe mighty figures were willing to lay down their lives, it would be very difficult to ensnare their opponents. In the end, Lan Xiaoni also succeeded in abducting the groom, and she left Qinghu City with Chan Nan in her arms. Even though the White Foxes and Green Foxes were quite resentful toward the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan for what they had done, it wasn't something they would engage in a battle to the death over. And Lin heaved a long sigh as their enemies fled into the distance. Thank God it's all over. I feel like my heart is about to give out if that wedding had lasted any longer. Initially, he planned to sit through the wedding and take Xiao Chou out for some drinks afterward to drown his sorrows. Who would have thought that he would encounter 2 abductions? The groom had also tried to take the bride's frosty young root. The bride abused all of the single people present with a stunning display of public affection. And in the end, Xiao Chou and the bride eloped off into the sunset. It was a relentless barrage of unforeseen events. The most unbearable thing to Lin was that Hong Do had misled everyone into thinking he had been cucked. Cuck my fucking ass. At the thought of himself being cucked, Lin turned to glower at Hong Do. His killing intent erupted forth like a tangible wave. Hong Do knew that Lin was serious. He really was angry this time. Hong Do had no choice but to hide behind his grandfather for protection. Thus, the wedding anticipated by the entire creation realm drew to a conclusion under such bizarre circumstances. Prior to the wedding, no one would have been able to predict that this sequence of events was going to take place. Not even the bride and groom themselves, Bai Yao and Chan Nan. They could not have anticipated things turning out like this either. Both the bride and groom had been abducted, leaving the wedding-goers behind to ponder their lives. Bai Muyu flew through the air before landing in front of Enlin with an expression as gentle as water. Even though she hadn't unleashed any seduction techniques, Enlin's heart still jolted at the sight of her, and he was almost entranced. Seduction seemed to have become a part of her. Each and every one of her movements was filled with seductive elements. Of course, the fox tribe regarded this as beauty rather than seduction. This was probably the main difference between the aesthetic standards of humans and the aesthetic standards of the fox tribe. Their movements were extremely seductive, and they regarded this as beauty. After all, how were they going to seduce people if they weren't beautiful? The woman before Enlin had a set of intricate brows, below which were a pair of rippling eyes, from which a sense of vulnerability exuded, triggering a strong urge within Enlin's heart to protect her. He couldn't help but sigh with amazement in his heart. This was another dangerous woman. Meanwhile, Dabai was already unable to look away. You're the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin, right? Thank you for saving my daughter's life. Bai Muyu bowed slightly as a gesture of gratitude, but even that gesture alone was an extremely enticing one. Thankfully, Enlin had seen a lot of supreme-grade beauties, which gave him a certain level of immunity and allowed him to retain his composure. There's no need to thank me. We're going to be in-laws from now on. Bai Muyu. A faint smile appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything. What a shameless man. Had he even asked her for her opinion on the matter? At this moment, many of the fox tribe cultivators had surrounded them, and most of them did not seem to be very friendly. It was quite clear that Enlin and his group were very much under the limelight. And this was not the type of limelight one wanted to be under. After all, no matter how one looked at it, it was his beast pet that had eloped with the princess of the white fox tribe, so in a sense they were wedding crashers just like Lan Xiaoni and her group. The only thing that set them apart from Lan Xiaoni was that they had saved Bai Yao's life during their wedding crashing process. This was also the only reason why Enlin and his group hadn't been attacked yet. Enlin was currently mulling over how to rectify this situation and make the white fox tribe his in-laws. My daughter is not picking up her voice transmission talisman, so can you contact your companion so that we can ascertain their location and pick them up? A warm and bewitching smile appeared on Bai Muyu's face as she spoke. She was feeling quite dejected that her daughter was refusing to answer her calls because of an ugly monkey. No problem. Enlin nodded. He was also quite concerned about Xiaoqiu, so he pulled out his voice transmission talisman to contact him. A few minutes later, he had tried to contact Xiaoqiu a few times, but all to no avail. Enlin. What the hell was Xiaoqiu doing? Was he really just going to abandon his master for his new love interest? Maybe Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao are doing something special, so we shouldn't disturb them, woof. A suggestive smile appeared on Dabai's face. All of the surrounding white foxes instantly exploded upon hearing this. Let's beat the shit out of that big white dog. Wah, is my goddess really going to be soiled by that monkey? I won't accept this. Don't try to hold me back. That big white dog is talking shit, so I'm killing it right here, right now. I want to eat dog meat tonight. All of the white foxes had been provoked by Dabai's words, and they flared up. Dabai immediately hid behind Enlin, unsure of what he had said or done wrong. Bai Muyu forced herself to maintain the smile on her face. Mr. Enlin, I'll be deploying scouts to search for my daughter now. How about we discuss the other important matters at hand later tonight? Sure. A distressed expression appeared on his face as he said, I hope they're both safe and well. In reality, his heart was surging with joy. What a brilliant effort by Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu needed to take this opportunity and get down to business with her so that their relationship would really be set in stone. Bai Muyu handed a badge over to Enlin. This is the entry pass to the White Fox Imperial Palace. I'm going to organize a search party for my daughter first. Let's meet again tonight. Thus, Bai Muyu bade farewell to Enlin and his group and departed along with all of the other white foxes. Enlin and his group weren't in much of a hurry. In fact, they were hoping that the search party would take their time in finding Xiaoqiu. That way, he would have plenty of time to do what he needed to do. Giant Enlin, Xiaoqiu is so impressive to be able to make a beauty like Bai Yao fall for him. How did he do it? Tina was astonished, and Lin paused for a moment before making some speculation. This is perhaps due to a certain law of nature. Which law of nature is that? Tina cocked her head to the side. This is the law of interaction between extreme ugliness and extreme beauty. At face value, this may be two conflicting entities, but they actually even each other out like yin and yang. It is exactly because of their drastic contrast that the most powerful sparks fly when they collide with one another, and Lin analyzed with a serious expression. Tina, Giant and Lin, I am greatly touched by your ability to spout nonsense. And Lin, holy crap, is little Na catching on already? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded from behind him. And Lin, you are truly an extraordinary young man. I have heard many things about you, but even those legendary tales don't do you justice after seeing you in person. I've also heard about what happened to you here, and I can only advise you not to be too dejected. And Lin turned with a dark expression to find a rock golem with a golden flame burning in his chest. What did you hear about me? My grandson, Hongdo, has already told me everything. You and Bai Yao are in a relationship, and you wanted to abduct her from this wedding. But your monkey saved her instead, upon which she fell in love with your monkey, and the two of them eloped into the sunset. These things do happen. You'll be happier if you can let it go. The rock golem looked at Lin with sympathy in his eyes. The members of the divine rock tribe were also discussing among themselves. Wah! What a moving and tragic story. And Lin's lips twitched. Just how was this story moving and tragic? And Lin must be so miserable right now. We should go comfort him and encourage him to move past all of this grief. After all, things like relationships can't be forced. And Lin took a deep breath and forced a smile onto his face. You're Senior Yudo, right? Oh? You recognize me? The rock golem was a little surprised. Of course. I have heard about you for a long time, Senior. I'm also an extremely close friend of your grandson, Hongdo. Would you mind if I have a private chat with him? And Lin continued with a smile. A sense of foreboding welled up in Hongdo's heart. Ha ha ha, of course. You young kids should interact with one another rather than with an old man like me. I'll leave you two to it then. Yudo laughed heartily before turning to leave. Hongdo shuddered as he caught up to his grandfather. Don't go, Grandpa. I'll come with you. Yudo adopted a stern expression. Don't be so rude. Sect leader Lin is waiting for you. He is a man of infinite potential, and you should take this opportunity to strengthen your friendship with him. Go. And Lin made his way toward Hongdo with a smile. That's right, brother Hongdo. I'm just here to see you as an old friend. Why are you running away? Hongdo was on the brink of tears. If he stayed with Lin, he was definitely going to get pummeled. One thing was for sure. And Lin definitely did not feel very friendly toward him. In the end, Hongdo's grandfather left, despite the beseeching gaze Hongdo aimed at him. Hongdo turned to Lin and forced a smile onto his face, but his entire body was trembling slightly as his flaming heart pounded in his chest. Brother Lin, long time no see. And Lin put on a fake smile. Hongdo, I really should thank you. Upon hearing this, Hongdo felt like he might not be in danger after all, and he immediately slapped his chest. Brother Lin, we're extremely close friends with one another, and it's my pleasure to be able to help you out. And Lin nodded. But I still must express my gratitude toward you. I'll give you a choice. Electrocution therapy or flame therapy? Hongdo's flame diminished as he said with shock and horror. What do you mean, brother Lin? Electrocution therapy or flame therapy? I haven't been injured, so I don't need any physical therapy. And Lin shook his head. I feel like there is something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. What are you saying? Hongdo was unconvinced. A cold sneer appeared on Lin's face. I'm saying there's something wrong with your brain. Hongdo. Boom! Lightning flashed, and divine flames surged. Hongdo's blood-curdling cries erupted as an area within a radius of several hundred meters from him was instantly transformed into a realm of inhumane torture. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. Udo, who was already far away, turned around to survey the intense battle with a gratified expression. My grandson sure does share a good relationship with Enlin. They've only just met, and they're already sparring. If only I had such a good sparring partner in my younger days. Hong Do would probably break down in tears if he heard this. This wasn't a sparring match. This was a one-sided beating. How could you be so gratified at the sight of your grandson being tortured like this? 3 minutes later, Enlin had vented all of his frustrations and panted heavily as he ceased his attacks. Hong Do lay on the ground, riddled with wounds, in an extremely miserable state. He was feeling extremely dejected. Thinking back to just a few years ago, he had fought on par with Enlin, and they had both ended up in prison as a result. But now he was nothing but a punching bag for Enlin. Hong Do, do you know what you did wrong? Enlin looked down upon Hong Do with a cold smile. With tears flowing down his face, Hong Do considered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. I shouldn't have mentioned you being cucked by Yao and Xiao. That was very insensitive of me, and it must have hurt you greatly, Enlin. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. Hong Do received a second round of pummeling. Even though Enlin was tired after the first round, for some reason, just the sight of Hong Do's face filled him with energy again. In the end, Enlin vented all of his anger again before explaining the situation to Hong Do. Hong Do was shocked. So that's what happened. You should have told me earlier instead of pummeling me twice. Are you trying to screw me over? Enlin chuckled coldly. I apologize for overestimating your IQ. Hong Do. Hong Do was enraged upon hearing this, and was just about to raise his fist, when he recalled Enlin's terrifying power and repressed the urge to do so. Enlin couldn't be bothered to deal with Hong Do anymore. He hurried off to contact the Green Foxes and clarified the situation to the entire audience. Otherwise, he was going to be known forever as a man who had been cucked by a monkey. All of the wedding-goers came to a sudden realization upon hearing his explanation. So Enlin hadn't been cucked. By the time he finished clarifying the situation, the sun had started to gradually set below the horizon. Initially, the wedding had been planned to reach its climax at night, where fireworks would light up the entire night sky, and the entire audience would celebrate to their heart's content. But now that both the bride and groom had been abducted, it really wasn't an appropriate situation for fireworks and raucous celebrations anymore. Thus, all of the living beings gathered interacted with one another and watched some vixens sing and dance until the night was over. In reality, none of the living beings were all that interested in the performances. This was because the performance that had been put on during the day was countless times more exciting and unforgettable than these performances of song and dance now. I certainly got my money's worth by coming here. This is not just getting your money's worth. This is like buy one get 10 free. This wedding is more interesting than any fictional story I've ever read. For some reason, I really do like Princess by Yao and the Ugly Monkey as a couple. Me too. Not taking into account other matters, just that kiss alone proved to me that what they have is true love. I heard that the Ugly Monkey is an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect and that Enlin had come here solely to help his beast pet. Who would have thought that I would get the opportunity to see the Lord of Transcendence in person here? I thought Enlin had been cucked and I was all worked up for nothing. All of the sect representatives gathered together and discussed spiritedly among themselves. Most of the conversations were centered around Bai Yao and Xiao. After all, this was the story that was most shocking to everyone. It was like the story of Beauty and the Beast, and there were many points to be explored. As for Lan Xiaoni and Chan Nan, there were some living beings that were discussing them as well, but most of the conversations about them were centered around the relationship between Spirit Fish Clan and the Fox Tribe, as well as the internal conflict that was bound to erupt within the Fox Tribe following an event like this. Enlin, Tina, and Dabai carried the badge that had been given to them and strolled through the White Fox Tribe's imperial palace. Their stroll this time was quite different from last time, as they didn't have to conceal themselves like thieves anymore. Their mindsets had also changed. Looking at the imperial palace now, and Lin felt like he was looking at the estate of his in-laws. "Hey you, that little male fox there, move that tree. It's bad feng shui to have that tree positioned there," and Lin instructed. A white fox with fine and delicate features turned with a perplexed expression. "Who are you, human?" And Lin puffed out his chest. "My beast pet is your second princess husband. Who do you think I am?" The male fox was shocked. "It's you. That man who was almost cucked. PFFF?" Dabai and Tina both burst out in waves of laughter upon hearing this, and Lin was in complete despair. What the fuck was this almost cucked status? There was no almost, it was never even close to happening. He wanted to pummel Hongdo again. Fuck. Hongdo had completely ruined his reputation. After learning about who Lin was, the male fox obediently moved the tree away. Even though he wasn't sure about Lin's knowledge of feng shui, he still followed Lin's instructions. And Lin continued onward in a slightly gloomy mood before entering a large palace. Bai Muyu was already waiting within the palace, and she immediately stood up to greet Lin and his group. The White Fox tribe was a powerful force, but the 4-9 Immortal sect was by no means weak. There were even rumors that sect leader Lin had crushed the entire dragon court of the eastern seas under his feet during a dispute for a spirit stone mine. It was exactly because of this that Bai Muyu treated Lin as an equal rather than treating him in a condescending manner. "Sect leader Lin, have you heard any news about my daughter?" Bai Muyu inquired in an impatient voice, and Lin shook his head with disappointment. "After you left, I tried to contact Xiao Chou many times via voice transmission talisman, but he didn't answer." In reality, he hadn't tried to contact Xiao Chou even once, in fear of distracting him from what he needed to do. Bai Muyu's brows furrowed slightly with distress written all over her face. It was quite clear that she really was feeling quite worried. "Don't be stressed out, in-law. Young people just need some space to express themselves. Once they think the situation through, they'll come back to us." And Lin offered words of consolation. Bai Muyu glared at Lin. "I don't recall agreeing to this marriage?" And Lin chuckled sheepishly and did not go any further than this. He was only saying this to test Bai Muyu, and from his initial findings, it seemed like she was quite an amiable woman. Bai Muyu heaved a forlorn sigh and shook her head before sitting back down in her chair. "Why are you so concerned? Are you really worried that they're not going to come back?" And Lin was a bit perplexed about why she was so distressed. "Sigh. Seeing as things have already progressed to this stage, there's no reason for me to hide." Bai Muyu heaved a faint sigh before turning to Lin and his group. "With my daughter's current condition, she might not be able to live past another month without Chan Nan's help." Xiao Chou held Bai Yao tightly in his arms and activated the spatial skipping talisman. After a rush of dizziness, they were teleported to a set of mountain ranges. "This is..." Xiao Chou looked around with a confused expression at the unfamiliar surroundings. "This is a random location 50,000 kilometers away from Qinghu City. Only a Dao integration stage super mighty figure would be able to track us down. Hence, no one knows where we are." Bai Yao was like a little girl as she encircled her arms around Xiao Chou and whooped for joy. "Little monkey, we're finally together again." Xiao Chou was also extremely elated. "In the past, I used to dream about reuniting with you. But the one thing I didn't expect is that you're not disgusted by my looks. Hee hee." A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Yao's face, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. "That's because I've gotten used to it from back when we were young. You haven't really changed much. It's just that your ugliness has been magnified." Xiao Chou. What a strange feeling. For some reason, he was not opposed to Bai Yao calling him ugly. Instead, it filled his heart with a sense of warmth. "Oh, right. Hand over your voice transmission talisman." Bai Yao extended a slim hand. Xiao Chou didn't know what was going on, but he still passed his voice transmission talisman to Bai Yao. Bai Yao placed his voice transmission talisman into her storage ring and unleashed an isolation spell technique. "What?" Xiao Chou was a little dumbstruck. What was she doing? Bai Yao grabbed onto Xiao Chou's hand with a smile. "All right, no one can disturb us now. Let us enjoy this happy moment in private. Isn't that going too far?" Xiao Chou smiled but didn't offer any objections. If that was what she wanted to do, then there was no reason for him to oppose her wishes. Of course not. I want to enjoy the next month ahead to my heart's content without any distractions. Bai Yao's smile was particularly radiant and enchanting, and she was clearly in a very good mood. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Even prior to the wedding, I've been looking forward to the day of the wedding so that I could see you again. In the eyes of other people, I'm a flawlessly beautiful woman. All of them tried to curry my favor by praising me or trying to get close to me, and I found that to be quite disconcerting. But you still look at me with the same purity in your eyes. You made me feel as if I were still the same adorable little white fox from a century ago. Xiao Chou scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment. He wasn't actually very attracted to human beauty, which was why he was able to retain his poise and composure amid those vixens in the seductive fox house. However, it was completely different when he looked at Bai Yao. The woman before him was so beautiful no matter how he looked at her, to the extent that he simply couldn't help but want to get close to her and live with her like this while looking at the sunrise and sunset every day. Even just the most mundane life with her would fill him with immense joy. Thinking back now, the show of anticipation that Bai Yao had displayed from the windowsill of that little house was most likely because she was looking forward to seeing him on the day of the wedding. Xiao Chou was very thankful that he hadn't given up then. He was extremely thankful that he decided to attend the wedding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this chance to be together with Bai Yao. Sometimes, one false step really was the only difference between immense happiness and eternal remorse. Bai Yao transformed into a fox with snowy white fur, and for extremely beautiful tails. She skipped on ahead before looking back excitedly. Come on, little monkey. Let's find a place with good scenery so that we can build our new home. Sure. A joyful smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face as he followed Bai Yao. The little white fox ran on ahead, while the little monkey trailed along behind her as they eagerly explored the world around them. It felt like time had turned back all the way to over 100 years ago. Bai Yao smashed a cave into the side of a spirit mountain and made it their new home. She knew that Xiao Chou loved seeing the sunset and sunrise, as well as the moon and the stars, so she wanted to accompany Xiao Chou in his stargazing. This was the ideal location to do so. The cave in the rock face gave them a good view of the entire sky and the horizon, and the fact that the cave wasn't very big gave them a sense of warmth and intimacy. That's right, this was the feeling of home. Thus, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao began their mundane life together. Bai Yao would watch the sunset and sunrise, as well as the moon and the stars at night, with Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou would pick fruits and catch fish with Bai Yao, and they would dine on roast fish at night. Their life together was as mundane could be, but both of them thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. They felt like they had gone back to their childhood where they didn't have any worries, and they didn't need to think about anything other than being together. This was perhaps the happiness they were pursuing. The days slowly passed by. Regardless of whether one was beautiful or ugly, that would all cease to matter over time. What really gelled two people together was what they had on the inside. Little Yao, I made this for you. I think it would look very good on you. Xiao Chou produced an intricate floral wreath from behind his back with a shy expression. This was a wreath Xiao Chou had made for Bai Yao in secret from the flowers he had picked during their trips around the mountains. Bai Yao stared blankly at the vibrant and gorgeous floral wreath, and tears began to flow down her face. Little monkey, put it on for me, Bai Yao said in a faint voice. Sure. Xiao Chou felt like Bai Yao was quite emotional recently, but he didn't think too much of it and placed the floral wreath on Bai Yao's head. Does it look good on me? Bai Yao looked up with a warm gaze. There were still tears shimmering in her eyes, making her eyes appear extremely bright and translucent under the light of the sun. Xiao Chou nodded. It looks gorgeous. Why are you crying? Are you not happy with my floral wreath? What? I'm not allowed to be moved to the point of tears. Bai Yao was slightly displeased. Her expression was imbued with a natural hint of seduction, which would be enough to entrance any of her onlookers. Unfortunately, Xiao Chou's poise was astonishing, and he remained as oblivious as a monkey that was carved out of stone. Perhaps this was because Xiao Chou had grown accustomed to Bai Yao's beauty. just as how Bai Yao had grown accustomed to his ugliness. The two of them sat side by side, looking at the sunset in the distance. The light of the setting sun painted the mountains before them a gentle golden color. Bai Yao encircled her arms around Xiao Chao's arms as her snowy white tails wagged gently behind her. She still wore the floral wreath that Xiao Chou had given her on her head. Even though the two of them weren't conversing with one another, just being in each other's presence was thoroughly enjoyable to them. "Little monkey, is Xiao Chou your new name?" Bai Yao suddenly asked after an eternity of silence. "Yes, Big Brother and gave me that name. He felt that I was ugly, so he gave me this name." Xiao Chao's eyes lit up with a gentle smile. Bai Yao stared blankly at Xiao Chao's warm expression. This was the first time she had seen such a vibrant smile on his face when talking about someone else. "Little monkey, you have a very good friend in him." Bai Yao chuckled. "I do indeed. Big Brother N is a really good person. He would always share everything with us and unconditionally provide us with help and support. Like this wedding, for example. He was willing to help me crash the wedding, even though it was an extremely risky operation." Xiao Chao's words began to flow as he talked about Enlin. Bai Yao's arms tightened around Xiao Chao's arm as she turned to look at the sunset. "That's great. Xiao Chou won't be lonely after I'm gone." What did you say?" Xiao Chou asked. "No, nothing." Bai Yao shook her head. Xiao Chou furrowed his brows. He felt like there was something wrong. Bai Yao stared at Xiao Chou and presented to him a gentle smile. She was slowly losing control of the power of the frosty yang root. But this was perhaps all preordained by fate. She wouldn't marry Chun Nan just for her own survival. She would rather spend the rest of her remaining days with the person she loved. These past few days had filled her with so much happiness and joy. She no longer had any regrets in her life. "Xiao Chou, the sunset is really beautiful." "It really is." Xiao Chou looked at the golden glow of the setting sun as a smile appeared on his face. Bai Yao stared intently at Xiao Chou's face, wanting to engrave his features deeply into her mind. "Xiao Chou, I'm tired. I want to sleep." "Go to sleep then. I'll be here when you wake up." Bai Yao settled her head on Xiao Chou's chest. She then closed her eyes with a smile as a tear slid down her cheek. The sun set below the horizon, and everything gradually fell dark. The two of them were still nestled together, as if they would remain in this position for the rest of eternity. Bai Yao didn't wake up after falling asleep. Aside from the fact that she was still breathing, all of her vital signs were slowly diminishing. A terrifying thought occurred to Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou held on tightly to Bai Yao as her body grew colder, and he called her name over and over again, but she didn't respond. Little Yao, please don't scare me like this. Wake up." Xiao Chou trembled with fear as he held onto the woman in his arms. He was about to break down. Just when his heart was filled with despair, he suddenly thought of someone. This was a man who could work miracles even in the direst situations. Xiao Chou hurriedly refined Bai Yao's storage ring and pulled out his voice transmission talisman to contact that man. To his surprise, the voice transmission was answered almost instantaneously. "Big Brother and I..." Xiao Chou was choking up with tears and couldn't formulate a coherent sentence. "Just tell me where you and Bai Yao are, and I'll come to find you right away." And Lin's voice was tinged with a sense of urgency. A sense of indescribable warmth and hope surged through Xiao Chou's heart, and he immediately disclosed his location to Enlin. "You'll be okay, little Yao, Big Brother N's coming. He can do anything, and he'll definitely save you." Xiao Chou held Bai Yao tightly in his arms and muttered to himself over and over again. He had never been so helpless before, and he had never hated himself more for his powerlessness. Soon, a spatial rift appeared from nearby, and Lin made his way out of the spatial passageway with Dabai and Tina in accompaniment. There was also someone else with them, someone who was extremely familiar to Xiao Chou. It was Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu. Bai Muyu stepped forward and grabbed Bai Yao from Xiao Chou's arms before unleashing a spell technique to detect her condition. "How is she?" And Lin flew over as well before inquiring in an urgent voice. Bai Muyu's expression was extremely grim, and she didn't say anything. She laid a fingertip on Bai Yao's glabella. Countless golden symbols soon flowed from her finger into Bai Yao's head. Everyone stood by silently and didn't dare to disrupt her. Xiao Chou was staring unblinkingly at Bai Yao's face while praying that she would wake up. After a short while, the golden symbols disappeared. Bai Muyu's face was pouring with sweat, and she was panting heavily. Little Yao has 3 days left to live. We have to capture Chan Nan during these 3 days, Bai Muyu said with a grave expression before turning to Xiao Chou with a vicious glare. Xiao Chou recoiled slightly at her ferocious expression. However, he still inquired in an urgent voice, "Will Little Yao be saved if we capture Chan Nan?" "That's right. If Little Yao marries him and engages in intercourse, their powers will combine, and their auras of yin and yang would fuse together to repress Little Yao's rampaging frosty yang root," Bai Muyu explained in a firm voice. Everyone instantly fell silent. Bai Muyu's words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Xiao Chou's mind, and his whole body began to tremble. Even Enlin, Tina, and Dabai were dumbstruck. What the fuck? Having sex with Chun Nan would save Bai Yao? What a load of bullshit. But then again, that explained how that farcical wedding came to be. I've deployed scouts to search for Chun Nan these past few days, and they've told me that he is currently at the Sea Heart Palace of the West Sea. We don't have much time. Bai Muyu took a deep breath before turning to Enlin and the others. I'm going to need your help with this. Everyone remained silent. No, we can't go. Xiao Chou's hands had balled up into fists, and he practically roared through gritted teeth. Bai Muyu turned to Xiao Chou, and her eyes widened with incredulity. Are you insane? You would rather see Bai Yao die than have her get married? How can you do this and still say that you love her? Xiao Chou stared at Bai Yao with tears shimmering in his bulb-like eyes as he shook his head vigorously. No, I know her. If we really made her marry Chun Nan, it would be more painful to her than death. That was why Bai Yao had waited for Xiao Chou at her wedding before eloping with him. She would rather live freely for a month with the man she loved than entering into a loveless marriage. You! Bai Muyu's chest rose and fell violently with rage as she panted. Xiao Chou looked up with unyielding eyes, from which tears were flowing. This was a difference in opinion between Xiao Chou and his mother-in-law. Xiao Chou was more sensitive and emotional, so he chose the same path that Bai Yao had chosen. He refused to hand Bai Yao over to someone she didn't love just for the sake of her survival, even if the alternative would spell her death. He felt like that would only inflict more pain upon Bai Yao. Let's all calm down here and consider our options. Perhaps there is another way. And Lin immediately acted as the mediator to their argument. Conflict at a time like this was not going to help anyone. What other way could there be? This is the only way. Bai Muyu clenched her fists with an enraged expression. Little Yao's frosty yang root is an extremely rare spirit root with both yang and frost elements. The spirit root is growing more and more formidable as we speak and is no longer at a stage where we can repress it. Only the purest yin-type divine flame could neutralize Little Yao's power. I've been searching for so long and could only find Chan Nan. Without Chan Nan's dark corrosion divine flame, what are we going to save Little Yao with? Can you do it? Bai Muyu became more and more worked up as she spoke, and tears began to shimmer in her eyes. It was also because of this that her relationship with her daughter had been steadily worsening for the past 100 years. But she was Bai Yao's mother. How could she just stand by idly and watch her daughter die? If her daughter could survive at the price of marrying someone she didn't love, then her decision as a mother was obvious. Xiao Chou began in a slow voice. You what? You can save Little Yao? If you don't want to cooperate with me, then I'll find another way. Bai Muyu turned to leave with Bai Yao in her arms. I'm saying I may actually be able to save Little Yao, Xiao Chou said in an urgent voice. Bai Muyu's footsteps faltered, and she turned around. At this moment, black flames suddenly erupted from Xiao Chou's hands. There seemed to be an abyssal realm of darkness within those scorching black flames. He continued, You told me that only the purest yin-type divine flame could neutralize Little Yao's power. It seems like my divine flame fits that description. Bai Muyu stared blankly at the divine flame in Xiao Chou's hands as if her eyes were glued to those black flames. She had even forgotten to feel shame at being proven wrong by Xiaoqiu. Divine flame? That really is a Yin-type divine flame, Bai Muyu muttered in astonishment. So, that means Big Brother Cho can marry Bai Yao and have sex with her? Woof! Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Bai Muyu. Xiaoqiu blushed slightly upon hearing this. As long as I can save little Yao, I'm willing to do anything. Bai Muyu gritted her teeth with rage. Why was he making this look like a difficult task? There were countless living creatures all over the world who would die for a chance to marry Bai Yao and have sex with her. Why did it look like Xiaoqiu was the one being wronged here? And Lin immediately provided a timely assist. Bai Yao and Xiaoqiu are in love with one another, and Xiaoqiu also just happens to have a divine flame that can neutralize Bai Yao's power. This is all meant to be. They're a match made in heaven. Ms. Bai Muyu, I think we should hurry up and hold the wedding. And Lin's reasoning was absolutely watertight. And Lin continued to knock the final nail into the coffin. Yin-type divine flames are difficult to find. Furthermore, are you really going to marry your daughter to a man who had tried to kill her? This was the final vital blow. Bai Muyu had lost her sense of reason in her panicked frenzy. But Lin's words had knocked the sense back into her. And Lin obviously wasn't going to tell her that he also possessed a Yin-type divine flame. After all, he was Xiaoqiu's master, and he had to pave the way for his beast pet's happiness. Would you like to hear about the setting moon flame? Bai Muyu turned her eyes toward the impossibly hideous monkey nearby and fell silent. Could it be that her gorgeous daughter was really going to have to marry this ugly monkey? Bai Muyu looked at Xiaoqiu, and for some reason, recollections of that helpless little monkey, who had almost been killed by that black panther, sprang to mind. She had only saved the little monkey as an act of sympathy, and she had never thought that the little monkey would grow up to be her daughter's love interest and perhaps even her son-in-law. This didn't make sense. She had felt at ease allowing her daughter to play with him exactly because he was hideous. There was no chance of her daughter falling in love with this unsightly monkey, right? She felt like he was a very safe playmate for her daughter. So, how had things become like this? Bai Muyu felt like the world had just played a prank on her. Xiaoqiu's divine flame was something he had gotten from his dark god inheritance at the Purple Star Research Institute. Back when he was at the spirit nurturing stage, these flames had already reached divine flame level purity. Now that his cultivation base had progressed to the soul formation intermediate stage, his Yin-type divine flame had only increased in purity. From a practical standpoint, Xiaoqiu's flames were even more suitable for Bai Yao than Chunnan's divine flame. Bai Yao's condition is constantly worsening, so we shouldn't delay any further. I think we should make preparations for a wedding right away. Just as Bai Muyu was still grappling with her internal conflict, and Lin began to fan the flames again. A conflicted expression surfaced on Bai Muyu's exquisitely seductive features, and she turned to glare at Lin, who was doing his best to repress the joy in his heart. She then turned to look at Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu's entire body tensed up under the gaze of his mother-in-law, and he silently stood upright in a more formal stance, as if he were being appraised by a supervisor at work. His serious expression made his ugly face look a bit more solemn. Bai Muyu massaged her brows. She felt exhausted. All right, even though you're a little ugly, no one can blame you for that, as that's a God-given trait. Since there is a mutual love between the two of you, I won't be dogmatic and insist on opposing this marriage. A moment of silence ensued, immediately following which was a burst of raucous cheers that made the entire mountain tremor lightly. Xiaoqiu's bulb-like eyes were like a pair of sprinklers as tears gushed forth. Mother! Bai Muyu's lips twitched. I don't have an ugly son like you. Xiaoqiu. Give me a hug, in-law. And Lin shamelessly spread open his arms in an attempt to envelop the gorgeous vixen before him in a tight hug. Piss off! Bai Muyu harumphed coldly as she aimed a palm toward Lin, which immediately knocked him back several kilometers into the distance. Xiaoqiu and Bai each drew a sharp intake of breath. If that palm were to land on either of them, they would have been reduced to mincemeat on the spot. At the westernmost point of the Tai Chu continent, there was a boundless expanse of ocean known as the West Sea. The West Sea was one of the most perilous places on the Taichu continent, with countless species of powerful sea monsters lurking within its depths. If one wasn't powerful enough before making a trip to the West Sea, they would probably die without even knowing how it had happened. The two most powerful tribes within the West Sea were the Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. The Spirit Fish Clan inhabited the Hongmeng Divine Altar at the bottom of the ocean and had all of the living beings within the West Sea under their command. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe inhabited the Divination Realm, and even though they insisted on secluding themselves and had no external forces under their command, no other living beings dared to encroach upon their territory. At this moment in time, within the Sea Heart Palace, which was located near the Hongmeng Divine Altar, there was a handsome man sipping a green alcoholic beverage. This was a delectable wine that had been brewed with the power of Yin from the bottom of the ocean, and it was capable of making one more alert and beautifying one's skin. Chunnan, are you really all right? It has already been so long. But there is still no news about that bitch, Bai Yao. Can your body hold on? A mermaid with a blue fishtail inquired with furrowed brows. Don't worry. Bai Yao's condition is much worse than mine, and she's already on the brink of death. It won't be long before Bai Muyu comes here and begs me to marry Bai Yao. Chun Nan swirled his drink around his glass with an expression that was brimming with confidence. Even though his dark corrosion divine flame was becoming more and more difficult to control, it would be a long time before the flames progressed to an uncontrollable state. On the contrary, Bai Yao didn't have much time left. Bai Muyu loved her daughter deeply, and he was absolutely confident that she would come to him and beg him to marry his daughter before long. Lan Xiaoni harumphed coldly. That little bitch sure lucked out. I'm setting some ground rules in advance. She can only be your concubine, and you're not allowed to love her more than you love me. Don't worry. A faint smile appeared on Chun Nan's face. In my heart, she holds less than 1,000th of the position that you do. She is just a filthy rag that I'll toss aside after using. A blush appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face upon hearing this, and she stared at the handsome man before her with eyes that were full of tender affection. A gentle smile appeared on Chun Nan's face in response, and he made his way toward Lan Xiaoni. He had gone to great lengths and expended much effort to convince Lan Xiaoni to accept Bai Yao. When the time came, he would have a mermaid princess as well as the #1 beauty of the fox tribe as his concubine. It would be a sweet life. In reality, he hadn't managed to take Lan Xiaoni's virginity yet. The Spirit Fish Clan's imperial family had very strict rules that prevented him from doing so prior to marriage. Wouldn't it be a good idea to take advantage of this opportunity and, right at this moment, a golden lobster barged in with a panicked expression. Master, I have bad news. The atmosphere had been completely ruined by the golden lobster, and Chun Nan turned to it with an enraged expression. What is it? Hurry up and deliver your report or piss off. We've just received the news that another wedding is going to be held for Bai Yao tomorrow, and her groom this time is an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Xiao Chou. The golden lobster delivered a flustered report. Bam! The sound of glass cracking erupted. The wineglass slipped from Chun Nan's hand and shattered on the ground, sending green wine splashing onto the ground. He stood up abruptly, and a powerful aura erupted forth from his body. Bai Yao? For 9 Immortal sect? Very good. Within Qing Hu City of the Creation Realm, the Fox tribe, which had only just settled back into their normal lives for less than a month, was preparing for another celebration. This time, they were celebrating a marriage between Bai Yao of the White Fox tribe and Xiao Chou of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The stunning kiss between the #1 beauty of the Fox tribe and the ugly monkey had become a story known throughout the entire Fox tribe. Their story had gradually reached legendary status as it was passed on from one fox to another. There were stories that spoke of how Bai Yao had once gotten lost in the Myriad Mountain domain and the ugly monkey had taken her under his wing and protected her. After that, they gradually fell in love with one another over time. There were also stories that spoke of how God wanted to accentuate the contrast between beauty and ugliness by setting these two living beings up with one another in order to show the world what beauty was and what ugliness was. Hence, they were always meant to be together. Only the hideous Xiaoqiu was worthy of the most beautiful existence in this world. There were many versions of these stories that were being spread around, and the relationship between Bai Yao and Xiaoqiu had become the hottest topic across the land. It was exactly because of this that the living beings of the creation realm weren't really against the marriage between Bai Yao and Xiaoqiu. In fact, many of them were offering their most genuine blessing to the happy couple. Only true love could bring such a bizarre couple together. The wedding was going to be held at the White Fox tribe's imperial palace. If it weren't for the fact that time was of the essence, and Lin would definitely have urged Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao to hold their wedding at the 4-9 Immortal sect. However, Bai Yao didn't have much time, so they could only hold the wedding at the White Fox imperial palace. Bai Yao had already woken up after drinking Xiaoqiu's blood essence, and they could immediately do what had to be done to neutralize the power of her frosty yang root after the wedding. The next day, the highly anticipated wedding commenced as promised. Xiaoqiu looked up at the rising sun with excitement surging in his heart. He had never thought that this trip to Qinghu City would result in a wedding between himself and Bai Yao. Everything was like a dream. What was also quite surprising to him was that their seemingly inexplicable love would receive so many blessings. He thanked God for the life that had been planned out for him. He thanked Bai Yao for her love. He thanked Big Brother N and his companions for their efforts. Xiaoqiu thanked everyone that had supported him throughout this entire process. "What are you thinking about, Xiaoqiu?" a warm, gentle voice asked. Xiaoqiu turned to discover an exquisitely beautiful woman making her way toward him. "I'm thinking about how scared I was when you didn't wake up from your nap," Xiaoqiu replied with a smile. A faint blush appeared on Bai Yao's face, and she hung her head a little sheepishly. I was afraid that you would be sad. I'm not going to let you leave my side again." Xiaoqiu looked at Bai Yao with a serious expression and said, "I can cure your condition tonight, so come to the 4-9 Immortal sect with me when that time comes." Bai Yao nodded to express her agreement. "I'm a little scared that Chun Nan is going to crash the wedding. He needs my power to neutralize his dark corrosion divine flame as well." Bai Yao expressed her concern. Xiaoqiu's eyes glowed with absolute confidence. "Let him come. He may have the Spirit Fish Clan as his backers. But don't forget that we have the 4-9 Immortal sect and even the Heavenly Court as our backers. If he dares to come here, I'll make sure he stays here forever." Bai Yao stared at Xiaoqiu, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face. This sense of being protected by someone filled her heart with happiness and warmth. This wedding was an event that shook the entire creation realm. Even though they were given extremely short notice, almost all of the representatives that had attended the wedding last month also came to this wedding. Not only that, but there were even some powerful beings in attendance that hadn't attended the last wedding. The last wedding was such a spectacular show. All of them were eagerly anticipating something to happen during this wedding as well. Even if nothing happened, just witnessing the most beautiful vixen of the fox tribe getting married to a hideous monkey was quite a stimulating notion. It was exactly because of this that this wedding was an even more grand occasion than the last wedding. Powerful beings from all over the world flocked to the wedding. A series of huge beasts and flying arcs descended upon the White Fox Imperial Palace, creating a marvelous, bustling spectacle to behold. And Lin met Hong Do and his grandpa Yudo again. "Haha! And Lin, I didn't think we would meet again so soon." Yudo laughed heartily. And Lin replied with a smile, "Likewise, Senior Yudo. Mr. Hong Do, I hope you won't cause any misunderstandings like you did last time." Hong Do shuddered upon hearing this, and he nodded like a woodpecker upon recalling the horror of Enlin's fists. "Don't worry, Mr. Enlin. Do I look like the type of person who always stirs up trouble?" "You don't," Enlin replied. A relieved smile appeared on Hong Do's face, and Lin added, "You look like the type of person who is always screwing people over." Hong Do was quite depressed. Couldn't Enlin go easy on the insults since his grandpa was here? Right at this moment, a very special flying object appeared before everyone. This was a huge aircraft that appeared to be a silvery white flying saucer. Its surface was extremely smooth, its lines were extremely aerodynamic, and it wasn't constructed from any recognizable material, as if this were a creation from the heavens. All of the living beings of the creation realm let loose cries of surprise. They had never seen such a peculiar flying object before. The flying saucer slowly descended, and one living being after another disembarked, all of whom possessed extremely powerful and vast auras. "They're from the 4-9 Immortal sect," some of the living beings exclaimed upon recognizing the new arrivals. Everyone's attention was immediately on the group of newcomers upon hearing this. The 4-9 Immortal sect was the representative force of the groom of the wedding, so their arrival naturally attracted countless pairs of eyes. When the Fox tribe cultivators laid their eyes upon the people from the 4-9 Immortal sect, all of them drew sharp intakes of breath as shock jolted through their hearts, regardless of whether they were vixens or male foxes. How could there be such beautiful and handsome humans in this world? Su Xiaolan, Su Chenyun, Lu Qianhuan, and Bai Ling were all devastatingly beautiful women with different styles, and their emergence attracted much jealousy from all of the vixen onlookers. There weren't that many male representatives. Tang Shimin was too ordinary, so he was automatically ignored, and Xiao Zhe was too young. As such, Shen Yuanchang was the only noteworthy representative of the male 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators. However, Shen Yuanchang was the equivalent of a one-man male model army. After disembarking from the aircraft, just the warm smile on his face had countless vixens screeching at the top of their lungs. Aside from that, the absurdly adorable beast pet, Shuizhantian, had everyone falling to his feet, regardless of whether the onlookers were male or female. The Fox tribe was extremely sensitive to outward appearances, and the cultivators from the 4-9 Immortal sect had completely won them over. That's right. They had subjugated everyone with their invincible looks. Sigh. Why would there be such a hideous creature like Xiao Chou in a sect with so many devastatingly gorgeous and handsome beings? All of the Fox tribe cultivators present were discussing among themselves in hushed tones in order to not be overheard by the groom. Perhaps it's to balance things out? Some Fox tribe cultivators speculated. The arrival of the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators created a massive stir. Upon seeing them, Lin immediately ditched Hong Do before making his way over to the aircraft. Xiaolan, Su Qinyun, Big Brother Chang, Lu Qianhuan, and Lin waved his arms elatedly. Tang Shimin was quite dejected. Was he not even important enough for Lin to extend a greeting toward him? Lin, we heard that Xiao Chou is getting married, so we dropped everything to come here, Shen Yuancheng said with a warm, joyful smile on his face. That's right. As the eldest sister among the beast pet team, I have to attend Xiao Chou's wedding. Xiao Hong wobbled her red flowery head as she spoke in her sweet voice, and Lin looked at Xiao Hong with a speechless expression. You still remember that you're my beast pet? If you didn't say anything, I would have forgotten about you. Xiao Hong harumphed with displeasure and didn't say anything else. Su Xiaolan made her way toward Lin with a vibrant smile before pulling out the frying pan and waving it in front of him. For this wedding, the Heavenly Court's premier chef god, Su Xiaolan, is going to personally cook a dish, and Lin burst into laughter upon hearing this. Sure, we'll use your chef god level cooking skills to win over the new members of our large family. As for Su Xiaolan's self-proclaimed title of chef god, Lin certainly wasn't going to be bothered by something like that. In fact, he was ecstatic as Su Xiaolan was cooking more because of this, thereby alleviating his own cooking duties. Xiao Chou made his way toward everyone with Bai Yao by his side, and the two of them extended a greeting toward everyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect. Bai Yao was a supreme beauty in her own right, and she even trumped the likes of Su Chenyun and Su Xiaolan in terms of seductive charisma. Congratulations, Big Brother Chou, on your marriage with the princess of the Fox tribe. Shuizhantian flapped his little wings as he offered words of congratulations. This is the second celebration for our sect after our grand opening. It's just a pity that everything was set up with such short notice. Otherwise, our sect could have profited greatly from this. Treasurer Xiao Zhe heaved a forlorn sigh, and Lin rolled his eyes. His disciple seemed to be doing his job a bit too well. However, to his surprise, everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. And Lin. That's right, all of the higher-ups in the 4-9 Immortal sect were thinking about ways to earn money by doing nothing. The grand opening of the sect was a celebration during which they had reaped massive profits. Now that one of their members was getting married, they should be capitalizing on this as another money-making opportunity. How about this? When Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao return to the sect, we can hold another wedding. Everything was organized on extremely short notice, and the cultivators from the Kingdom of the Nine States would find it quite difficult to get here within such a short time. As such, it's only fair that we hold a wedding for them too, and Lin proposed. Upon hearing this suggestion, all of the 4-9 Immortal sect members immediately clapped their hands and praised Lin for being a genius. Bai Xian was shocked. This was the mighty 4-9 Immortal sect, and they were making money through such underhanded tactics? And they made it sound so justified as well. Was this a fake sect? Most of the core members of the 4-9 Immortal sect were here. Aside from Little Huang, and Lin's entire beast pet team had turned up. Xiao Hong, Dabai, Little Na, Little Tian, and Little Gu were all here. Even his disciples Xiao Zhe and Yi Ling had arrived. Bryce and Little Lang stayed behind to guard the sect. This was the first time Yi Ling had traveled out of the Kingdom of the Nine States and witnessed the bizarre sights and scenes of the Taichu continent. Especially after seeing all of the strange living beings attending the wedding, her delicate features paled in fright, and she gripped tightly onto Lin's sleeve to give herself a sense of security. Master, why is that carrot able to run? Because that carrot has gained sentient will and intelligence. Master, why is that stuffed bun able to fly? Because that stuffed bun has gained sentient will and intelligence. Master, why can so many things here gain sentient wills and intelligence? Sigh. That's a story that goes back to when Pangu first created heaven and earth. And Lin explained all sorts of phenomena that he was unable to provide explanations for with a resigned expression in an effort to be a good master. More and more strange living beings began to gather, and Yi Ling's horizons were broadened significantly. The bride and groom were making final preparations in the palace, and the pastor of the wedding appeared before the audience. The pastor for this wedding was still the same old Qing Yinghu. At the last wedding, there had been 2 abductions. Qing Yinghu had been completely dumbstruck, and his ability to react and adapt as a pastor had been thrown out the window. This time, he was determined to redeem himself and make this wedding a success. All of the wedding-goers had gathered, and it was time for the wedding to commence. Colorful lights shimmered in the sky, alongside a group of white cranes that circled in the air above. As a piece of cheerful wedding music sounded, Qing Yinghu stood in the air to introduce the identity of the groom. He decided to gloss over a description of the groom's looks and focus on other things he could praise Xiaoqiu about. Of course, he could praise his looks as well. For example, his face would be able to ward off any evil spirits. Soon, the groom took the stage. Xiaoqiu wore a vibrant red robe and a red hat that was traditionally worn by grooms as he made his way toward the wedding hall. A powerful aura emanated from his body as he walked. When he looked around at the audience, all of the living beings in attendance felt their pulse accelerated. My God, he's looking at people with his nostrils. Xiaoqiu arrived at the wedding altar and looked around with his bright and piercing bulb-like eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see directly into the souls of the wedding-goers present, giving him an intimidating and gallant air. Qing Yinghu took a deep breath to calm his emotions before introducing the bride. This was a much easier introduction. Regardless of whether it was her beauty, her aptitude, or her status, all of these were points that could be praised. After all, she was the most perfect woman within the fox tribe, so he could shower as many compliments upon her as he wanted. Soon, the bride made her way out of the palace. Bai Yao wore a pristine white wedding dress that fluttered in the breeze. There was an extremely happy smile on her peerlessly beautiful face. She didn't look at her surroundings. Her eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoqiu, as if he was the only one in this world who was worth looking at. Xiaoqiu was also looking at her, and an ugly smile surfaced on his face. Their eyes met, and Bai Yao's heart rate skyrocketed. She made her way toward Xiaoqiu with timidity in her heart, but also anticipation, as if she was walking toward a happy life. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that she would get married to Xiaoqiu. She was already extremely satisfied after just staying by his side for a month, but the heavens had spoiled her and given her a chance at even more happiness. She was overwhelmed by her elation, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was going to get married. She was getting married to the love of her life. The entire White Fox tribe had given her their blessings, Xiaochao's family and friends had given her their blessings, and the entire creation realm had also given her their blessings. Everything was so magnificent and glorious. Bai Yao made her way toward Xiaochou like the most beautiful princess walking toward her prince. The prince didn't have to be handsome, but he had to be the gentlest and most reliable man in the princess' life. The two of them looked into each other's eyes and smiled at the same time. I didn't think I would have a chance to marry you in this life. Bai Yao was feeling overwhelmed by her emotions. I fantasized and dreamed about marrying you countless times, Xiaochou replied with a smile. An amused smile appeared on Bai Yao's face. What a coincidence. Me too. Qing Yinghu opened his mouth, but he was distraught to find that the bride and groom were conversing with one another as if he didn't exist. Oi! I haven't even delivered my lines yet. Can you guys leave the flirting for later? Do you not want to swear your wedding vows? Finally, there was a pause in their conversation. Qing Yinghu immediately grabbed this opportunity to interrogate Tui, to ask for their wedding vows. It was also at this moment that Bai Ling's brows furrowed as she stood beside Enlin. She spoke in a quiet voice. The spatial white fairy has detected some abnormal spatial fluctuations. We've got trouble. Bai Ling knew about the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan, so she knew that the mighty figures on their way here could only be enemies. However, their enemies were obviously unaware of the spatial white fairy's terrifying sensitivity to spatial fluctuations. Right at this moment, Xiaochou and Bai Yao had both said, I do. The two of them engaged in a passionate kiss. A burst of raucous applause and cheers instantly erupted. And Lin chuckled to himself. These stupid cunts can't even crash a wedding on time. His expression then began to take a frosty turn. We can't just let them go now that they've come here. Anyone who dares to crash Xiaochao's wedding must pay. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she tore open a spatial gate. I'll lead the way. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators stirred as they turned toward the spatial gate with battle intent burning in their eyes. Bai Muyu made her way toward Enlin with 5 return to void stage mighty figures behind her. I'm coming as well. It's time for them to pay for what they did to little Yao. A handsome man with a green tail also joined the party. His eyes narrowed in a faint smile. I'll come along too. And Lin's heart jolted. The man standing before him was the most powerful mighty figure of the Green Fox tribe, the return to void final stage Qing Beichin. Ever since the Black Fox tribe sided with the Spirit Fish clan, the White Fox tribe and the Green Fox tribe had formed an unspoken alliance in order to oppose the Black Fox tribe, which was growing steadily in strength. All of the other mighty figures had also noticed this gathering of powerful beings, and they could guess what was happening. However, since none of this concerned them, there was no point in taking any sides. Yudo hesitated momentarily before also making his way toward Enlin. Enlin extended a respectful bow toward Yudo. Senior Yudo, I owe you a favor. Hee, not really. I'm just getting a bit rusty from inactivity and wanted some sparring partners. Yudo chuckled as he waved his hands. He held the 4-9 Immortal sect in high regard, but he held the Heavenly Court in even higher regard. As such, it wouldn't hurt to help them out. Thus, Bai Ling led a formidable army of mighty figures into her spatial gate. The main couple of the show fell silent as Enlin and the others disappeared into the spatial gate. A smile appeared on Xiaochao's face. Bai Yao, meeting you is the happiest thing to have ever happened to me. But meeting Enlin and my companions is the luckiest thing to have ever happened to me. A smile also appeared on Bai Yao's face. I'll come with you, Xiaochou. I'm now married to you, so I'm a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect too. The two of them had a tacit understanding with one another and did not need to use words to elaborate on their thoughts. Xiaochou took Bai Yao's hand. All right, let's go help them together. Thus, the two newlyweds flew away from the wedding altar right in front of everyone's eyes, before the ceremony had even concluded. That's right, the two of them were eloping once again. Pastor Qingyinghu, roughly 300 meters away from Qinghu City, Bai Ling tore open a spatial rift and made her way out. She was tall and slender, and her white dress danced in the breeze. She stood silently in mid-air. It was as if she had just walked out from an exquisite painting. "Get out here!" Bai Ling gripped the air in the distance, and the space within a radius of over 50 kilometers was instantly sealed. Crack! A spatial rift appeared. A group of powerful Spirit Fish Clan and Black Fox Tribe cultivators made their way out of the rift. "Oh? I didn't think you would be able to detect our presence," a Spirit Fish Clan powerful being who was wielding twin swords said with a slightly surprised voice. "Hee, Big Brother Hong Lin? Does this lady have a death wish?" Another Crimson Spirit Fish Clan powerful being with a vast aura spoke with a smile. "Senior Hong Lin, we have to hurry and get to Qinghu City. We can't afford to waste time here. Otherwise, Bai Yao will receive news of this and run away." Chen Nen urged in an urgent voice. "Humph! I don't need you telling me what to do." Hong Lin glared coldly at Chen Nan. Just that one glare sent chills running down Chen Nan's spine, and he shuddered. Hong Lin turned toward Bai Ling, and his aura of a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage erupted forth. "Woman, if you don't want to die, then get out of my sight immediately." Bai Ling scanned through them with her divine sense. There are 3 return to Void final stage mighty figures, one of which is a black fox while the other 2 are from the Spirit Fish Clan. There are also 8 other return to Void stage mighty figures and 80 soul formation stage powerful beings. "Looks like the gang's all here." Hong Lin's brows furrowed. This woman had a very powerful divine sense. Was she a return to Void final stage mighty figure too? "Let's not waste any more time and kill this stupid woman, Uncle," Lan Xiaoni said with a disdainful expression. Right at this moment, Bai Ling clapped her hands with a faint smile. "Everyone's here. Come on out, and let's wipe them all out at once." An army of mighty figures began to emerge behind her. All of the Spirit Fish Clan and Black Fox Tribe cultivators' eyes widened as their hearts skipped a beat. Holy fuck! There was such a formidable army waiting for them? And Lin burst into laughter at the sight of his dumbstruck enemies. He made some quick calculations in his mind. There were 4 return to Void final stage mighty figures on their side, comprising of Bai Ling, Bai Muyu, Qing Beichen, and Yudo. This was one more than the opposition. As for other return to Void stage mighty figures, they had more than 10. They didn't have as many soul formation stage powerful beings, but in all honesty, those pitifully weak soul formation stage cultivators weren't even enough for Xiaolan and Big Brother Chang as a warm-up. "So you've set up an ambush already." Hong Lin took a deep breath as his expression became more grave. Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni both turned pale upon seeing this, and their cocky demeanors had completely fallen away, leaving them to appear like vulnerable little kittens. "Yudo, this is a private matter within the Fox tribe. What the hell are you doing here? Do you want to bring disaster to the Divine Rock tribe?" Black Fox Emperor Chun Hao roared with rage. Yudo laughed heartily. "The Divine Rock tribe is an ally of the Heavenly Court. The small war god of the Heavenly Court is in a bit of a pickle, so of course I have to come and lend them my strength." Just as he was speaking, Bai Ling further strengthened the spatial seal around the area. Hong Lin's expression darkened. "Do you really want to fight to the death over something like this? I trust you're all aware of how powerful the Spirit Fish Clan is? You can't afford to mess with us." Bai Muyu looked at Hong Lin with a cold expression. "If the Spirit Fish Clan do not want to take part in this battle, I would be glad to let you go." Qing Beichen's eyes narrowed with a smile. "That's right. Just leave the Black Fox Tribe cultivators here. It's about time we cleared out the cancer of the Fox Tribe." "Ha ha ha ha. Do you really think you've won?" The Crimson Mermaid chortled as he splayed his hands open, upon which 2 long spears appeared in the air. "I've already made preparations for the worst possible situation. Our goal is not to defeat you. All we have to do is to abduct Bai Yao. How are you going to stop me?" Whoosh whoosh. The 2 spears crashed into Bai Ling's spatial seal with the might of heaven and earth, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted. And Lin's pupils contracted upon seeing this. These long spears were extremely similar to the realm-piercing nail in that they were extremely proficient at breaking spell formations and spatial seals. The sound of something shattering erupted, and the spears shot forth into the distance. The Crimson Mermaid suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared atop the flying spears. He's using those spears as a transportation device. I'll go chase him down. Bai Ling harumphed coldly. She had been completely enraged that her spatial seal had been broken. Bai Ling instantly disappeared as well. And Lin wasn't worried about Bai Ling. As long as there was no Dao integration stage super mighty figure here, no one could defeat Bai Ling. Even that return to void final stage Crimson Mermaid would not be able to defeat Bai Ling. Charge! The battle erupted, and all of the powerful beings sprung into action at once. At times like this, whoever made the first move would gain initiative and momentum. One earth-shattering spell technique after another was unleashed as violent shockwaves exploded forth, reducing the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers to dust. Hong Lin of the Spirit Fish Clan instructed in a cold voice, "Chun Hao, take Chun Nan and Xiaoni with you and go find Bai Yao. I'll do my best to hold them off." His aura began to climb as he spoke, and it soon reached the upper limit of the return to void stage. Hong Lin's body vibrated violently before splitting into three, each of which possessed return to void final stage power, and the three of them pounced toward Bai Muyu, Qing Beichun, and Yudo. Chun Hao took this opportunity to wrap Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni into his foxtail before flying toward Qing Hu City. Qing Beichun's eyes narrowed as he smiled. "You think you can hold off all three of us by yourself? What gives you the courage to think that?" Boom! The projection of a green fox god over 10,000 feet tall appeared in the air. The boundless power of the divine Tao erupted from its claws as it lashed out toward one of the three Hong Lins. Hong Lin wielded his twin swords, and his sword intent surged for over 50 kilometers as he unleashed two sword projections that were as dazzling as the sun. The claws of the green fox god clashed with Hong Lin's sword projections, as if a towering fox were lashing out at two dazzling suns, and the resulting clash instantly sent devastating shockwaves sweeping through the air. In the end, the green fox god's peerless sharp claws vanquished the sword projections and knocked Hong Lin flying. Even so, Qing Beichun's brows still furrowed with concern. That was a full-force strike, and it was only able to knock one of the three Hong Lins flying? It was also at this moment that the other two Hong Lins launched themselves toward Bai Muyu and Yudo to prevent them from being able to leave this place. As long as these return to void final stage mighty figures had their movements restricted, all of the other mighty figures were trash. Who could stop Chun Hao? Who was capable of wielding the power of the divine Tao? No one. Ha ha ha. Piss off. Chun Hao chortled gleefully as he flew through the air at extreme speed with Chun, Nan and Lan Xiaoni wrapped in his tail. His other 7 tails were like agile hands that flew through the air as they swatted away any enemies standing in his way. He was invincible. Even return to void stage mighty figures couldn't stand up to a strike from his tail. Right at this moment, a white light flashed, and a familiar face appeared before him. Chun Hao's expression shifted before ecstasy surged through his heart. "And Lin, I'm going to kill you." And Lin was the one who had foiled his plans at the previous wedding, and he was standing in Chun Hao's way again. Chun Hao was ecstatic, and Lin was delivering himself to his doorstep. So what if the 4-9 Immortal sect had the Heavenly Court as their backers? The Black Fox tribe had the Spirit Fish Clan as their backers. The Spirit Fish Clan did not fear the Heavenly Court. Die! He chuckled coldly as all 8 of his tails swept toward Enlin all at once. The terrifying power of the divine Tao descended upon Enlin from all sides, allowing him no avenue for escape. However, when the fairy on his shoulder suddenly extended her palms, a white light flashed past. Boom! The 8 tails converged together with a resounding boom, sending shock waves exploding through the air, covering a radius of over 10 kilometers. Chun Hao's expression shifted drastically. He discovered that his attack had landed on thin air. All of a sudden, a devastating heat wave suddenly surged toward him from above. He looked up to discover Enlin, whose skin was now completely reddish gold, launching an almighty fist toward him. Overwhelmingly explosive power instantly erupted forth. Xianxia didn't have time to withdraw his tails, so he could only use his arms as a shield. Bam! Xianxia felt like his arms were about to be shattered by Enlin's fist, and his entire body plummeted to the ground from the monstrous force behind the fist. Impossible! How could Enlin be so powerful? Xianxia's expression shifted drastically as he shook his numb arms. Before he even had a chance to do anything, countless bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The power imbued within the bolts of lightning grew more and more fearsome during their descent, and Xianxia had no choice but to use his tails as a shield. Qian Nan and Lan Xiaoni, who had been under his protection this entire time, were completely awestruck by the terrifying bolts of lightning. After a torrential barrage of lightning, the dust slowly settled, and Xianxia was revealed. He was looking up at the sky with a thunderous expression as white smoke wafted from his tails. He discovered that aside from Enlin and the fairy on his shoulder, there was also a gargantuan black dragon circling the sky above the clouds. "You've got a helper? Very good. I'll make you understand how foolish a decision it was to try and stand in my way." Xianxia let loose an almighty roar, and his clothes began to split at the seams as his body quickly expanded in size. Soon, an 8-tailed divine fox several thousand feet tall appeared. Xianxia had finally revealed his true form, and the terrifying divine might emanating from his body gave everyone a sense of asphyxiation. The powers of corrosion and death erupted forth, robbing the vitality of all plants within a radius of over 10 kilometers. Divine Dao Fox Technique, White Bone Space. Xianxia clapped his palms together. Heaven and earth instantly fell dark as countless terrifying saw-shaped white bones began to appear in the air, half of which was a cage, while the other half was a weapon. The two halves combined to form a domain of death. That's the White Bone Space. It's a domain that requires the expenditure of large amounts of power of the divine Tao to unleash. My father's getting serious. Chun Nan's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed. Will it be able to kill Enlin and the others? Lan Xiaoni was quite anxious. Chun Nan looked at Enlin as a hateful expression flashed past his face. He's the master of that monkey, so he has to die here. Otherwise, we'll have to constantly worry about him taking revenge on us. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. So we should kill them all at once? A smile appeared on Chun Nan's face. That's exactly right. We'll kill them all at once. Just as they were speaking, the countless saw-shaped bones converged toward Enlin and Xiao Zhe. These bones weren't just normal bones. These bones were bones of death, which were imbued with Qianxia's power of the divine Tao, and could easily tear through space and rob the target of their vitality. Enlin harumphed coldly and did not take any defensive measures as he charged directly toward Qianxia. You're running to your death. Qianxia felt as if he had been looked down upon, and all 8 of his tails shuddered violently as he unleashed his full power. The bones converged upon Enlin and tore into his body in a frenzy. Acute pain shot through Enlin's entire body, and his divine body trembled violently as if it was on the brink of being broken. His clothes were slashed into ribbons, and his body was riddled with wounds, but he continued onward with absolute determination. Qianxia was given a massive fright by just how powerful Enlin's divine body was, and for some reason, he felt a sense of danger. His instinct told him to retreat, but his honor as a return to Void Final Stage Immortal Beast prevented him from doing so. How could a mighty figure like him retreat against a mere soul formation stage cultivator? Howl! Qianxia let loose an enraged roar as all 8 of his tails swept toward Enlin. In the face of the massive tails, Enlin was as tiny and helpless as a mosquito facing 8 palms. However, a white light flashed abruptly, and Enlin disappeared again. The palms were very big, but they were up against a mosquito with superpowers. Spatial skipping again? Qianxia's expression shifted drastically as he let loose an almighty roar and conjured up a barrier around him using the power of the divine Tao. Come then. Let's see how you break through my power of the divine Tao. White light flashed, and Enlin plummeted directly onto Chun Hao's back before placing a bronze ball on his back. After the bronze ball was in place, he immediately staged a retreat. Prior to his retreat, he cast an interested glance at Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni. Both of their hearts trembled at the sight of Enlin's gaze. What a terrifying gaze! Chun Hao was a little bemused by Enlin's bizarre attack. Did he place a ball on his back before falling back in retreat? Could it be that this ball was going to explode? He immediately tried to shake the ball off from his body, only to find that he couldn't move an inch. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a bomb, there's no way it can break through my power of the divine Tao. Chun Hao let loose an enraged roar before frantically twisting his body, only to find that the bronze ball seemed to have been glued to his back and refused to budge in the slightest. When he tried to swat the ball away with his 8 tails, a series of golden chains shot forth from Tina's hands before binding his 8 tails, thereby temporarily thwarting his efforts. It was also at this moment that a terrifying power erupted from the bronze ball. Ah! Boom! Chun Hao let loose a cry of surprise as his 4 legs crumpled below him, and he collapsed to the ground. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. I finally managed to activate the large water ball. That's right, that bronze ball was none other than the world-level immortal tool, large water ball, that had once crushed the Dragon King of the East Sea. Don't underestimate me. Chun Hao felt as if he had a mountain on his back, and he repressed the sense of crushing asphyxiation as he let loose an enraged roar before unleashing his power of the divine Tao to strike the impossibly heavy ball. However, he was soon struck by crushing despair upon discovering the fact that he was unable to move the ball on his own. Black Fox Emperor, I'll help you. A crisp voice erupted in the distance. A handsome man wielding a long sword swept through the air toward them. He unleashed a monstrous sword projection that flew directly toward the large water ball on Chun Hao's back. A flash of hope appeared on Chun Hao's face. This fox tribe mighty figure specialized in the way of the sword. Perhaps he would be capable of shattering this accursed ball. Tina immediately threw another ball toward that fox tribe mighty figure. This was a pristine and flawless white ball. Piss off! The fox tribe mighty figure reacted extremely quickly as he unleashed a sword strike toward the ball. Whoosh! The ball was sliced in half. No, instead of being sliced in half, it split in half of its own volition, thereby allowing it to evade the fox tribe mighty figure's sword strike. Rainbow-colored light erupted from within the ball before enshrouding the fox tribe mighty figure. Ah! The fox tribe mighty figure only had a chance to let loose an anguished wail before his body was sucked into that strange little ball. The 2 halves of the ball converged and fused together again before obediently flying back to Tina's side, where it made joyful laps around her. Chun Hao, Chun Nan, and Lan Xiaoni breathed in sharply upon seeing this. A return to void initial stage mighty figure was insta-killed by that ball? What kind of terrifying ball was this? Never would Chun Hao have thought that his Black Fox tribe would be crushed by a pair of balls. Who could understand the crushing despair he was experiencing right now? Tina gleefully put away the little ball. This little ball was the first special artifact that had been born into her divine mirror world. It was called the Pokeball, and it was capable of ensnaring any cultivator at or below the user's cultivation base. This was the first time Tina had used this object in an actual battle, and it had performed quite well. Tina licked her lips as she surveyed the fox tribe mighty figure who was screaming with despair within the Pokeball. She was going to have a lot of fun with him when she had some spare time. And Lin flew toward Chun Hao atop his black brick to engage in a deep discussion. To his surprise, Chun Hao was resisting much more vigorously than he would have thought possible. The power of the divine Tao erupted into the sky as he continued to activate his white bone space. Countless saw-shaped bones pierced through the air toward Enlin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe again. All Xiao Zhe could do now was to assume the role of Chun Hao's punching bag in order to further exhaust his power. Looks like I underestimated you. You're a lot more powerful than the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Meng. And Lin pulled out his long sword to defend himself against Chun Hao's attacks. Chun Hao was clearly just making one final, futile struggle, so there was no need for Enlin to take any risks and rush into the white bone space again. However, What he didn't anticipate was that Chun Hao would suddenly swallow Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni, just as Lin was caught in a stunned stupor. Go! I'll hold them off. Chun Hao roared as he blasted the contents of his mouth into the air. Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni burst forth from his mouth like a pair of rockets flying into the distance, making their way out of his white-boned space in the blink of an eye. And Lin was just about to set off in pursuit when countless white bones converged toward him. Don't even think about pursuing them. Your opponent is me. Chun Hao activated his white bones to converge toward Lin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe, giving them no chance of getting away. It was quite clear that Chun Hao knew he wasn't going to be able to run away, so he decided to let those two escape first. And Lin wasn't about to let them go. His storage ring flashed, and two silvery white figures appeared. Gundam 3, Yao Ji, go kill those two. Whoosh whoosh. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji immediately flew toward Chun Nan at their top speed. Chun Hao was given a huge fright upon seeing this. He didn't think Lin would have more trump cards up his sleeve, and he immediately drew on more of his power to hinder Gundam 3 and Yao Ji. A series of white bone saws materialized from the power of the divine Tao swept toward Gundam 3 and Yao Ji with the power of death. Due to his excessive energy expenditure, Chun Hao's stamina was quickly being depleted, and his body was gradually caving in under the mountainous weight of the large water ball. The sound of blood and flesh surging erupted, and he was instantly afflicted by severe injuries. The most infuriating thing was, even though Gundam 3 struggled to defend itself against his white bone saws, Yao Ji remained ridiculously agile. Not only were its calculations and evasive measures extremely precise, but it was even using spatial skipping. Was spatial skipping this common nowadays? Even mechanical puppets could master it now. In the end, Yao Ji was able to evade all of Chun Hao's attacks using its agile movement techniques before spreading open its hands and launching a couple of laser cannon blasts toward Lan Xiaoni and Chun Nan. Boom! Boom! Two fearsome pillars of energy pierced through space and were instantly upon them. No! Chun Hao roared with grief and indignation, but he could not do anything. Just as the pillars of energy descended upon them, Lan Xiaoni immediately positioned herself before Chun Nan and activated the protection magic tool given to her by one of her seniors. A precious jewel transformed into a spherical blue barrier that enshrouded herself and Chun Nan within. Even though her cultivation base was only at the soul formation pinnacle stage, she was able to use all sorts of tycoon trump cards to fight on par for a short while against some weaker return to void stage mighty figures. However, she had underestimated Yao Ji's strength. Yao Ji was not some weak return to void stage mighty figure. It possessed power equivalent to a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Just those laser cannon blasts alone could instantly vaporize the average return to void stage mighty figure. Energy exploded forth, and the explosion lit up the entire sky. Lan Xiaoni and Chun Nan's anguished wails erupted. And Lin held off Chun Hao's relentless attacks as he turned toward the direction in which the explosion had taken place with anticipation in his eyes. The light slowly faded, and two figures appeared in his field of vision, both of whom were escaping into the distance. And Lin was quite disappointed to see this, but Chun Hao's eyes lit up as he chortled gleefully. Yao Ji tried to pursue them and land the killing blow, but Chun Hao was not going to give it the chance to do so as he impeded everyone with all his might. And Lin knew that he had used some mystic technique with extremely heavy consequences. Otherwise, there was no way his aura could soar so explosively, to the extent that he was able to stand up with the large water ball on his back using brute strength alone. A dangerous light flashed in Chun Hao's eyes. And Lin, I'm going to make sure that I kill you today. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. What a coincidence. Those are my thoughts exactly. In order to provide safety for Xiaoqiu and the sect, he had to get rid of this underlying threat. Boom! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted in the distance. Heaven and earth tremored violently at the same time. An extremely dazzling fireball exuded boundless light and heat as a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, sending devastating shockwaves that swept outward in all directions within a radius of several dozen kilometers. and Lin looked at the miniature sun in the distance and fell silent as he experienced the monstrous power that was akin to a nuclear explosion. Big Brother Chung, have you finally unleashed your domain? And Lin hoped that he didn't hurt any of their allies. Within Chen Hao's storage ring, the sound of something cracking suddenly erupted. His expression shifted, and his voice trembled with incredulity. Lu Xing is dead? And Lin blinked in confusion at Chen Hao's sudden mood swing. Could it be some return to void stage mighty figure had perished in that explosion? Generally speaking, the more powerful return to void stage mighty figures were able to unleash their spatial power to defend themselves from that explosion. However, it was another story in the case of rookie return to void stage mighty figures who were not that proficient in using spatial powers. Bam! Another crack sounded. Ah! Gong Sun Ro. Chen Hao was extremely worked up, and his body trembled as he was almost forced to his knees by the large water ball again. And Lin turned to him with a sympathetic expression. Another Black Fox tribe mighty figure had fallen. As the top dog of the Black Fox tribe, having two of his powerful lieutenants die in quick succession like this had to be a pretty bad feeling. At the same time, over 50 kilometers away, boundless white holy flames had created a sea of fire with incinerated heaven and earth. A six-tailed fox lay amid the flames, completely devoid of vitality. A woman in a jade dress elegantly sheathed her sword before swallowing an immortal pill and taking the body of the six-tailed fox as well as its storage ring for herself. Her whole body was riddled with wounds, but her eyes glowed with excitement. I've finally slain a rookie return to void stage mighty figure. A vibrant smile appeared on her face as she thought about how she was slowly catching up to Lin. And Lin could slay return to void stage mighty figures when he was still a soul formation stage cultivator, and she could do the same now. Xiaolan, help me. I'm going to die. A sobbing voice cried from the distance. The woman turned to discover a snow soul beast fleeing toward her as he was being pursued by a mermaid with a powerful aura. She experienced a sense of déjà vu. What a nostalgic scene. She recalled back to the past, when Lin had come to her for help whenever he encountered any trouble. Don't worry, little Tian. I'll be with you right away. Su Xiaolan let loose a clear cry as she pulled out her dragon sparrow sword before charging toward the mermaid mighty figure, leaving a trail of flames and lightning in her wake. Somewhere not far away from Qinghu City, a man in a black robe and a mermaid were flying side by side. Their clothes were both in tatters, giving them the appearances of beggars on the streets. The woman's smooth, fair skin had been charred black in many places, and her aura fluctuated violently, clearly indicating the fact that she had sustained severe injuries. Those bastards! I'm going to tell my father about this, and he'll avenge me for sure. And Lin and the 4-9 Immortal sect must pay for what they've done today. The woman gritted her teeth with resentment as fury etched on her face. That's right, this was none other than the couple who had escaped from Lin, Lan Xiaoni and Shan Nan. Even though Lan Xiaoni had brought out her life-saving treasure during that dire situation, she still sustained severe injuries from the laser cannon blast unleashed by Yao Ji. Chun Nan wore a thunderous expression. Let's set that aside for now. Our top priority is to capture Bai Yao and take her back to the Sea Heart Palace. My dark corrosion divine flame can only be repressed by her frosty yang root. This is most likely going to be our best opportunity to catch her, so we can't afford to miss it. Are we still going to capture that bitch? Chan Hao isn't with us anymore, and White Fox Imperial Palace is packed to the rafters with mighty figures. Even though most of their forces have been drawn away from the Imperial Palace by my uncle, there must be more mighty figures that are currently stationed there. With our powers, going to the White Fox Imperial Palace would be a suicide mission. Lan Xiaoni was unwilling to take this any further. They were only 2 soul formation stage cultivators, and yet they wanted to invade the White Fox Imperial Palace? What a joke! Qin Nan was also quite conflicted. If Bai Yao and Xiao Chou really did just hide in the Imperial Palace, he couldn't do anything about them. Right at this moment, Chun Nan's eyes abruptly lit up with a scorching light. Ha ha ha! I was just stressing over how to capture Bai Yao, but she has turned up on my doorstep. The gods are smiling down upon me. Chun Nan chortled gleefully, as if he had been struck by some massive happiness. As flames erupted from his hands, he aimed a scorching gaze at the devastatingly beautiful woman flying toward him. Baiyao, this time, I'm definitely going to take you for myself. Xiao Chou and Baiyao's expressions also shifted minutely upon seeing Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni. They had already changed out of their wedding attire. Those were extremely precious clothes to them, so they couldn't risk wearing them in battle. Xiao Chou had donned his black crystal armor, and a ferocious might was surging from his body. Baiyao had changed into a tight-fitting white dress, which perfectly accentuated her enticing curves. The two of them slowed down in their flight and began to get a little nervous. Little Yao, Lan Xiaoni is a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and she must be carrying many high-rank artifacts with her. Should we retreat? Xiao Chou was a little concerned. Baiyao shook her head upon hearing this. She had already used an extremely powerful detection technique to assess Lan Xiaoni's condition, and her eyes lit up with excitement at her findings. No, Lan Xiaoni is in very bad shape right now. We have a chance. Xiao Chou immediately understood what Baiyao was saying. It was easy to tell that Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni had been injured. Chen Nan wasn't looking too under the weather, but Lan Xiaoni was clearly in an extremely miserable state. Little Yao, you pick one, Xiao Chou offered with a voice that was brimming with absolute confidence. A faint smile appeared on Baiyao's face. I'll take Lan Xiaoni and give you the opportunity to avenge me. Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni were infuriated at the sight of Xiao Chou and Baiyao flying toward them instead of running away. How dare they underestimate me? I'll show them that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Lan Xiaoni let loose a delicate cry, and her fishtail swept through the air to instantly conjure up massive waves that crashed toward her assailants. Chen Nan also flared up, and he unleashed his dark corrosion divine flame. Xiao Chou and Baiyao, Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni. This was the showdown between the two wedding-crashing couples. The massive waves unleashed by Lan Xiaoni suddenly froze before being broken. A white blade of ice swept toward her as fast as a bolt of lightning. Lan Xiaoni hurriedly fell back in retreat to evade the ice blade. Ow! She moaned in pain as she had reopened her wound during her hasty evasion. Blood was gushing forth from her body again. Baiyao immediately pressed home her advantage as she wielded a long silvery white ice saber to carve out a series of lethal trajectories in the air. Each and every one of her strikes was extremely fierce and powerful, creating a strong contrast to her gentle and seductive appearance. Lan Xiaoni was infuriated. If she weren't afflicted by severe injuries, she would take care of this soul formation initial stage bitch in minutes. Chen Nan, hurry up and finish your battle. Then come and help me. Lan Xiaoni extended a plea for help toward Chen Nan as she defended herself against Baiyao's relentless barrage of attacks. No problem. Give me just 1 minute. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Nan's face as he looked at the oncoming Xiao Chou. I'll make you understand just how stupid you are for crossing me. Boom! Dark corrosion divine flame exploded forth with the terrifying power of corrosion before quickly converging toward Xiao Chou from all sides. Humph! A mere soul formation intermediate stage monkey dares to oppose me? My divine flame can erode all things. It will burn you to a crisp, you stupid monkey. Chen Nan clapped his hands together, and the flames completely engulfed Xiao Chou's body. A twisted sense of pleasure from killing Baiyao's lover welled up in his heart. Ha ha ha! You can go die now. I'll make sure to take good care of Baiyao for you. Just when Chen Nan thought Xiao Chou had perished to his dark corrosion divine flame, an even more powerful black flame suddenly began to engulf his own dark corrosion divine flame. What? Chen Nan's eyes widened with incredulity. He saw another type of black divine flame, one that was even purer and more powerful than his. Xiao Chou's eyes flashed with golden light as his dark god divine flame surrounded his body, exuding a powerful sense of annihilation and energy. He made his way toward Chen Nan as if he were a god fiend emerging from the darkness. No wonder Bai Muyu would agree to your marriage. You have a pure type divine flame as well. Chen Nan's expression became twisted with rage and jealousy. Xiao Chou's divine flame had completely crushed Chen Nan's sense of superiority. Chun Nan's aura soared explosively again as the dark corrosion divine flame erupted from his body. He launched a huge black flaming fist toward Xiao, leaving a ghastly trail of corrosive energy in his wake. Die! This time he had unleashed his full strength. Xiao had not uttered a single word from the beginning of the battle, as if he were a silent god-fiend brimming with killing intent. He silently donned his azure battle arhat mask, and his aura instantly soared to the soul formation final stage. He wielded his silver staff and charged toward Chun Nan without even a single hint of fear. The dark god divine flame had enshrouded his entire body as if it were the most powerful armor, and he flew directly at the giant dark corrosion divine flame fist unleashed by Chun Nan. Boom! Flames exploded. Right before Chun Nan's incredulous eyes, the masked Xiao swept through his attack like a hot knife through butter. His silver staff flashed through the air with monstrous power before colliding heavily with Chun Nan's face. Bam! The sickening crunch of bones being crushed erupted. Chun Nan's face was completely disfigured by the silver staff. Pwah! The vast power behind the silver staff knocked him flying for over a kilometer as blood and shattered fragments of teeth flew from his mouth. His body tumbled feebly to the ground as his eyes completely glazed over, having clearly just had the living daylight knocked out of him. Xiao descended upon him amid a sea of flames before stepping heavily onto Chun Nan's body, shattering his organs and forcing another mouthful of blood to gush from his mouth. A silver staff forced Chun Nan's face into the dirt. Xiao spoke his first words since the battle commenced. It's over. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Chun Nan's defeat. She was the one who had been severely injured. She was still waiting for Chun Nan to help her. But Chun Nan was defeated first? Chun Nan had told her that he would only need a minute. A minute had passed, and Chun Nan had been ground into the dirt by Xiao. What the fuck? Why was there such a huge disparity between the two men? Little and I. Save me. Chun Nan mustered up all his strength to cry for help. Xiao immediately swung his staff toward Chun Nan again. Right at this moment, a blue streak of light hurtled toward Xiao at an alarming speed. This was an extremely powerful streak of blue light, and if Xiao insisted on attacking Chun Nan, he would be struck by the streak of light too, which would pose a very real threat to his life. Xiao was not keen on sacrificing himself in exchange for Chun Nan's life. His life was much more precious than Chun Nan's. He immediately withdrew his silver staff to use it as a shield. Boom! A violent boom erupted, and Xiao was knocked flying by the blue streak of light. He focused his gaze to discover that this was a semi-transparent blue fish. The little fish wiggled its tail and tore through the air again before crashing toward Xiao with the speed and power of a bolt of lightning. Xiao didn't dare to underestimate the little blue fish. This little fish was even more powerful than Chun Nan. It was quite obvious that this was another one of Lan Xiaoni's tycoon trump cards. Run, Chun Nan. I'll hold them off with little spirit fish, Lan Xiaoni yelled. All right. Chun Nan didn't hesitate even for a single moment as he crawled up from the ground with great difficulty and fled into the distance. Xiao turned to the mermaid, whose body was riddled with wounds, to find that she was crying. However, she suddenly began to smile again as she cried. She had clearly been forced into dire straits by Yao. Xiao was quite sensitive and could empathize with Lan Xiaoni's feelings. Lan Xiaoni was creating a chance for Chun Nan to escape by sacrificing herself. Even though this was her decision, she was still extremely hurt by the fact that Chun Nan had fled the scene so quickly. He hadn't offered words of resistance. In fact, he didn't even take a second look at her before he ran away. She was crying as she was going to die, and she was smiling at her own stupidity. Even though Xiao could empathize with her, he was not going to allow this foolish woman to live. After all, she was an accomplice in Chun Nan's plan to kill Bai Yao. Just this one crime was completely unforgivable in Xiao's eyes. Xiao picked an opportunity and swung his silver staff violently into the little blue fish's head. Boom! The little blue fish shattered and exploded. Blue shockwaves erupted forth, annihilating everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Xiao Chou was knocked flying by the explosion and threw up a large mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had his black crystal armor and divine flame to protect him. Otherwise, his soul formation stage body would be unable to endure such a terrifying explosion. "How dare you hurt my Dao partner? I'll kill you!" Bai Yao flared up at the sight of the injured Xiao Chou, and her saber swung down toward Lan Xiaoni with even greater ferocity. Lan Xiaoni tried to defend with all her might, retreating as she did so. However, it was very difficult to keep up a watertight defense, and her fair, smooth skin was soon riddled with wounds, making her look extremely disheveled. She had been severely injured by Yao Ji's laser cannon blast, and she was no match for Bai Yao's violent barrage of attacks. Soon, Lan Xiaoni was unable to hold on any longer. A white saber projection imbued with peerless sharpness sliced through Lan Xiaoni's defenses before slicing apart her waist in one fell swoop. Her fishtail and her human body were brutally separated just like that. Lan Xiaoni's eyes slowly glazed over, and she looked down with incredulity at the two halves of her body, from which blood was gushing forth. She turned her eyes in the direction that Chen Nan was escaping toward to find that he had long since disappeared. There were still tears flowing down her face, and it was hard to tell whether she was crying or smiling. "Is this the end? I haven't even gotten married yet. I had finally abducted my dream groom, but he's now gone without a trace." Lan Xiaoni slowly closed her eyes. She fell into a boundless expanse of darkness. Bai Yao swung her snowy white saber toward Lan Xiaoni again. Boom! A blue barrier suddenly erupted from Lan Xiaoni's body, defending her from Bai Yao's attack. Bai Yao and Xiao Chao's expressions shifted at the same time. An indescribably terrifying aura burst forth from Lan Xiaoni's body. Lan Xiaoni's receding vitality was suddenly arrested. At the same time, a pair of eyes as blue as the ocean appeared in midair, exuding a suffocating pressure that gave onlookers a powerful sense of asphyxiation. This was an aura of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao were both struggling to breathe. Fortunately, the pair of blue eyes did not turn to look at them. Instead, they were silently staring at Lan Xiaoni. Whoosh! Lan Xiaoni's body was enveloped by the blue barrier, and a powerful force catapulted her through the air toward the western direction, where she soon disappeared into the clouds. The pair of ocean blue eyes slowly disappeared, and the heart-stopping pressure was suddenly alleviated. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao both heaved sighs of relief. How unfortunate! Both of them managed to run away. Xiao Chou was a little disappointed. Bai Yao turned to Xiao Chou, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face. "However, we completely crushed them. We won this battle, didn't we?" Xiao Chou also began to smile at the sight of Bai Yao's enticing smile. "That's right. And I don't know about you, but I thoroughly enjoyed the pummeling I dished out." Xiao Chou and Bai Yao had emerged from this battle between couples with a crushing victory. Within a certain forest outside of Qinghu City, a figure was flying quickly through the air. Chen Nan was on his way back to the Heihu City, where the Black Fox tribe was based. Taking part in further battles would be impossible. He had been severely wounded and debilitated, so engaging in any more battles would be akin to suicide. He couldn't let Lan Xiaoni's sacrifice be in vain. She had swapped her life for his. Chen Nan's expression was full of resentment at the thought of the tragic fate that had befallen Lan Xiaoni. "Xiao Chou, Bai Yao and Lin, do you really think you've won? Lan Xiaoni is a princess of the Spirit Fish clan. Do you think you'll get away with killing her? I'm really looking forward to your expressions of despair when you realize just what you're up against." With this in mind, a hideous smile appeared on Chen Nan's disfigured face. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded and boomed, audible even from this far away. Vital energy surged in massive waves as gale-force winds swept through the air for hundreds of kilometers. This was a battle of a scale that had not been seen in the creation realm for the past 100 years. Most of the soul formation stage cultivators taking part in the battle were all just cannon fodder. It's such a pity for me though. Who would have thought that in this one battle, I would lose both my supreme-grade concubine, Bai Yao, and my future wife, Lan Xiaoni. Chen Nan heaved a forlorn sigh, feeling very sorry for himself. Boom! A crimson sword projection suddenly swept through the air before striking Chan Nan's body. Pwah! The scorching sword projection sliced viciously into Chan Nan's body, and he threw up a large mouthful of blood as he plummeted from the sky. A figure appeared before Chan Nan with an expression of surprise and elation. Chan Nan gripped the massive wound on his chest as his eyes widened in shock. Who are you? A man holding a crimson longsword chortled with glee as he looked down at Chan Nan. If it weren't for you muttering all that crap to yourself, I wouldn't have recognized you, you hideous fuck. You look so different from the photos. It must be all of those misleading photo manipulation apps. The man spoke to himself as he laid the blade of his longsword on Chan Nan's neck. I am the man chosen by God. The entire battle is well within my grasp. You want to know my name? I am the elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Tang Shimin. As an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Tang Shimin also participated in the battle out of a sense of responsibility. Then, after making his way out of Bai Ling's spatial gate, he discovered that even the weakest enemies were at the soul formation stage. What the fuck was the point of even trying to fight? Fuck off. He couldn't even defeat the weakest enemy cultivator here. He looked at the earth-shattering spell techniques being unleashed before his eyes, and he chose to survey the battle from the shadows. That's right, this was a tactical retreat. These were spell techniques that sent shockwaves surging through the air for several kilometers or even several dozen kilometers. Tang Shimin couldn't help but tremble in fear in the face of such a terrifying battlefield, and before he knew it, he had retreated further and further away. This was way too terrifying. A battle between so many return-to-void stage mighty figures could crush the entire heaven and earth. Just one of their spell techniques was enough to make onlookers turn deathly pale from fear. This is way too terrifying. Is this the world of the truly powerful beings? Tang Shimin felt like he was so useless, and he didn't even know what he was doing here. He couldn't even cheer his comrades on as he was too far away for them to even hear him. What a tragedy it was to not even be qualified to act as a cheerleader. Tang Shimin pulled out a binocular artifact and poured forth his vital energy into the crystal within to survey the battle in the distance. And Lin is so badass. He's even pummeling the top dog of the Black Fox tribe. Then look at me, sigh. Tang Shimin was extremely depressed. There really was a massive disparity between him and Enlin. Holy fuck. Even Dubai managed to kill a soul formation stage mermaid? That's so badass. Tang Shimin was even more depressed. There really was a massive disparity between him and a dog. Wait, there seemed to be something wrong here? Tears began to well up in Tang Shimin's eyes. I'm a useless piece of trash. Wah. Right at this moment, he suddenly detected energy fluctuations from the distance. Tang Shimin focused his gaze and looked up to discover a fox tribe powerful being flying through the sky. Someone is coming. Is that a deserter? Or perhaps that's someone running far away from the battle in fear like I did. A hint of consolation welled up in Tang Shimin's heart at this sight. So he wasn't the only useless piece of trash here. However, he soon discovered that he really was still the most useless piece of trash here. The powerful being from the Black Fox tribe flying through the sky had clearly been severely wounded in a battle, and his aura was extremely diminished, but he was still holding on for dear life. Tsk. His face has been flattened, his nose is crooked, and he's whistling as he breathes from all those missing teeth. Tang Shimin silently followed the Black Fox tribe powerful being and listened to him talking to himself. And Lin Baiyao Lanxiaoni. Holy fuck. That ugly fuck. Could he be the man countless young vixens yearn for, the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Fox tribe, Chan Nan? Tang Shimin's heart jolted with shock. To think that he would encounter such an important figure. This man is at the soul formation pinnacle stage. I should stage a tactical retreat. Just as he was about to retreat in fear again, he suddenly faltered. Wait, Chan Nan's current condition. For some reason, Tang Shimin's breathing began to accelerate. He had never been so eager to rid himself of his useless noob status. This was an opportunity that arose once in a blue moon. Tang Shimin decided that he was going to rise up and kill Chan Nan. Thus, an earth-shattering crimson sword projection descended upon the severely wounded fox tribe cultivator. Tang Shimin trampled Chun Nan into the ground and uttered the most badass sentence of his life. "You want to know my name? I am the elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Tang Shimin." Chun Nan stared blankly at this completely mundane-looking man before him and opened his mouth with difficulty. "Tang Shimin? Who's that?" Everything suddenly fell silent. "Tang Shimin?" Chun Nan. Bam! Another brutal kick collided with Chun Nan's chest, and he threw up a large mouthful of blood. I was wrong. Please spare me, Big Brother Tang." Chun Nan wailed. "You did nothing wrong. I'm just a mundane noob that no one has ever heard of." Tears streamed down Tang Shimin's face as he continued to launch an enraged barrage of attacks on Chun Nan's body. Bam bam bam. Thump thump thump. Chun Nan was frothing at the mouth, and his heart was full of despair. What was it with him and the 4-9 Immortal sect? Why was it that he was always encountering people from the 4-9 Immortal sect before getting the crap pummeled out of him? He had first been pummeled by Enlin's mechanical puppet, then by Xiaoqiu, and now he was being pummeled by a nutjob. Tang Shimin finally vented all of his frustration and negative emotions after kicking the living daylights out of Chun Nan. Chun Nan was feeling extremely distraught and enraged. He was a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage and the most dazzling genius of the Black Fox tribe's younger generation. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? To think that he was being bashed by this piece of shit who wasn't even at the soul formation stage yet. Should I kill you or capture you alive? Tang Shimin stroked his chin. Capture me alive. Chun Nan's survival instincts forced him to spit out those words with great difficulty. Tang Shimin pulled out his long sword with a disdainful expression. Any last words? Chun Nan. Was this cunt retarded? Did he not understand human speech? He hadn't even had a chance to say anything before the crimson longsword slashed down toward him like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, cutting a lethal trajectory through the air. Shock, horror, and despair welled up in Chun Nan's heart. He saw blood gushing into the air, followed by the world spinning in circles around him. When his head finally tumbled to the ground, he caught a brief glimpse of a headless corpse before descending into eternal darkness. Never would he have thought that his life would be ended by a noob like this. Tang Shimin sheathed his sword. I wasn't being serious about allowing you some last words. He pulled out a photographic crystal and snapped a picture before incinerating Chun Nan's body. He then put Chun Nan's head along with his spoils of war into his storage ring. So, I am the one who ended this battle in the end. Tang Shimin heaved a light sigh as a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He looked up at the earth-shattering battle in the distance, and although he did not utter a single word, his disposition seemed to have become more profound and confident. This was the disposition of someone who had succeeded in life. He was like a rookie soldier who had slain the enemy boss. He looked up silently at the surging clouds of energy in the distance, at the location where the battle was most intense. The eight-tailed divine fox, Chun Hao, was engaged in a fierce battle with Enlin and the others. Within the white bone space, countless terrifying white bone saws swept toward Enlin. Enlin had not expected that Chun Hao would still be able to unleash such astonishing power even after being debilitated by the large water ball. If it weren't for Tina and Xiao Zhe assisting him during the battle, there was a good chance he would have lost already. Chun Hao was indeed a lot more powerful than the Dragon King of the East Sea. All of a sudden, another crack sounded from Chun Hao's storage ring. His attacks suddenly faltered, and he looked down at his storage ring as his entire body trembled. It looked like another one of his trusted subordinates had fallen, and Lin was not going to pass up on this opportunity, and he immediately slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air to inflict over 100 wounds on Chun Hao's body in the blink of an eye. However, Enlin felt like something was wrong. The air around him seemed to have congealed. This was like the precursor to a volcanic eruption. Chun Hao suddenly raised his head as an extremely monstrous aura surged into the clouds. Ah! My son! The eight-tailed divine fox let loose an enraged screech, and his eyes turned crimson as heaven and earth dimmed. Another tail began to flash in and out of existence behind his 8 tails. "My son! I'll kill you all! I'll kill all of you to avenge my son!" The 8-tailed divine fox's aura became even more devastatingly fearsome, and a semi-transparent 9th tail began to appear as an extremely terrifying ferocious might erupted from his body. His grief had even affected the world around him. The light in the sky quickly dimmed as the light of the sun was engulfed by the power of death. Amid those 8 huge tails, sections of substantial white bone appeared within the semi-transparent 9th tail. Just the very sight of that tail gave onlookers a sense of asphyxiation. And Lin's heart thumped in his chest. He felt like facing Chun Hao now was like facing the suffocating power of the Dark Knight Monarch. Bam! A violent boom erupted, and the large water ball was swatted into the air by the 8-tailed divine fox. No, this was the 9-tailed divine fox, or a faux 9-tailed divine fox. And Lin put away the large water ball. It no longer had any effect on Chun Hao. Why do enemies nowadays have so many trump cards? His lips twitched. Chun Hao turned to Lin with his crimson eyes, and his claws converged slightly, as if he was preparing to tear his prey apart. A sense of terrifying sharpness erupted from his claws as the air around him began to tremor. Chun Hao's aura had become more ethereal and vast with the appearance of his 9th tail. He had already reached the very pinnacle of the return to void stage, and it felt as if there was only a thin layer of paper between him and the Dao integration stage. And Lin was getting quite tense. Chun Hao had to pay a heavy price to elevate his power so explosively. However, that wasn't something Lin needed to be concerned about. All he had to think about was how he was going to survive. His life was so precious. He couldn't allow himself to be taken down by Chun Hao, even if Chun Hao was going to die from unleashing this mystic technique. At the same time, on another battlefield, Bai Ling was engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the Crimson Mermaid wielding the twin spears. The Crimson Mermaid mighty figure had another wound inflicted upon him by Bai Ling's spatial slicing technique. He hurtled back in retreat while Bai Ling stepped lightly through the air before sealing the blood of this mermaid mighty figure into a bottle. The mermaid mighty figure almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. His scales, his blood, his hair, all of them had been collected by that woman. This wasn't a battle. This was him being sliced into sashimi for Bai Ling's research purposes. Too terrifying, this woman was way too terrifying. Chills ran down the mermaid mighty figure's spine as the woman unleashed relentless attacks upon him, while wearing a gentle and soft expression the entire time. When had a return to void final stage spirit fish clan mighty figure like him ever been humiliated like this? Right at this moment, a certain super mighty figure of the West Sea issued a command directly into his mind. The mermaid mighty figure faltered initially, before a flash of joy from being able to flee the scene appeared on his face. "Retreat!" he roared as he led the charge by fleeing into the distance. This place was too terrifying. He didn't want to stay here for another second. Bai Ling looked on as the spirit fish clan mighty figure fled into the distance, and she couldn't be bothered to give chase. Both of them were returned to void final stage mighty figures, so killing her opponent would be quite a difficult task. She surveyed the little vial of blood in her hand with a content smile. "Screw it. I've already got what I need." Elsewhere, Hong Lin, who had split himself into 3, had been brutally beaten and also commenced his retreat. In the process, he was even forced to use 2 life-saving treasures. The other spirit fish clan cultivators also began to flee, and they did not appear to be in a good mood. The 4-9 Immortal sect and White Fox tribe cultivators were ecstatic upon seeing this. Pain for their enemies was a joy for them. It was clear to see that their plan had failed, although no one knew how it had failed. The Black Fox tribe began to panic at the sight of the Spirit Fish Clan's retreat. Without their allies here to fight with them, they were going to be completely decimated by their enemies. The Black Fox tribe mighty figures weren't idiots. They knew that they would lose if the battle continued like this, so they also began to flee. Thus, all of the enemy forces began to fall back and run for their lives. "Don't let them get away, woof!" Bai gave chase elatedly. atop the summit of a certain mountain over 50 kilometers away. Tang Shimin stood with his white robes flapping around him in the wind as a sense of pride welled up in his heart at the sight of the fleeing enemies. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly engulfed heaven and earth. Howl! A heart-wrenching howl erupted in the distance, directly striking into everyone's mind. Bai Muyu, Qing Beichun, Bai Ling, and Yudo all turned their eyes toward a certain direction in unison. There, heaven and earth had been transformed into a vast expanse of darkness that seemed to have engulfed everything within. Not even the light of the sun was able to pierce through the darkness. Within the suffocating darkness, one could faintly discern the outlines of 9 massive tails. Qing Beichun's expression shifted drastically. 9-tailed divine fox? No. This is a faux 9-tailed divine fox form that was forcefully attained through the use of a mystic technique. Bai Muyu refuted Qing Beichun's statement, but her expression did not lighten up in the slightest. Instead, it became even more grave. It was quite clear that, to them, even a faux 9-tailed divine fox was very terrifying. And Lin is in danger, Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed before hurtling toward the domain of darkness. All of the other 4-9 Immortal sect mighty figures also flew toward the scene. Su Qinyun, Dabai, Xiao Hong, and Lu Qinhuan wanted to follow suit, but they were held back by Shen Yuancheng. The enemy is too powerful. Let's stay here so that we don't weigh anyone down. Even though Shen Yuancheng was quite reluctant to admit it, the power emanating from that domain of darkness was simply not something he could contend with. Qing Beichun and Yudo hesitated momentarily before flying toward the domain unleashed by the 9-tailed divine fox. However, they issued a command for all of their subordinates to stay put. In the face of such a fearsome foe, even returned to void stage mighty figures could easily fall. Should we go, Xiaolan? Shui Zhantian trembled in fear as he stared at the unfathomably terrifying domain in the distance, and he was so fearful that he had even forgotten to speak in idioms. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. No. If we go there, we're only going to make An Lin worry. They were a duo consisting of one rookie return to void stage mighty figure and a cultivator who wasn't even at the return to void stage yet. They wouldn't be able to do anything even if they rushed to the scene. Su Xiaolan stared at the vast expanse of darkness in the distance with a sense of firm conviction on her face. I believe that An Lin will return safely. An opponent below the Dao integration stage is no match for him. Shui Zhantian turned to look up at Su Xiaolan's exquisitely beautiful features, and he could tell from the unbridled confidence on her face that she was not just saying that to console herself. She was serious. At this moment, An Lin looked around at the inky darkness around him, and he knew that he couldn't delay any further. The 9-tailed divine fox looked up with a pair of crimson eyes straight from the depths of hell. His 9 tails turned into the darkest shade of black imaginable before converging upon An Lin and the others. Go! Gundam 3, Yao Ji! An Lin immediately issued a command. Gundam 3 spread open his arms, and a purple gravitational force field proliferated forth for several kilometers in order to restrain the 9-tailed divine fox's movements. Yao Ji spread its pink wings of light before stepping and disappearing from the spot. In the next instant, it had appeared before the 9-tailed divine fox and slashed toward him with its purple particle sword. Whoosh! Time suddenly seemed to have stopped. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were both completely immobilized by some sort of unfathomable power. Boom! A loud bang erupted. Yao Ji's chest was punctured by a white bone spike that had seemingly shot forth from nowhere. Heaven and earth fell into complete darkness. Within this realm of darkness, the powers of immobilization and binding were omnipresent. That's right, all of the darkness in this world had become the 9-tailed divine fox's power. And Lin had also been afflicted by this. He tried to struggle free from the immobilization effect with all his might, but he was unable to move a single finger, as if the entire heaven and earth had converged to bind him. This was some crushing strength. Not only him, but even Tina and Xiao Zhe had also been immobilized. This power of sealing was even more powerful than spatial seals, as it was omnipresent and there was simply no way out. The entire realm of darkness was comprised of the 9-tailed divine fox's power of the divine Tao. When Chen Hao slashed his claws forward, Yao Ji's entire body was twisted into a mangled mess before plummeting to the ground. It's over. All of you must be slain to avenge my son's death. Chen Hao let loose a rumbling roar before pointing a finger toward Enlin in the distance. Boundless darkness surged toward Enlin with the power of heaven and earth, as if it were an all-engulfing demon with the sole purpose of wiping Enlin off the face of this world. Enlin's divine body experienced an instinctive sense of fear for the first time. I'm screwed. This despairing thought immediately welled up in his heart. All of a sudden, a white rhomboid barrier enshrouded Enlin's body. Rumble. The inky wave of darkness crashed into the white barrier in a frenzy, and it sounded like countless wild beasts letting loose enraged roars. Tears welled up in Enlin's eyes as he sensed this familiar spatial around him. Big Sister Bai, you're finally here. A gorgeous woman appeared beside Enlin and shot a glance at him out of the corner of her eye as a faint smile appeared on her lips. What's going on, Enlin? This is the first time I've seen you getting crushed like this. Are you unable to go on? Enlin's lips twitched. How could a man admit that they were unable to go on? However, this was too dire of a situation for him to be bothered to respond to Bai Ling's teasing words. So he turned toward the nine-tailed divine fox again. The nine-tailed divine fox discovered Bai Ling's arrival, and he let loose an almighty roar before increasing his power output. Crack. Under the overwhelming force of the surging wave of darkness, the white barrier Bai Ling had constructed from her power of the spatial divine Tao began to crack open. Bai Ling harumphed coldly before extending a slim finger and pointing at the nine-tailed divine fox in the distance. Shatter! A thin white line sliced through the darkness. This attack that was imbued with the power of the spatial divine Tao was the sharpest blade. A disdainful smirk appeared on the nine-tailed divine fox's face. An inky black tail flashed toward the thin white line, and the line suddenly disappeared, as if it were a sandcastle being washed away by the ocean tide. Any attack will be reduced to nothingness after being struck by my tail. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before a massive golden ball of flames tore through the darkness and descended from the sky. Chen Hao immediately used his 9 huge tails to form an umbrella overhead. Boom! When the ball of flames crashed into the umbrella of tails, a loud sizzling erupted. The 9 tails began to surge like boiling water, appearing as if they were on the brink of being vaporized. There had to be a certain limit to the power of the spell techniques that the 9 tails could absorb. No power could engulf any spell technique in this world. Having just been struck by Ling's spatial attack, Chen Hao was finding it a bit difficult to keep this ball of flames at bay. Right at this moment, white flying swords imbued with surging power of the divine Tao flew directly toward the 9-tailed divine fox's head. Chen Hao hadn't even had a chance to react before a green sword projection descended upon him, piercing directly toward his asshole. Bai Ling, Yu Do, Qing Beichen, Bai Muyu. The 4 returned to void final stage mighty figures all struck at once. Chen Hao didn't think that killing Enlin would be such a difficult task. He was not expecting 4 return to void final stage mighty figures to stand up for Enlin at once. Shadow manifestation. His entire body trembled violently, and his huge black body suddenly disappeared like a cloud of smoke and mist to merge into the darkness. Boom! The golden ball of flames exploded like a scintillating sun after crashing into the ground. Qing Beichen and Bai Muyu's attacks had also both struck thin air. Bai Ling harumphed coldly before disappearing on the spot. The spatial barrier around Enlin disappeared, and he was just about to do some stretches before entering the battle again when the omnipresent darkness engulfed and immobilized him again. Enlin? Fuck off! Was he going to be reduced to a spectator? Not only was he feeling quite distressed, but Tina and Xiaozhe were also feeling the exact same way. All 3 of them were like blocks of wood standing rooted to the spot. Thankfully, Chen Hao was too busy to deal with them. Otherwise, they would all be screwed. This was the terrifying might of the 9-tailed divine fox. He was only at the pinnacle of the return to void stage, but he was already this monstrously powerful. Without the power of the divine Tao to keep his darkness at bay, they didn't even have a chance to move. In the face of the 9-tailed divine fox, Those below the return to void final stage were simply ants. On the battlefield, as a mighty figure who had mastered the power of the spatial divine Tao, Bai Ling was quite familiar with the nine-tailed divine fox's ability to merge into the darkness. She immediately flew toward the very center of the realm of darkness before splaying out her hands before her and scanning every corner of the darkness with her divine sense. Countless strings of information immediately flashed through her eyes. "I've found you!" She launched an almighty fist at a certain spot in the darkness. The space there instantly twisted and crumbled as an anguished wail erupted. The nine-tailed divine fox reappeared before hurtling back in retreat. Darkness slaughter. He let loose a frustrated roar as the darkness around him surged in a frenzy toward all of the living beings present. Bai Ling's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately unleashed her spatial power to move Lin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe into the same location before unleashing a protective barrier around them with her power of the divine Tao. However, during this lapse in concentration, she was struck by the waves of darkness and threw up a large mouthful of blood as a result. "Big Sister Bai!" And Lin let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this, and his hands balled up into tight fists. He didn't think that the day would come when he would become excess baggage. Qing Beichen, Bai Muyu, and Yudo unleashed attacks upon the nine-tailed divine fox again. Bai Muyu had reached the pinnacle in her Tao of the Frosty Sword. Qing Beichen's attacks were uncanny and unpredictable, but each and every one of them was lethal, and Yudo attacked with brute strength, where each of his attacks descended with mountainous force. The three of them formed the perfect combination with distraction, control, and offensive output coordinating seamlessly to crush their opponent. However, even though they covered all bases, they were still unable to wear down Chun Hao's defenses. Chun Hao's nine tails danced around him and engulfed one powerful attack after another. At the same time, he was able to use the darkness around him to retaliate and was slowly gaining the upper hand. At this rate, the trio of mighty figures might be defeated by Chun Hao. "Big Sister Bai, hug me," and Lin suddenly said. Bai Ling's eyes widened with incredulity as she turned toward Lin. And Lin was trying to flirt with her at a time like this? "Hug me and take me to within 100 meters of Chun Hao. I'm going to plunder his power," and Lin added. Bai Ling came to a sudden realization and nodded with a warm smile. "Big Sister Bai will take you there." She encircled an arm around Lin's waist before transforming into a white streak of white that pierced through the darkness and flew directly toward the nine-tailed divine fox. And Lin was tucked under Bai Ling's arm, and they flew through the air together as Bai Ling's power of the spatial divine Tao kept the power of darkness around them at bay. Everything around them flashed past in a blur, and Lin drew closer and closer to Chun Hao. The nine-tailed divine fox immediately turned to Bai Ling and whipped a massive black tail toward her. At the same time, the space around her began to congeal in order to prevent her from using her spatial skipping ability. Bai Ling's expression did not shift in the slightest, as if she had already predicted that this would be the course of action taken by the nine-tailed divine fox. A white formation suddenly appeared on the back of her hand, and a white light that was as bouncy and smooth as jelly enshrouded herself and Lin. In that instant, they broke through the nine-tailed divine fox's spatial seal as they explosively accelerated once again. The massive tail continued to sweep toward her, but she was able to just evade the attack following her burst of explosive acceleration. The other three returned to void final stage mighty figures didn't know what Bai Ling was doing, but they knew it was something very important, so they immediately increased their offensive output with all their might to distract Chun Hao from being able to attack Bai Ling. Countless ghostly heads erupted from one of his massive tails before flying toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling's speed did not falter in the slightest, and she used her hands as sabers to slice through the ghostly heads like a ghost-busting warrior unleashing one lethal saber projection after another to vanquish all of the ghostly heads. She finally made her way to a close-enough location before hurling Lin like an oversized baseball toward the nine-tailed divine fox's back. "Go, Lin!" Boom! And Lin crashed heavily onto the nine-tailed divine fox's back. Chun Hao, howl! And Lin was struck by a powerful sense of dizziness and vertigo, and tears almost fell from his eyes. He only needed to be within 100-meter distance of Chun Hao. He didn't even have to be on Chen Hao's back. What the hell was Bai Ling doing hurling him like some sort of human bomb? Chen Hao's back caved in from the impact, and a smile lit up Bai Ling's intricate features, as if to say, that was a job well done. Her thought process was quite simple. And Lin wanted to get closer to Chen Hao, so she would facilitate direct physical contact between him and Chen Hao. Wasn't that the safest and surest way to do this? And Lin was still grumbling in his heart. But the insignia of a golden eye immediately appeared on his forehead. Divine Plunder Technique. A myriad of spell techniques instantly appeared in Lin's mind. Thankfully, his consciousness was quite powerful. Otherwise, his brain was going to explode from the massive influx of information overload. Among the countless spell techniques, he chose to plunder one called Master of Darkness. In that instant, the nine-tailed divine fox felt as if he had lost something. Fuck off! The nine-tailed divine fox roared as the power of the divine Tao erupted from his body, knocking Lin into the distance. And Lin threw up a mouthful of blood upon being struck by the terrifying power of the darkness divine Tao and was caught by Bai Ling before both of them hurtled back in retreat. It would be quite difficult for Bai Ling to protect Lin when he was in such close proximity to Chen Hao, so it was best to open up some distance between them. And Lin, you're awesome! Bai Ling exclaimed with shock and elation. And Lin was completely oblivious. Why? Bai Ling turned to Lin with surprise on her face. You don't know? The sealing power within the darkness has completely disappeared, and Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. You're saying that I can move freely now? A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. You should be asking yourself that, seeing as you effected this change. I'm starting to doubt whether you actually did anything. A resigned smile appeared on Lin's face. There were too many spell techniques and too little time, so he had no time to survey anything in detail and just picked a spell technique with the most badass name. Master of Darkness. Who would have thought that this Master of Darkness technique would be the power the nine-tailed divine fox used to immobilize everyone? And Lin surveyed the true intent of the spell technique and waved a hand through the darkness, upon which an invisible wave of darkness began to surge. This feeling, it was fantastic. It felt like he was the master of the darkness around him. Big Sister Bai, there's no need to run anymore? And Lin said in a firm voice. Bai Ling looked at the man tucked under her arm. I want to fight. And Lin's eyes were burning with battle intent. Chen Hao had clearly figured out what he had lost, and he turned toward Lin before unleashing an enraged roar. Howl! What did you do to me? Just his roar alone sent destructive sound waves sweeping through the air for several kilometers. In the face of such a terrifying soundwave attack, a faint smile appeared on Lin's face, and he rose into the air atop his brick with a tranquil and calm expression. The sound waves swept toward him, but they seemed to have struck an invisible wall about 1,000 feet away from him and were instantly dispelled. Chen Hao's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. And Lin looked directly at the nine-tailed divine fox and spread open his hands with a disdainful expression. I, Lin, am the true master of darkness. Boom! Boundless waves of darkness surged in a frenzy to lock onto the nine-tailed divine fox. Howl! This is my power. Why do you have my power? The nine-tailed divine fox was both shocked and enraged, and he was forced to unleash dazzling divine light from his body in order to keep the darkness around him at bay. Chen Hao's home court advantage had been conceded to Lin. Qing Beichen, Bai Muyu Yudo, and Bai Ling unleashed attacks upon Chen Hao at once. The darkness had been restricting them in the past, and they had been forced to unleash their powers of the divine Tao in order to withstand the darkness while Chen Hao was free from any form of debilitation. However, the situation was now completely reversed. Chen Hao was being debilitated by his own darkness while the other four mighty figures attacking him were completely unaffected. The entire battle had been turned on its head as a result. Earth-shattering spell techniques descended one after another, and the nine-tailed divine fox was soon firmly on the back foot. Yudo broke through his defenses and launched an almighty fist to knock the massive nine-tailed divine fox flying through the air. Bai Muyu's sword projections pierced through the air with peerless sharpness toward the nine-tailed divine fox's head. Howl! White bone hell. A layer of white bone armor suddenly appeared on the nine-tailed divine fox's body. The sword projections struck the armor, and a dazzling light erupted forth, but the armor remained resolute and unbroken. Right at this moment, countless white bone spikes that were extremely sharp appeared from within the darkness before piercing through the air toward Bai Muyu and Yudo in a frenzy. The white bone spikes were monstrously powerful, and they were able to even break through Yudo's defenses before leaving a series of bloody wounds on his body. Bai Muyu used her sword to defend herself, but each and every clash between the sword blade and the bone spikes would knock her back a few hundred meters. After donning the white bone armor, the nine-tailed divine fox let loose a burst of demented screeching, and the crimson in his eyes became even darker and crazed. It was quite clear that the nine-tailed divine fox was on the verge of completely losing all sanity. Countless bones erupted forth with the nine-tailed divine fox at their very center, like a lethal lotus flower blossoming with the sole purpose of slaughter and annihilation. Xianxia waved his claws to slap away the white bone spikes flying at him. If Chun Hao keeps this up, his divine Tao is going to fall into depravity, and he is going to self-destruct. So all we have to do is stall for time? And Lin asked. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Stall for time? If we really do that, he would most likely be able to take down a few of us with him before he self-destructs. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and his body gradually expanded in size to become an eight-tailed divine fox. The best way out of this would be to kill Chun Hao before he falls into depravity. And Lin nodded, and his eyes began to glow. Seeing as that's the case, I want to test out a new spell technique as well. After unleashing his white bone hell, the nine-tailed divine fox seemed to have gained the upper hand again. All four of the return to void stage mighty figures were steadily being knocked back by his bone spikes and were falling onto the back foot again. The white bones were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, slashing through the air in lethal trajectories, and any lapse in concentration could result in a grievous wound. Xianxia, Bai Ling, Bai Muyu, and Yudo had all detected Chen Hao's abnormal state, and they all unleashed their trump cards as they knew this battle had to come to an end as soon as possible. Xianxia pounced toward Chun Hao and extended his paws through the air. Green Divine Seal. A vast divine seal appeared in front of his hands, from which green light of the divine Tao burst forth, piercing through the darkness and flying toward the nine-tailed divine fox. This was a paramount divine seal left behind by a Tao integration stage green fox tribe ancestor. It possessed the power to raise everything down to its smallest constituent particles. All of the white bone spikes that came into contact with the divine seal instantly began to break down into microscopic particles. Boom! The divine seal crashed into the massive white bone lotus flower and shattered the lotus flower before continuing onward with unstoppable force. The nine-tailed divine fox sensed the impending danger and wound his nine tails together to form a circular shield. The green divine seal crashed into the nine tails, and its power completely erupted forth. Devastating destructive power exploded to tear a series of ghastly wounds onto the nine tails. Howl! Chun Hao let loose a wail of anguish as his body was knocked flying by the green divine seal. It was also at this moment that a mountainous force erupted from behind him. Dragon Serpent True Rock Fist. Yudo's entire body was enshrouded in golden flames, making him appear as if he were a moving sun, and his fist crashed violently toward Chun Hao's backside with monstrous force. Fuck off! Chun Hao had been completely enraged, and his eyes were now a dark crimson that was infinitely approaching black. He turned around abruptly and met Yudo's fist with his two paws. The powers of the divine Tao of both of these top-tier return to void stage mighty figures were unleashed without any reservation. Boom! The fist and the paws collided as shockwaves swept forth and covered a radius of several dozen kilometers. The momentum of the fist came to a grinding halt upon being impeded by the two paws. The nine-tailed divine fox's power of the divine Tao tore through the power of Yudo's fist before crashing into Yudo's body, sending him flying through the air with blood gushing from his mouth. Spatial vital slash. A cold, ethereal voice sounded. Bai Ling had unleashed her trump card while Chun Hao was busy dealing with Yudo. A series of thin blue lines descended from the sky like a huge net, causing space to tremor and fracture. This was a spatial power that had been condensed to the extreme and could easily slice through the hardest objects. Even space was as vulnerable as tofu before it. Bai Ling's spatial vital slash was extremely quick, and it descended upon the nine-tailed divine fox's white bone armor in the blink of an eye. A sharp screech erupted, and the white bone armor materialized by the nine-tailed divine fox's power of the divine Tao was slowly being sliced open. The white bone armor finally cracked, and black blood flew through the air. The nine-tailed divine fox let loose a blood-curdling cry as he frantically activated his power of the divine Tao to defend himself against Bai Ling's attack. After having his armor shattered by Bai Ling, the nine-tailed divine fox was completely defenseless. Chun Hao, you colluded with a foreign tribe to murder the prodigy of the fox tribe. This is a crime punishable by death. I will erase you from the fox tribe in the place of our ancestors. Bai Muyu slit opened her wrist and used her blood essence as a sacrifice to her sword. A sword projection sliced through the heavens, freezing the space around it with its insanely low temperature. The devastating sword projection descended upon the nine-tailed divine fox's head with overwhelming force. The pure white sword projection parted the darkness, and it seemed as if nothing could stop it. The nine-tailed divine fox's body was frozen solid by the power of extreme frost. Even his blood seemed to have congealed. Splat! The white sword projection flashed past and cleanly decapitated the nine-tailed divine fox's head. At this moment, Lin was teleported to the air above the nine-tailed divine fox via Tina's spatial skipping. He was just about to unleash his most powerful technique when he was dumbstruck at the sight of the decapitated nine-tailed divine fox. What the fuck? This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He hadn't even attacked yet. However, the darkness did not dissipate, and a burst of eerie laughter suddenly erupted. You want to kill me? I won't die before I kill all of you. The nine-tailed divine fox's tails slowly began to move again, and the semi-transparent black tail turned as crimson as blood as a pair of eyes began to appear on it. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. So the tail was his true body. He immediately cast his voice into his sea of vital energy. And Kirin, Vermilion Bird, I need your help. The two of them raised their heads at once. And Kirin was quite enthusiastic and willing, while the Vermilion Bird was more reluctant, but it still heeded Lin's call. Boom! And Lin unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, and his aura instantly swelled to that of the return to void stage. The insignia of a golden lotus appeared on his forehead, and he activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its maximum extent as a golden fist projection began to appear on his arm. Within his sea of vital energy, dazzling lightning erupted from Kirin's body. Devastating golden void lightning enshrouded Lin's golden fist, and the darkness of origin transformed the lightning into an inky black color. At the same time, the flaming Vermilion Bird let loose a clear cry as a holy flame of extreme purity and heat fused into his fist. Slowly, the mountain-quaking fist, which was imbued with the power of the earth, turned into a dazzling white gold color. With the help of the Vermilion Bird and Kirin, the maximal power of the golden void lightning and holy flame were injected into his mountain-quaking fist. But this was not his limit, and Lin looked into the vast expanse of darkness and activated his power as the Master of Darkness. Rumble, boundless waves of darkness condensed and controlled his mountain-quaking fist in a frenzy, preventing it from exploding too early. And Lin continued to inject power into his mountain-quaking fist. Twice the power, thrice the power, 4 times the power. The energy within his body was quickly sucked away, and Lin swallowed pills to replenish his own energy as he injected more power into his fist. The white golden color of the mountain-quaking fist became more and more dazzling, and was even showing signs of conquering the boundless expanse of darkness around it. The nine-tailed divine fox's body trembled, and he too had clearly noticed the terrifying spell technique being prepared overhead. And Lin, Chan Hao's voice was filled with boundless hatred and resentment, as if it had originated from the depths of hell. Before he even had a chance to move, the 4 returned to void stage mighty figures converged upon him again. This time, they were mainly trying to contain Chun Hao in order to create an opportunity for Enlin. Enlin's divine body was unable to endure the horrendous power within the spell technique, and it had begun to split open as blood stained his entire arm. He knew that if things continued like this, his arm was going to explode. Enlin turned his eyes toward the nine-tailed divine fox below him, and he descended from the sky. He launched an impossibly devastating punch with his blood-stained fist. Eightfold darkness, holy flame, mountain, quaking, lightning fist. The white golden fist was like the sun rising into the sky, instantly shattering the realm of darkness around him. It descended slowly, amid deathly silence, as if this were the calm before a nuclear bomb crashed to the ground. At that moment, it seemed to have become the center of the entire universe. The nine-tailed divine fox frantically twisted his body, but there were simply too many containment spell techniques for him to contend with, and he couldn't escape. His nine tails whipped through the air for a way out as a crushing sense of impending death engulfed his entire body. The fist landed on his body, and all of the spell techniques around him instantly fell away. Boom! The eightfold darkness, holy flame, mountain, quaking, lightning fist exploded. White golden energy instantly engulfed everything around it. Life forms, dirt, specks of floating dust, space. Everything was annihilated by the unfathomably terrifying explosion. The realm of darkness, which was capable of engulfing the light of the sun, was instantly torn into shreds, and a ball of flames much more dazzling than even the sun itself exploded. Devastating, destructive power annihilated everything. The power of the earth, the power of destruction, the power of the devastating golden void lightning, the power of the scorching holy flame, all of it erupted at once with no reservation. Space shattered and chaos surged. The earth was completely shattered, and the terrifying shock waves erupted forth and covered a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. At this moment, all of the living beings on Fox Tribe territory bore witness to a white golden sun rising from the earth, bringing boundless light and heat upon this world. The eightfold darkness, holy flame, mountain, quaking, lightning fist. This was a spell technique Enlin had invented on the spot as he allowed his imagination to run wild. Not only did this fist possess the power of the traditional nuclear lightning fist, but it had also been enhanced through the help of the holy vermilion flame, the power of Master of Darkness, and Kirin, the flaming vermilion bird, as well as his energy replenishment pills. However, he was still not satisfied, and he continued to inject power into it until it possessed 8 times its original power. He had actually succeeded in bringing together this hodgepodge of devastating powers. In all honesty, even Enlin himself didn't know just how powerful this fist was. All the way up until the moment the explosion took place, he was struck by a profound sense of regret. He regretted not running further away. The terrifying explosion of energy instantly shattered the nine-tailed divine fox's realm of darkness. The explosion engulfed the nine-tailed divine fox, and his blood-curdling cries were cut off immediately. Not only that, but it had also engulfed all of the mighty figures present, including Enlin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe. The powerful beings from the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Fox tribe had already retreated into the extremely far distance to spectate the battle. However, they were still not exempted from the force of that explosion. All of them were still struck by the ensuing shockwaves and catapulted into the distance. The center of the explosion was a vast, chaotic mass of shattered space, and the power of the explosion had shoveled what seemed like the entire earth into the sky. Tang Shimin, who had his hands clasped behind his back and was basking in the joy of reaching the pinnacle of his life, was also knocked off his feet and fell off a cliff. Holy fuck! What is this doomsday-like power? Did some living being self-detonate? Shui Zhantian's face turned pale with fright as he recoiled further into Su Xiaolan's arms. You're saying this is a result of self-detonation? I refuse to believe that. Not even 100 million kilo return to void stage fat ass could generate this much destructive power. Woof. Dabai was not being held in Xiaolan's arms due to his weight and personality reasons, but he still offered an objection. Su Xiaolan unleashed a true dragon wall to keep the shockwaves at bay. She looked at the impossibly devastating explosion taking the place in the extremely far distance and pursed her lips. That power is a lot like Enlin's nuclear lightning fist, but it would have to be amplified to absurd proportions. That's right, this level of destructive power didn't even seem like something Return to Void stage mighty figures were capable of. What I'm most worried about is classmate Enlin. He's still within the range of the explosion. Is he going to be okay? Xianxia was a little concerned. If that technique was unleashed by Master, then we wouldn't have to worry. Have you heard of anyone blasting themselves to death with their own attack? No one would be that stupid, Xiao Hong analyzed in her sweet voice. No, I haven't heard of someone like this, Xianxia replied with a solemn expression. Lu Qianhuan massaged her brows. Xiao Hong, your master is exactly that kind of person. He was the one who wiped out an entire team with one fist during the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. Oh, by the way, that team was his own team. Xiao Hong was speechless. She felt like she didn't have a deep enough understanding of her master. The explosion slowly subsided. The doomsday-like energy gradually dissipated. However, the shattered space was still unable to repair itself, as if it had sustained too much damage for it to recover from. Everyone turned toward the center of the explosion. Su Xiaolan and the others were already approaching the center of the explosion. Within an impossibly gargantuan crater, the mushroom cloud was blown away by a certain force. And Lin, Su Xiaolan suddenly flew toward a certain direction. Within the crater, she cradled up the charred black body of a man to her chest. Her arms trembled as tears fell from her eyes. And Lin was in an extremely dire state. His whole body was like an oversized piece of charcoal, and his vitality was extremely frail. Thankfully, he still had a heartbeat, and his evergreen technique had activated automatically to repair his injuries. Otherwise, Su Xiaolan would have broken down right there and then. Su Xiaolan immediately pulled out an immortal pill from her storage ring, which she placed into Enlin's mouth. Giant Enlin, a sobbing voice suddenly sounded. A fairy pried open the finger on one of Enlin's hands with great difficulty. Even though she had sustained injuries, she had been well protected, so she managed to remain conscious. However, tears fell like rain from her eyes upon seeing the state Enlin was in. Wah! Giant Enlin, you sustained such severe injuries to protect me. Wah! Tina sobbed as she unleashed her healing spell technique with all her might to help Enlin recover. Don't be too sad, little Na. Big brother and didn't really get injured for you. He would have been injured regardless of whether he was protecting you or not. Woof! Dabai offered words of consolation. Tina glared at Dabai. Can't you just allow me to be moved by Giant Enlin's selfless gesture? Is Master all right? Xiao Zhe hobbled over with blood all over his body before casting a pair of anxious eyes on Enlin's body. He was located quite far away from the center of the explosion, and at Return to Void stage, his defensive prowess was among the best, but even so, he still sustained severe injuries. He's in a stable condition. I really didn't think he would pull something like this that inflicts 800 points of damage on his allies for every 1,000 points of damage inflicted upon the enemy. Su Xiaolan shook her head with a resigned sigh. Wrong. He has inflicted 5,600 points of damage on his allies for every 1,000 points of damage inflicted upon his enemy. Yudo emerged, and his body was riddled with cracks, some of which still had blood gushing freely from them, making him appear extremely miserable and disheveled. Su Qinyun cocked her head to the side with confusion in her bright blue eyes. Why is it 5,600? Bai Ling made her way toward them expressionlessly with her tattered robe. 800 times 7 equals 5,600. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. There were 7 allies on the battlefield, and Enlin had slain one enemy but put all 7 of the allies, including himself, out of commission. It all made sense now. Big brother and is so badass. Woof! Dabai was astonished. Master's feats are unprecedented. Shui Zhantian chimed in. The other mighty figures couldn't be bothered responding to these bizarre beast pets and turned their eyes toward Enlin. What's the situation like now? Bai Muyu dragged her bruised and battered body toward Enlin before inquiring in a concerned voice. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Su Xiaolan pulled out a coffin with a smile as she spoke before placing Enlin into the coffin. Bai Muyu, Yudo, and the others were dumbstruck upon seeing this. He'll be fine? Then why are you putting him in a coffin? And how was she so calm? Had she gone insane from the trauma? However, they soon figured out what was going on. The coffin had extremely powerful healing abilities. In conjunction with the Immortal pill, as well as the power of the second stage evergreen technique, and Lin's condition was improving at a rate discernible to the naked eye. All that's left of Chun Hao is a pile of bones. Qing made his way toward everyone slowly. Even though his face was charred black and smeared with blood, it still managed to look handsome somehow. He tossed a storage ring at Su Xiaolan. And Lin put in the most work during this battle. So Chun Hao's storage ring should belong to him. Thank you, senior. Su Xiaolan accepted the storage ring with a smile. This was something Lin had risked his life for, so she felt justified in accepting it. The main enemy has been slain, but this isn't going to be the end. We still need to urge the remaining Black Fox tribe cultivators to surrender and clean up the rest who refuse to do so. We'll also need to set up some defensive measures in case the Spirit Fish clan seeks vengeance in the future. Qing Beichan said to Bai Muyu. Bai Muyu nodded. Among the 4 most powerful fox tribe forces, there are the white, black, green, and red foxes. Looks like it's time for the black foxes to be taken off this list. Without any return to void final stage mighty figures among their ranks, the Black Foxes could no longer be considered one of the 4 most powerful fox tribe factions. Chun Hao's son, Chen Nan, is going to be a problem though. He's romantically involved with Lan Xiaoni of the Spirit Fish clan, and if they do marry each other, it's going to be very difficult for us to do anything against the Black Fox tribe. Qing Beichan was a little distressed. Right at this moment, a heroic voice sounded from the distance. If you're worried about Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni getting married, then you can put your heart at ease. I have Chun Nan's head right here. A cultivator flew toward them atop his sword like a gallant hero. A man flew toward everyone atop a sword. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures turned their eyes toward him. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures were looking up at him. This was the pinnacle of Tang Shiman's life. Tang Shiman descended gracefully beside Lin. I have brought Chun Nan's head. He pulled out a severed head from his storage ring as he spoke. Thump! The head fell to the ground. It rolled around for a bit before finally settling. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. That really was Chun Nan's head. Brother Tang is so badass. Woof! Dabai clapped his paws in praise. Senior student Tang, I've been taught once again not to judge a book by its cover. Su Qinyun chimed in her mellow voice. Tang Shiman's chest constricted upon hearing the praise of his goddess Su. What was this about not judging a book by its cover? Was she saying that he looked weak? He clearly had the disposition of a supremely powerful cultivator. Chun Nan was a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and he possessed many trump cards on top of that. It is indeed quite a feat that you were able to kill him, Mr. Tang Shiman, Qing Beichan praised with a smile. Tang Shiman joined his hands in a salute. You're far too kind, senior. This is not something to make a big deal out of. Although that was what Tang Shiman was saying, his heart was filled with satisfaction. He had just been praised by the top dog of the Fox tribe. Chun Nan's death was quite significant to the Fox tribe. After all, as long as Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni didn't get married, any potential retaliation from the Spirit Fish clan should not get out of hand. Furthermore, it would make it a lot easier for them to clean up the Black Fox tribe. Soon after this, another burst of energy fluctuations appeared in the distance. Su Xiaolan and the others turned to discover that it was Xiao Chou and Bai Yao. That made sense. The explosion was extremely hard to miss, so as long as they weren't simultaneously blind and deaf at the same time, they should know where to find everyone. Little Yao, why are you here? Bai Muyu heaved a sigh of relief upon verifying her daughter's safety. Xiao Chou and I were both worried about you guys, Bai Yao replied. Xiao Chou turned deathly pale at the sight of Lin's lifeless body, and he scrambled to his knees beside the coffin to bewail his passing. Thankfully, Su Xiaolan provided a timely explanation, telling Xiao Chou that Lin was in fact not dead. Thus, Xiao Chou was able to repress the sorrow in his heart. Xiao Chou then turned to look at the dismembered head in Tang Shimin's hand as his eyes lit up. We were worried that Chan Nan had escaped from Little Yao and I, but you managed to kill him? This is great. Tang Shimin's face convulsed as he stared at Xiao Chou with incredulity. How could Xiao Chou just expose the fact that he had only cashed in by landing the killing blow right when he was flexing at everyone? Ahem, yeah. Chan Nan resisted extremely valiantly at that time, and we engaged in an earth-shattering battle that toppled several dozen mountains before I was finally able to slay him. Tang Shimin put on a reminiscent expression to try and recover some of his dignity. Everyone rolled their eyes silently. They knew exactly what Tang Shimin was capable of, so his recount of events completely fell upon deaf ears. Thus, the battle finally drew to a conclusion, and Lin slowly awakened. He shed tears of remorse upon seeing everyone staring at him through the coffin with expressions of concern on their faces. Xiaolan, let me explain. That was an accident. I wasn't intending on taking such a massive risk. Hee. Save the explanation for when you get better. Su Xiaolan chuckled coldly. How did all of you sustain such severe injuries, seniors? Could it be that Chun Hao didn't die from my attack and was still able to retaliate? Hee. Mr. Enlin sure has a good sense of humor. We were all blasted by your attack. Cold sweat began to pour down Enlin's head, and he turned to Tang Shimin as well as the dismembered head lying at his feet. Impressive, senior student Tang Shimin. To think you were able to land the killing blow on such a big fish. Tang Shimin felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. Enlin was lying in a coffin, and he still didn't forget to hurt him with his words. Hee. Student Enlin sure has a pair of keen eyes. Tang Shimin chuckled coldly. Enlin was confused by Tang Shimin's dark expression. Had he said something wrong? Maybe he had delivered the wrong compliment? But that couldn't be. Tang Shimin was only at the spirit nurturing final stage, while Chan Nan was at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The only plausible way for him to kill Chan Nan would be to land the killing blow after all the hard work had been done. There should have been no issues with his speculation. Xiao Chou was moved beyond belief by what Enlin had done for him, and he completely left even his wife in the cold to stay by Enlin's side. Hey, Xiao Chou, I've already told you that I'm fine. Go look after your new bride. Enlin said with a resigned expression. Big brother, and you sustained such severe injuries for me. How could I just abandon you? You're my top priority right now, and I'm going to continue to stay by your side and look after you. Xiao Chou replied with an extremely genuine expression. Enlin silently closed his eyes at the sight of Xiao Chou's stunningly hideous face that was pressed up against the coffin. You idiot! You want to look at me? But I don't want to look at you. I want to see Xiaolin, Lu Qianhuan, Su Qianyun, and all of the other gorgeous beauties here. Get your ugly mug out of my sight. Thus, the battle concluded with the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Fox tribe emerging as the victors. The wedding continued under the Enlin's vehement insistence. As for the earth-shattering battle and explosion that had occurred not long ago, Enlin only uttered one sentence to Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou, do you like the fireworks I set off for your wedding? Xiao Chou broke down in tears. Bai Yao was also extremely touched. She felt like Xiao Chou's master was peerlessly badass. Qing Hu City transformed into a joyful sea of celebration again. The entire atmosphere was lifted significantly by song and dance. The Fox tribe was in extremely high spirits after securing victory during the battle. One beautiful vixen after another took the stage to performance enticing dances. There were even some who put on a raunchy and seductive show of pole dancing, which had sent excitement surging through the hearts of Enlin and the others. Humph! Man! Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Even though she was a little displeased, she didn't want to be a party pooper on such a joyous occasion, so she could only sit off to the side with Su Qianyun, and Lin was already able to walk around unassisted. As for his internal injuries, those were probably going to take a few days to heal. Beautiful fireworks blossomed in the sky, lighting up the night. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao went around to all of the tables and made toasts to all of the guests present. Upon reaching Enlin, Xiao Chou downed 9 full glasses of wine before wrapping Enlin in a bear hug and howling tearfully. Bai Yao made her way over to Enlin like a graceful celestial maiden with a glass of wine in her hand. Big brother Enlin, if it weren't for you, Xiao Chou and I would not be together. I'll remember everything you've done for us. Hence, I propose this toast to you. After visiting all of these tables, this was the first time she had downed such a large quantity of wine in one go, and Enlin certainly wasn't going to leave her hanging as he too downed the content of his glass. I wish you all the happiness in the world. Enlin wished them in a genuine voice. Bai Yao and Xiao Chou nodded earnestly. This happiness was not easy to come by, so they were determined to treasure it. They made some small talk after that before departing from the wedding. They were going to get down to the business end of things now and cure Bai Yao's condition. Everyone looked on with envy and admiration as Xiao Chou and Bai Yao left hand in hand with each other. Big Brother Chou has become the biggest winner in our Beast Pet Team Woof. Bai sighed with emotion. Not just the Beast Pet Team. He is the biggest winner among my Beast Pet Team, Slave Team, Disciple Team, and even myself. And Lin was feeling quite distraught. What was it like to be jealous of your beast pet for getting some action in the bedroom? Not just student and Lin's beast pet, slave team, and disciple team. He is the biggest winner in our entire 4-9 Immortal sect. Tang Shiman's blood was burning from envy. He would have no regrets in life if he could marry such a gorgeous wife. Xiao Hong wobbled her flowery head as she spoke in her sweet voice. What's so good about getting married? We should all learn to embrace the sun. Praise the sun. The sun is justice and the sun is happiness. What's so good about marriage? Is it as fun as creating a world? Tina chimed in, and Lin chuckled lightly. You two don't know shit. He couldn't be bothered to explain the magic of love to his 2 beast pets, so he paid attention to the performance on the stage instead. In contrast, Bai was staring in the direction Xiao Chou and Bai Yao had departed toward, seemingly in a daze. He suddenly said, "Strip away your pink underwear and reveal your delectable body. Your snowy white peaks give off an irresistible aroma." Everyone turned toward Bai with shock on their faces, as if they were looking at a perverted freak. No one expected Bai to say something like this in public. Bai continued, "So many people are hungry for you and lust for you. I have been entranced by you since birth, my dear peanut." He split open a peanut shell and stripped away its pink underwear as he spoke. "Delicious, woof." Everyone, what the fuck? He was talking about peanuts this entire time? And Lin slowly sheathed his sword while Lu Qianhuan silently put away her 6-feathered staff. Everyone else also averted their eyes with an awkward expression. They were itching to bash Bai, but they had no reason to do so as Bai hadn't said anything wrong. It was their fault for their dirty minds. They had all been played, and Lin silently turned his eyes toward the dancers on the stage. On the stage, beautiful vixens of all types of different styles flaunted their delectable bodies as they danced, and it was as if their seductive eyes sucked the soul out of the onlooker's body. The Fox tribe's pursuit of beauty was not only limited to human beauty standards. There were countless different styles, which even catered to the likes of rock golems, plant people, and pan-fried cake monsters. And Lin turned to look at a vixen dancing for a pan-fried cake, and he found that to be quite visually appealing. Of course, the Fox tribe was not going to forget about their female audience. There was a group of extremely handsome men singing and dancing, as well as showing off tricks with spell techniques, which had their female audience screaming at the top of their lungs. Thankfully, the women of the 4-9 Immortal sect were much more subdued and reserved. Perhaps this was due to the fact that they were desensitized from seeing Big Brother Chang all the time. "Have some fruit, master." Yiling peeled a piece of fruit with her little soft hands before offering the flesh of the fruit to Enlin. And Lin opened his mouth to accept the fruit before savoring it carefully. So sweet. He had only just recovered from life-threatening injuries, so he should try and avoid all types of physical activities. As such, he was justified in enjoying the fruits of his disciples' labors. Sure enough, having a little lowly as a disciple was much better than having a normal disciple. Look at Xiao Zhe. He was staring at the stage the whole time, and the last thing on his mind was feeding his master. A joyful smile appeared on Yiling's adorable face at the sight of Enlin enjoying the fruit, and she continued to feed him as a sense of accomplishment welled up in her heart. Not only was she peeling fruits, but she was also peeling peanuts, sunflower seeds. Su Xiaolan surveyed this scene and couldn't shake the feeling that this master and disciple pair were too close and intimate with one another. Furthermore, she had a strange feeling in her heart, as if something was amiss. She soon came to a sudden realization. Shouldn't the job of feeding him be left to his Dao partner-to-be? Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin and Yiling with a slightly disgruntled expression, feeling as if Enlin had been stolen away from her by a little girl. After getting an eyeful of the performance on stage, Enlin turned his attention to the storage ring in his hand. What better time than on this joyous occasion to see what is in the storage ring of the top dog of the Black Fox tribe, Chen Hao. A faint smile appeared on his face as he refined the storage ring. He was first greeted by the sight of 230 vital stones, which equated to 2,300,000 spirit stones. After a rough calculation, he discovered that his liquid assets amounted to close to 70 million spirit stones. He was getting closer and closer to his target of 100 million spirit stones. There were also about a dozen high-rank spirit pills and spirit fruits, which exuded powerful energy fluctuations within the storage ring. There were also 3 regenerative 5th-grade immortal fruits, 6-fold green vital fruits, which could prove to be quite useful in the future. There weren't many immortal pills. In fact, there was only one, but this one immortal pill was a 2nd-grade immortal pill. Enlin was extremely excited to see this, and he immediately unleashed his divine inspection technique. Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit Pill. A 2nd-grade immortal pill refined with the bone marrow of the mythological beast Dark Phoenix as the main ingredient. Consumption of the pill can enhance the consumer's divine sense, help them absorb the power of the dark black flames, as well as provide a chance for the consumer to attain the Tao of the Dark Phoenix. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to take this pill after making a full recovery. After that, he continued to rummage through the storage ring. There were 3 high-rank spirit tools, as well as a bunch of other miscellaneous materials and ingredients, but there was nothing else noteworthy to him. A return to Void final stage mighty figure doesn't even have an immortal tool? And Lin was a little exasperated. However, a strange box then attracted his attention. He pulled out the box, but he couldn't find a way to open it. That's strange. How do I open this thing? And Lin fell silent as he looked at the smooth, cuboid box that appeared to be made from wood. His eyes turned snowy white as he activated his divine inspection technique. A string of information instantly appeared in his mind. A wooden puzzle box for storing items. People with no IQ would not be able to open it. And Lin, was that an insult? That had to be an insult, right? The veins on Enlin's forehead began to bulge. I'm opening you today by hook or by crook. Elsewhere, in a serene paradise completely isolated from the commotion and festivities, a pleasant breeze blew through the air as a monkey and a fox sat side by side while looking up at the stars and the moon. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao engaged in a traditional exchange of cups of wine between the bride and the groom before laying down on a bed together. Little Yao were finally husband and wife. An ugly smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face. Bai Yao lowered her head with embarrassment, but a joyous smile crept onto her face. This combination of embarrassment and irrepressible joy lit up her exquisitely beautiful features, and just this sight alone would be enough to woo countless male foxes. However, a woman of such indescribable beauty was being held in the arms of an indescribably hideous monkey. This was their wedding night, and it was the pinnacle of Xiao Chou's life. Their shadows flickered under the candlelight as they entrusted themselves with one another. The two of them slowly approached each other, and their lips met in a passionate embrace. What followed next was a sequence of events unsuitable for younger audiences. Qinghu City was a city that never slept, and tonight was certainly no exception. The representatives from the creation realm and the rest of the Tai Chu continent celebrated to their heart's content until the crack of dawn. And Lin and the others also enjoyed themselves till the crack of dawn. Bai Yao and Xiao Chou also enjoyed themselves till the crack of dawn. But none of that was important. The important thing was that Lin managed to open that mysterious puzzle box and successfully proved that he was a man with an IQ. After opening the box, he discovered a blue piece of paper with a diagram on it. The diagram consisted of a series of white dots and complex lines that had Lin completely dumbstruck. Is this a spell formation? It doesn't look like it. He was confused. He had no choice but to use his Ask a Friend lifeline. This looks like a map, Xianxia suggested. Lu Qianhuan nodded. This should be the star coordinate map of a certain place. A star coordinate map? This was the first time Lin had heard about something like this. What is a star coordinate map? As a knowledgeable and experienced disciple, Xiao Zhe provided a patient answer to his master's question. A star coordinate map is a map which is drawn from setting coordinates, which are determined by looking up at the stars from a certain location. Look here, master. These white dots indicate the location of the stars, while the white lines represent the orbital paths of these stars. If we look up at the night sky from different locations, there will be minute differences. A star coordinate map is essentially a map of the starry night sky captured at midnight on the dot from a certain location. And Lin was dumbstruck. What? How are you supposed to discern the location? The Taichu continent is absolutely massive. Are we supposed to travel across the entire continent and look up at the stars to see if it matches this map? That's absurd. And Lin, have you forgotten that there is an occupation known as stargazing? Lu Qianhuan's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. There are certain living beings who are born with a particular sensitivity to the stars in the sky. They can use the stars to predict fortunes and use the eyes of the stars to see everything in this world. In other words, they can draw on the power of the stars to project themselves onto this map and perhaps ascertain the indicated location. Lu Qianhuan's explanation was quite abstract. However, Lin was used to all sorts of weird and wacky things now, and he quickly accepted this explanation. This world was massive, and there were living beings with all sorts of different gifts and abilities. As such, he didn't think that it was implausible for these stargazers to exist. Then who do you think will be able to decipher this map? Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan thought for a moment before replying. The Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe are renowned for their stargazing and divination abilities. Most of their mighty figures are quite proficient at deciphering star coordinate maps like this. Perhaps living beings from those two tribes can help us. Lin's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him. This was something Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures were into, but it was in Chun Hao's possession for some reason. Spirit Fish Clan, Chun Hao, Black Fox Tribe, marriage. Could all of this have something to do with the map in the box? Lin's interest had been piqued. Could it be that the map pointed to the location of a treasure left behind by a man who possessed wealth, status, power, and everything in this world? Could this be a treasure that would lead everyone in this world to the ocean? Lin's eyes began to burn with a scorching light. This was a map that would lead him to One Piece. He was going to be the Pirate King for sure. Su Xiaolin noticed Lin's expression and immediately put a stop to any plans that were hatching in his mind. You're only allowed to go after you recover from your injuries. Oh, Lin nodded obediently as the flames in his eyes were snuffed out. Everyone rested for another day at the White Fox Imperial Palace. On the second night after the wedding, Xiao Chou finally hobbled out while using the wall for support. Lin, Shenyuan Chang, Dabai, and all the other males present were astonished. Not even a single one of them went to help Xiao Chou despite the clear difficulty he was having while walking. Fuck off. There was no need for a winner like him to receive help from losers like them. He had been crippled by happiness. No one wanted to go disrupt him. Instead, all of them wanted to leave. I've decided that I want a vixen as my wife. After witnessing the exquisitely beautiful Bai Yao and Xiao Chow's hobble of happiness, Tang Shimin finally came to this decision. Lin sneered coldly. There's no point. Even if the vixen can last this long, do you think you can last as long as Xiao Chou? Tang Shimin felt like he had been attacked. Xiao Chou hobbled his way over to them. Lin looked at Xiao Chou and forced a smile onto his face. You guys just finished? Xiao Chou faltered slightly before nodding. That's right. I'm so tired from depleting all my yang energy. Everyone chuckled coldly. Xiao Chou was a little befuddled. Was it something he had said? In order to save Bai Yao, he had mixed his yang with her yin for an entire day, neutralizing the terrifying power of her frosty yang root with his dark god divine flame this entire time, thereby resulting in overexertion of his yang energy. Why was everyone looking at him with shock and self-pity? Come on. Xiao Chou has worked hard today, so I'm going to personally cook a delicious feast for us all. Su Xiaolan held the frying pan with the poise of a chef god as a sense of prestige exuded from her beautiful features. Everyone's chest constricted upon hearing this. Worked hard my ass. Can we have some hard work like this as well? Xiao Chou was quite touched and expressed his gratitude to Su Xiaolan. Not only was his master so good to him, but even his master's Dao partner-to-be was also very kind and thoughtful. This really was a warm and loving family. Bai Yao appeared soon with a delicate flush on her cheeks. She had clearly been nurtured quite well. Su Xiaolan inquired with a smile. Little Yao, how is your current condition? A gentle and shy smile appeared on her face as she replied in a soft and seductive voice. My frosty yang root is fine now. It was all thanks to Xiao Chou's painstaking efforts. And Lin, everyone. That night, Su Xiaolan cooked a large dish of stir-fry tiger kidney. Su Xiaolan. Come on. Xiao Chou, little Yao, have some to replenish yourselves. And Lin and the others had tears streaming down their faces. None of them needed to replenish anything as they didn't even have the chance to expend anything. But who could empathize with their broken hearts? Xiao Chou was quite touched and expressed his gratitude to Su Xiaolan. Not only was his master so good to him, but even his master's Dao partner-to-be was also very kind and thoughtful. Even her cooking was made with thought and catered to his needs. This really was a warm and loving family. This was a dinner feast filled with joy interwoven with sorrow. Everyone stayed another day at Qinghu City. Bai Yao bade farewell to the White Fox tribe to be with her husband. This gorgeous White Fox princess was going to be the newest addition to the 4-9 Immortal sect family. Little Yao, make sure to visit regularly. You will always have a second home here. Bai Muyu had tears in her eyes as she hugged her daughter tightly. All right, mother. Bai Yao also had tears streaming down her face as she held her mother in a tight embrace. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members boarded their flying saucer aircraft and waved farewell to all of the beautiful vixens and handsome male foxes of the fox tribe before rising into the sky, where they disappeared into the clouds. And Lin and the others had left, but a large incident was only just brewing. Bai Yao's arrival at the 4-9 Immortal sect created a massive stir. Elder Monkey has a wife and she's as gorgeous as a celestial maiden. This news spread like wildfire and shocked all of the sect members. Everyone was astonished that the person they had thought would be least likely to marry anyone anytime soon would score a gorgeous wife like this. As a result, many people felt crushed, but there were also some who were inspired and encouraged by this. On the Dao Plaza of the Dragon Pavilion. From this, we can see that a man does not need to be handsome to score a beautiful wife. Gong Sun Chun, whose looks were decidedly average and mundane, stroked his elegant long hair as he spoke with an expression of brimming confidence. Sun Xiaodai chuckled coldly. You don't have to be handsome, but you do need to have a distinct look. Even if you're ugly, you have to be ugly enough for beauties to remember you. Gong Sun Chun with his completely average looks felt like he had just had a sword stabbed into his chest, and he had no response to this statement. Within the 4-9 Immortal sect, there were the Dragon Pavilion, Man Pavilion, Sword Pavilion, and Purple Star Pavilion that were open at the moment. In the end, Bai Yao chose to join Little Lang's Man Pavilion. The white-scaled wolf god was quite exceptional in his mastery of the ancient man tribe's cultivation methods and techniques. After a brief period of shock, everything returned to normal. However, the sect only became more and more renowned as the days went by. News of the 4-9 Immortal sect crushing the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the role they played in the Fox Tribe incident spread like wildfire throughout the Taichu continent. The 4-9 Immortal sect's influence began to grow more and more powerful, and there were no longer any other sects that dared to oppose them for no good reason. At the very least, Forces like the 9 Imperials or the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas would have to have a long hard think before they made a move against the 4-9 Immortal sect. After resting for a further 5 days at the sect, and Lin had finally completely recovered from his injuries. Su Xiaolan and the others had already returned to school, and Su Xiaolan also resumed her journey as a chef god. And Lin looked at the map in his hand, and his heart was itching to do something. Should he go and have a look? If this map really did have something to do with the Spirit Fish clan, then it would be quite a dangerous trip. It would be too dangerous for him alone, so he needed some reinforcements. The 4-9 Immortal sect had many things that needed to be attended to, and the Divine Mirror enforcement team was coming along quite nicely as well, so there weren't that many people he could take with him. After much effort, and Lin finally managed to convince the Jade Bone Immortal bug against photosynthesizing with Xiao Hong and come with him on this adventure instead. Tina was like a little warm coat that agreed to come with him wherever he went. Exploring and adventuring in all sorts of fun places all over the world was the activity she derived the most joy from. Thus, the three of them immediately set off for the West Sea. The West Sea was, as the name suggested, the ocean located in the westernmost area of the Taichu continent. The sea there was vast and boundless, and it was home to many mysterious and powerful sea monsters. Within the West Sea, there were two main forces, the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe. And Lin knew that these two tribes were both constituents of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes, and he had been tracking their development in the Divine Mirror world. Generally speaking, the Spirit Fish clan was quite invasive, while the Heavenly Turtle tribe was content to keep to themselves and was averse to war and invasion. And Lin was obviously going to seek help from the Heavenly Turtle tribe to decipher this map. Goodbye! And Lin waved to all of the sect disciples who had come to see him off. Farewell, sect leader and Lin. We pray for your triumphant return. The sect disciples yelled in unison. A content smile appeared on Lin's face. It had to be said that Bai Ling was doing a good job of disciplining the sect disciples. Just this farewell alone was very much to his taste. A little fairy sat on Lin's left shoulder and was responsible for their spatial travel, while a colorful butterfly sat on his right shoulder, releasing poison mist to ward off any unwanted visitors. Thus, the three of them set off toward the teleportation spell formation that would be the first step of their journey to the West Sea. The furthest location in the West that could be reached via the Kingdom of the Nine States teleportation spell formation was the Western Paradise. The Buddhist Kingdom and the Heavenly Court were quite friendly with one another, and Lin had previously helped Qingji transcend his tribulation. Besides, Lin had been looking forward to visiting this renowned realm on the Taichu continent for a long time. After a rush of dizziness, Lin appeared on a circular Dao plaza. All of the living beings gathered here had arrived via teleportation spell formations. Wow, so many dazzling bald heads. Xiao Hong would love this place. The Jade Bone Immortal bug, who had clearly been corrupted by Xiao Hong, exclaimed with excitement. Most of the living beings around them were monks or nuns, and their bald heads shone under the sun as if they were moving light bulbs. Upon hearing this, Lin couldn't help but think back to those muscular bald monks wearing friendly smiles that Xiao Hong had once summoned within her domain. He shuddered at the memory, and Lin looked up at the clear, blue sky and the bright and beautiful sun, as well as the smiles on the face of everyone around them, and he had to admit that this place really did seem like paradise. Along the streets, all of the shop doors were wide open. Apparently, they didn't even need to be closed at night. There weren't any thieves on the streets, as there really was nothing worth stealing. If you had nothing to eat and no place to live, the monks would provide you with food and shelter. If you had no job, the monks would introduce work for you. If you had no cultivation methods, the monks would give you a good one. If you had no money, the monks would set up a rainy day fund for you. If you had no women, then the monks would give you an inflatable doll. However, if you forced yourself upon a woman and did something inappropriate, then the monks really would send you to paradise, except this one would be in the afterlife. In short, this was a place where you could live very happily without a care in the world. All of your basic needs could be fulfilled. As such, crime rates were extremely low as there was simply no incentive. And Lin and the others explored the city to discover that Qinghu City was a lot more interesting. The monks weren't as handsome as male foxes and the nuns weren't as seductive as vixens. There was nothing that attracted Lin here. He bought a few incense sticks with soothing effects. After that, he decided to continue his journey to the West Sea. He had to take care of business, so he couldn't afford to dilly-dally here. Little Na, it's all up to you now. Go west. And Lin commanded. No problem. Tina spread open her arms and tore open a spatial rift. A burst of surprised yells rang out from around them. A return to Void's stage mighty figure that was able to control spatial power was always extremely eye-catching. This was especially so when this mighty figure was such an adorable little fairy, so all of the surrounding bystanders were naturally quite surprised. Tina latched onto Lin's big hand with her tiny hand as they stepped into the spatial passageway to end their short trip to the Western Paradise. The Western Paradise was about 500,000 kilometers away from the West Sea. Tina was extremely proficient in her spatial spell technique and didn't have any suicidal road rage tendencies like Xianxia. As such, they managed to cross this distance in just 2 short days. Above a vast expanse of blue ocean, a spatial crack appeared in the air. And Lin, Tina, and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug had just arrived at the legendary West Sea. Wow! So much water. Such a big ocean. Tina's emerald eyes glowed as she exclaimed in marvel. And Lin's lips twitched. You should learn some idioms from little Tion. Otherwise, it's very hard to flex when you talk in such an immature way. Tina pouted in displeasure and ignored Lin. And Lin turned his eyes toward the boundless ocean below. Now then, how are we going to find the Heavenly Turtle Tribe's moving Heavenly Star Island? The moving Heavenly Star Island was the main territory for the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. Apparently, this was a floating island in the West Sea that drifted according to a set pattern. There were no living beings from other tribes that had any direct connections with the island, so there was naturally no teleportation spell formation leading to it. In fact, there weren't even any flight maps that would provide instructions on how to get there. Su Xiaolan said, I would naturally understand everything when I get here. And Lin looked at the boundless ocean and muttered to himself, So what am I supposed to understand? Tina stroked her chin. Maybe you're supposed to understand how useless you are? And Lin? Little Na, you've changed? And Lin murmured with a pained expression. Little Na wasn't that warm little jacket anymore. She had learned to hurt him. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug turned to the northwestern direction before speaking in a faint voice. Master, I see a very big turtle head in that direction. Turtle head? And Lin was astonished. How big could a turtle head be? He turned in the northwestern direction to discover a veil of thin mist in the very far distance. The faint outlines of a gargantuan turtle head could be seen there. It would take a special kind of idiot to be unable to make a connection to the Heavenly Turtle Tribe after seeing this turtle head. No wonder Su Xiaolan had said that Lin would understand everything when he arrived. These were very accurate instructions. Let's go. And Lin immediately led the way toward the turtle head atop his black brick. Just because the turtle head within the mist was in their field of vision didn't necessarily mean that they were close to it. The turtle head was absolutely massive and the horizon was very broad and unobstructed here, and these were the main reasons why Lin was able to see it. Wow, Giant Lin, look over there. What is the black stuff? Tina pointed in a certain direction with curiosity on her face. And Lin discovered that under the bright blue ocean, there was an extremely massive black shadow quickly approaching them, giving them a sense of oppressive gloominess, as if a storm was coming. He stopped on his brick with curiosity in his eyes. Rumble, and Lin. Countless splashes erupted and tens of thousands of black fish flew toward Lin like torpedoes before spreading open their mouths to reveal saw-like teeth. The massive school of countless mutant beasts combined their auras to become extremely powerful. The knowledgeable and experienced Jade Bone Immortal Bug let loose a cry of surprise before quickly providing commentary. This is one of the 10 most dangerous beasts of the West Sea, the bone-devouring fish. Even though they're quite weak individually, they can unleash extremely fearsome power when attacking in schools. She was afraid that if she spoke too slowly, Lin would destroy the school of mutant beasts before she had a chance to show off her knowledge. Lin looked at the tens of thousands of bone-devouring fish flying toward him. and he raised his hand before slapping through the air. Vital energy materialized into a massive hand that slapped into all of the bone-devouring fish at once with merciless brutality. Bam, bam, bam! All of the bone-devouring fish instantly exploded from the terrifying force behind Lin's massive vital energy palm. Blood splattered through the air, and it looked like a storm of blood was falling over the sea. The jade bone immortal bug heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God she had spoken quickly enough. Thus, a school of one of the supposedly 10 most dangerous beasts of the West Sea was insta-killed. And Lin had only unleashed one palm to destroy the entire massive school of fish. Whether creatures were dangerous or not was actually a relative concept. If a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator was to encounter this school of fish, they would be in complete despair. Unfortunately for the school of fish, they had encountered Lin. Any so-called dangerous creatures were just a joke in the face of absolute strength. And Lin continued onward. The reason why he didn't accelerate was so that Tina could broaden her horizons and see what kinds of interesting fishes there were in the sea. To normal cultivators, the West Sea was a terrifying place fraught with peril. However, to Lin, this was just a tourist attraction. Wow, giant Lin, look, that octopus is so big, but it only has 3 tentacles. Is it a tripus? Tina's beautiful eyes widened with excitement. The massive octopus over a kilometer in length let loose an enraged roar, and all 3 of its tentacles swatted through the air toward Tina with overwhelming force, as if it was trying to express its displeasure at the stupid name Tina had invented for it. And Lin immediately unleashed a mountain-quaking fist to reduce the massive octopus to mincemeat. This is the demonic hand octopus of the West Sea. It dwells within the deep sea and... The jade bone immortal bug hadn't even finished her introduction before the octopus was insta-killed. Her voice came to a grinding halt, and a sense of frustration welled up in her heart. Wow, Sister Little Goo knows so much. You're so awesome. Continue. I still want to listen. Tina turned to Little Goo with an adorable smile before thoughtfully giving her a chance to continue her commentary. The jade bone immortal bug looked up at the sky with a dejected expression. What was the point of continuing when the monster in question was already dead? There was no passion anymore. If a demon king was going to be slain in a story, the story would definitely have a section before that where it would elaborate just how badass and powerful this demon king was. Was she supposed to tell everyone about how badass the demon king was after it had been insta-killed? Was she fucking retarded? Lin and the others continued onward, and Lin put away all of the slain sea monsters into his storage ring as seafood ingredients so that they wouldn't go to waste. Thus, they continued like this for tens of thousands of kilometers. Sea monsters volunteering to become seafood had already filled up 5 supreme-grade storage rings. During this process, they had also encountered some highly intelligent life forms from the jellyfish tribe and the sea urchin tribe. Most of the members of these 2 tribes were noobs in battle. Aside from a few sea urchin warriors that charged recklessly to their deaths, all of the jellyfish silently avoided Lin when they got close. Lin and his group were like an invincible party, and after flying for a long time, they finally entered the white mist around the turtle head. We're finally close. Lin began to concentrate a bit more. He was finally going to interact with the Heavenly Turtle tribe, which was one of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes, and he was quite nervous about it. At the same time, within the Sea Heart Palace, a series of heartbroken sobbing could be heard. A mermaid with a set of flawlessly beautiful features sat on a chair with her blue fishtail spilling off the side of the chair as tears flowed relentlessly down her face. Please stop crying, princess. The dead cannot be resurrected, so it's no use crying over them, a mermaid servant persuaded. Wah! I'm not crying for that dead bastard. I'm crying about how blind I was for loving a piece of shit like him. The mermaid that was sobbing was none other than the princess of the Spirit Fish clan, Xianxia. Upon hearing this, the mermaid servant faltered before offering words of consolation. You weren't blind, princess. Young Master Chan Nan was extremely handsome and talented. Xiaoxiao's sobs faltered as she glowered at the mermaid servant. So what you're saying is, I'm blind for not seeing how good and how exceptional Chan Nan was. The mermaid servant was dumbstruck. Could his words be construed in that way? Lan Xiaoni was completely enraged. Guards! Take this stupid fish and execute him. Two guards instantly burst through the doors before dragging the mermaid servant out of the room. Spare me. That's now what I meant. Princess, please spare me. The mermaid servant made his final struggle as tears streamed down his face. Lan Xiaoni ignored him and continued to sob into her hands. The mermaid servant had used his precious life to prove to everyone that an enraged woman was completely unreasonable. Within the Sea Heart Palace, Lan Xiaoni's tears finally subsided. At this moment, a blue mermaid slowly swam toward her. This was a male mermaid with blue hair and golden eyes. He wore an imperial robe, and a sense of regal majesty exuded from his handsome features, as if he was born to rule. Xiaoni, have you finished crying? If you can't get over this, then I can deploy more forces to exact revenge on the Fox tribe and the 4-9 Immortal sect, the mermaid said expressionlessly. There's no need, father. It's not necessary to waste time and energy on retaliation when it will do no good for us. I'll just vent my emotions through my tears. Wah! Lan Xiaoni burst into tears again as she spoke. The blue mermaid stroked his chin and silently watched Lan Xiaoni cry without uttering another word. Lan Xiaoni continued to cry and wipe away her tears before unintentionally catching sight of her father, who was looking at her with a cold expression. The atmosphere was a little strange. Keep crying. I'll just wait here and watch, the blue mermaid said in an emotionless voice as he continued to look at Lan Xiaoni with a cold expression. Thus, the mighty clan leader of the Spirit Fish clan, Lan Xingyang, stared intently at his daughter in silence. Lan Xiaoni, what did it feel like when you suffered a heart-wrenching experience and broke down into heartbroken sobs, only to have your father stare at you with a cold expression without offering any words of comfort or even saying anything at all? She didn't even have the courage to cry anymore. This was how things were sometimes. When no one gave a crap about you, there was no kick or thrill in crying. On the contrary, one would often cry even harder when there was someone consoling them. I've cried enough. Lan Xiaoni wiped the tears from her face. A relieved smile appeared on Lan Xingyang's face. You've finally gotten over it. Lan Xiaoni's chest constricted. Gotten over it, my ass. Lan Xingyang continued. Seeing as that is the case, let's get down to business. The fallen god seabed tomb is almost open for entry. Your brothers have already opened a passageway for you at the Hongmeng divine altar. Lan Xiaoni looked up at Lan Xingyang with surprise on her face. We've lost Chun Hao's map. How am I going to enter with only half of the map? You don't need to worry about that. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xingyang's face as he said, the high priest of the Hongmeng divine altar has already seen the future. You'll know how to get in once you get there. Lan Xiaoni didn't say anything more at the mention of the high priest and nodded lightly. The high priest of the Hongmeng divine altar was someone even her Dao integration stage father was extremely respectful toward. This was an omnipotent mighty figure capable of seeing the future and had mastered extremely powerful star divination abilities. Then when do I go? Lan Xiaoni asked. Lan Xingyang passed a white dagger to Lan Xiaoni. Right now. You can go there and wait. Your trip will decide whether the Spirit Fish clan continues to thrive or perishes. Hence, you must complete the mission and obtain the information within the fallen god seabed tomb. Lan Xingyang spoke in a solemn voice. Lan Xiaoni nodded with conviction. The fallen god seabed tomb was a place that had been restricted by ancient spell formations and the laws of heaven and earth. Only a soul formation stage cultivator with a key could enter the tomb, and she was the best candidate. Lan Xiaoni spread open the star coordinate map in her hands, and her brows furrowed slightly. But who would the other person be? In the northwestern area of the West Sea, and Lin entered the white mist. However, as soon as he entered the white mist, the shadow of the turtle head disappeared, and Lin felt as if he had passed through a natural barrier and arrived in a new area of the ocean. Within the mist, his view was unobstructed, but it was still a boundless expanse of ocean that awaited him. Did I see a fake turtle head? And Lin was a little befuddled. The jade bone immortal bug didn't know. She had never been to the moving heavenly star island. Tina was even less equipped to answer his question. She was like a little baby who was constantly curious about everything. Thus, Lin continued onward atop his brick and wandered around the area aimlessly. He was hoping that he would encounter an island so that he could ask the inhabitants of the island for directions. It was a pity that even within the white mist, the moving heavenly star island remained just as much of a mystery as ever. On an extremely massive island inhabited by powerful winged sea dragons. These dragons had the bloodline of a lizard dragon, but their wings were thinner and their skin was smoother. On top of that, their entire bodies consisted of a series of smooth planes that would effectively minimize resistance when they dove into the water. The most powerful being on the island, Xianxia, was currently being stomped into the ground by Lin as a series of anguished wails escaped from its lips. "Ah! Please spare me. Please be gentler. No, don't." The huge winged sea dragon was sprawled onto the ground as it wriggled its massive body. Lin straddled the dragon as golden light shone from his fist. "Are you gonna talk? Tell me all the information you know about the moving heavenly star island." Lin held a mirror with a cold smile on his face. "That really is all I know." Xianxia sobbed. "It's lying," the vermilion bird mirror said in a crisp voice. "Heh?" Lin chuckled coldly as he continued to unleash one monstrous fist after another. "Ah!" Xianxia finally cracked under Lin's brutal torture. "I'll talk. I'll talk." Xianxia couldn't do it anymore. If things continued like this, it would get pummeled to death. In comparison to upholding its vow to the heavenly turtle tribe, its life was much more important. At midnight, the direction the 9 brightest stars in the night sky connect to point toward is the direction the moving heavenly star island is moving in, Xianxia confessed. Lin turned to look at the vermilion bird mirror, which remained silent like a haughty queen. There was no response from the lie detector, so it looked like the truth had been spoken. He nodded with a satisfied smile. "You should have told me this earlier, big brother Xianxia. It would have spared you a lot of pain." Xianxia shook his head in fear. "I'm the underling. You're the big brother senior." This dragon was quite a smart dragon, so Lin didn't kill it. Instead, he waited quietly for the night to descend over the island. During that time, Lin swallowed a second-grade immortal pill, the Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit pill. A black wind instantly swept through the entire island as frost gathered on all things. Within the frosty darkness, the center of the island was transformed into a dark abyss that seemed capable of engulfing everything around it. All of the living beings on the island trembled in fear, and they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. A high-rank immortal pill refined with the bone marrow of a dark phoenix as its main ingredient naturally had extraordinary effects. Lin's power of flames had been drastically enhanced, and the holy flame vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy also absorbed a large amount of the pill's power as a few black feathers grew amid its tail feathers. The vermilion bird was thoroughly satisfied by this meal, and it let loose a clear cry, as if to repay Lin. The projection of a dark phoenix, which was capable of engulfing heaven and earth, suddenly appeared in Lin's mind alongside a vast amount of information and intent realms. Lin's entire body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but let loose agonized cries as his pupils gradually turned darker. Tina and the jade bone immortal bug were given a massive fright upon seeing this. Thankfully, Lin was not in this state for a long time, and he soon came to his senses as he panted heavily. "Giant Lin, are you all right? Master!" The fairy and the butterfly fluttered around Lin with expressions of concern on their faces. Lin shook his head as a hint of undisguised joy appeared on his face. "I'm fine." He raised his head to look up at the starry night sky, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let's go. We've already ascertained the direction that we need to go in. So let's set forth for the moving heavenly star island." When midnight arrived, the West Sea fell into complete darkness and silence. Only the sound of the waves continued to provide a serene background sound to the pitch-black night. The light of the moon and stars lit up the night and was reflected by the sea, as if the sea and sky were two mirrors facing each other as they met at a horizon line an immeasurable distance from here. and Lin raised his head to discover that among the countless stars in the sky, the 9 brightest stars seemed to be pointing toward a certain direction. However, the stars were constantly moving, and the direction they were pointing in was constantly changing as a result. So this really is a moving island. A smile appeared on Lin's face. He flew into the sky atop his brick and immediately began traveling in the direction the stars were pointing in. The ocean at night was not actually as serene and peaceful as it seemed. There were perils lurking at every corner, and there would occasionally be powerful sea monsters looking up at Lin from the water below. However, none of them had the guts to attack Lin. Thus, they continued onward for several thousand kilometers before a sea of light appeared before them. The Sea of Light was, as the name implied, a sea that glowed with light. The area of the ocean here shone with all types of different colored lights, appearing especially dreamy and trance-like in the night, as if one had stumbled upon a miraculous ocean. All of the fishes that inhabited this area of the ocean glowed with light. They swam in schools through the water like huge strips of silk, providing an extremely vibrant and enchanting scene to behold. There were also many firefly-like creatures that leaped out of the water to breathe the air above with elation. Each inhalation and exhalation they took made it appear as if the light shining from their bodies was pulsing in brightness. Wah! All of a sudden, an ethereal voice reverberated through the air from the distance. The sound was both faintly discernible but also quite clear at the same, as if it had originated from the ancient past to be heard by those in the future. And Lin immediately brought his brick to a halt and focused as he unleashed his divine sense to its maximum extent. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal bug also began to silently prepare spell techniques in preparation for any potential battle that could arise. A creature capable of making a sound like this was definitely no ordinary creature. Wah! Another distant cry reverberated directly into their souls. In the boundless sea of light, a massive empty patch suddenly appeared. All of the glowing sea creatures immediately parted, as if they were making way for something extremely terrifying. A dark blue light slowly emerged in the ocean before becoming brighter and brighter, and finally, it lit the entire ocean in a bright blue hue. This was a pure blue that overwhelmed all of the other colors in the sea of light. A gargantuan head slowly emerged from the water, sending massive waves surging around it in the process. So big. Tina's tiny little mouth gaped open as her eyes widened in shock. And Lin also drew a sharp intake of breath. Is that a whale? The gargantuan creature began to leap out of the ocean, bringing with it billions of tons of seawater. In the inky black night sky, above the sea of light, under the bright moon, around, smooth body glowed with a blue light as it flew through the sky and colored the entire night blue. That moment seemed to last for an eternity. Boom! The whale dove back into the ocean, bringing more massive waves that exploded into the air. As the entire ocean surged and roared, the blue light slowly disappeared into the bottom of the ocean. Is it gone? The encyclopedic Jade Bone Immortal bug remained silent after seeing this sea monster, as even she had no idea what it was. Sister Little Goo, what was that thing? It was so big and so beautiful. Tina was still struggling to recover from her shock, and she turned to the Jade Bone Immortal bug with excitement on her face. The Jade Bone Immortal bug shook her head. I don't know. As far as I know, there haven't been any records detailing such a gargantuan glowing creature. Let's just call it the blue whale. And Lin suggested excitedly. Huh? That seems like a name with no thought behind it at all. Tina cocked her head to the side and expressed her objection. Isn't it good to have a simple name? Its nickname will be Delon. And Lin clapped his hands together. This is a new species. We've discovered a new species. Tina, the Jade Bone Immortal bug. I feel like no one is going to accept this name for a new species, the Jade Bone Immortal bug complained. What other names can Giant and Lin invent aside from use big or little followed by the color of the creature? Tina shrugged in resignation, and Lin couldn't be bothered to speak with these two, who were unable to appreciate the beauty of his naming conventions. He turned his eyes up toward the stars in the sky again. He continued onward in the direction the stars were pointing in. The emergence of the blue whale was just a small interlude. However, that was something that would remain in their hearts for a long time. And Lin couldn't tell what the whale's cultivation base was, but he could see the marks left on the whale by the passage of time. That was most likely a whale that had lived in the West Sea for countless years. Before they knew it, they had crossed over the Sea of Light. Their surroundings fell dark again with the exception of the stars and moon in the sky. And Lin continued onward, and a black shadow finally appeared on the horizon. Look, there are a bunch of islands up ahead. Is that the moving Heavenly Star Island? There's no mistaking it, that is indeed our destination. I can see the island moving at an extremely slow speed with the passage of time. And Lin narrowed his eyes, and his divine sense had been unleashed to the maximum extent in order to survey their surroundings for any possible danger. As everyone drew closer and closer, the entirety of the moving Heavenly Star Island was gradually revealed to them. This was a group of islands made from different sizes and shapes. Each and every one of the islands had vastly different environments. Some of them were lush grasslands. Some of them had poison mist drifting over the entirety of the island. Some were realms of snow and ice, and some had rivers of molten lava flowing through them. All of the islands were drastically different from one another, but the one constant was that, regardless of the environments, all of the islands were inhabited by the living beings of the Heavenly Turtle tribe. All of these turtles had carefree and leisurely lives, setting at any place they could find and laying down lazily on one of the islands. It was now deep into the night, and some of them were sleeping, while others were looking up at the stars, as if they wanted to attain some sort of enlightenment through their stargazing. That wasn't to say they were profound creatures. Most of them were actually just bored. The average lifespan in the Heavenly Turtle tribe was over 1,000 years. Even though they lived for a very long time, there weren't that many things they could do. Their lives basically consisted of sunbathing during the day and stargazing at night. This was the monotonous lifestyle of the Heavenly Turtle tribe. They didn't enjoy battle and conflict, so they whiled away their days and occasionally dabbled in some strange areas of research, such as star divination or fortune-telling. And Lin flew over a series of islands atop his brick and concealed his aura during the process. The human race wasn't exactly on good terms with the Heavenly Turtle tribe. The Heavenly Turtle tribe was the enemy of the Eastern Dragon tribe, and the Eastern Dragon tribe was quite friendly with the Heavenly Court. As such, even in the ancient Taichu realm, the human race was considered enemies of the Heavenly Turtle tribe. Of course, there wasn't really any substantial vendetta between humans and the Heavenly Turtle tribe, and Lin was only concealing his aura to avoid any unnecessary and unforeseeable trouble. The moving Heavenly Star Island was actually a cluster of moving islands, of which there was no end in sight. And Lin continued toward the central region of the islands. Generally speaking, all of the badass turtles should be at the central region, so this should be the correct decision. Soon, a huge green island appeared before them. Not only were there beaches and forests on this island, but there were also tall mountains, waterfalls, and rivers. Most surprisingly, under the moonlight, there was even a golden rainbow that stretched across the entirety of the island. At the center of the golden rainbow stood an antiquated bluestone palace. All right, it looks like we'll be going there first, and Lin decided as he looked at the palace. The bluestone palace at the center of the golden rainbow gave off a high and mighty feel. No matter how you looked at it, it was definitely an extremely important place. As such, the owner of the palace should be quite powerful. Within the Heavenly Turtle tribe, one's cultivation base and star divination abilities correlated with one another. After all, the more advanced a turtle's cultivation base, the longer they could live. The longer they lived, the more time they had to stargaze. After stargazing for tens of thousands of years, anyone would be able to figure something out. Unless they were retarded, of course. And Lin should be able to give the star coordinate map to the owner of the palace and have it deciphered. Giant and Lin, there are restrictive spell formations around the palace, Tina suddenly said. A white light flashed past Lin's eyes, and he was greeted by the sight of an extremely complex and massive dual spell formation. The inner spell formation was only several thousand feet in radius and enshrouded the entire palace. However, the outer spell formation used the inner spell formation as a foundation and stretched outward to encompass the entire island, which was as huge as a continent. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. I don't think the owner of this palace is someone we can mess with. He immediately turned around to look for another target. However, at this moment, an opening suddenly appeared in the restrictive spell formations. An opening prepared for him. This? And Lin faltered slightly as he caught sight of that opening. Was this an invitation? And Lin looked at Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, who were both looking back at him. It looks like someone is inviting us for some tea. Should we go in? And Lin asked. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug spoke in a soft voice. If it really wanted to do something to us, it could just attack us without having to do something unnecessary like this. Furthermore, this is our first time here, so we have no vendetta against it. As such, I don't think we need to be afraid of anything. Tina chimed in. The two girls were not backing down. If Enlin backed down now, he might as well not call himself a man. All right, then let's go meet it. A firm expression appeared on his face as he led the way. He passed through the opening in the spell formations and made his way through the gate of the Bluestone Palace. Within the palace, there were all sorts of strange objects like divination and fortune-telling tools, copper coins, all manners of strange oracle bones. At the very center of it all was a large turtle sprawled lazily onto the ground. After seeing Enlin, a friendly smile appeared on its face as it spoke in a gentle and soft voice. Welcome, friends from afar. Greetings, Senior. I apologize for unintentionally trespassing on your territory. And Lin extended a salute. The turtle had quite a ferocious appearance, but its gentle voice completely belied its appearance. There's no need to apologize. Our meeting was preordained by fate, the turtle said in a slow voice. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. Why did it feel like he was being led into a trap somehow? Then, why did Senior let me in? And Lin looked up at the turtle curiously. I let you in because you wanted to come in, the turtle replied. A smile appeared on its thick lips as it spoke, and a sly expression surfaced on its dark features. Enlin. The turtle looked at Enlin. All right, I won't play around with you any longer. Our meeting was meant to be. So how about I personally tell you your fortune for you? Fortune-telling? Enlin's body tensed up slightly. It was common knowledge that the heavenly turtle tribe enjoyed star divination and telling the fortunes of others. However, Enlin was a little unsettled by the fact that this mighty figure was volunteering to tell his fortune to him. The turtle seemed to have noticed Enlin's concern. A smile appeared on its face as it said, How about this? I'll tell you about your past, and if there are any inaccuracies, I can agree to do something for you. Enlin's eyes lit up, and he nodded upon hearing this. All right, then please go ahead, Senior. He was just worried about how he could recruit this mighty figure's help to decipher his star coordinate map, so this could be considered as an opportunity. The turtle nodded. Suddenly, it extended its neck, and its massive head almost made contact with Enlin's face as a vast, ethereal aura swept toward him. Enlin didn't recoil. Instead, he met the turtle's gaze with an intrigued expression. The turtle's eyes were blue and countless tiny symbols suddenly appeared on them before quickly revolving, merging, separating, creating. As if this turtle were a supercomputer making countless calculations in the blink of an eye. And Lin fell into a slight daze upon looking into those mystical blue eyes. He actually also had a badass divination technique known as the divine simulation technique, which was probably higher in level than what this turtle was using. However, that technique was too dangerous, so he very rarely used it nowadays. The turtle suddenly closed its eyes, as if it was thinking about something, before its head slowly withdrew into its shell. Not only that, but even its four limbs withdrew into its shell. The entire palace fell silent, and there was now only a round turtle shell at the center of the palace. And Lin was a little bemused by this. Why did it suddenly withdraw? Senior, and Lin called. No one answered, and Lin stood waiting on the spot with a confused expression. 10 minutes later, the palace remained extremely peaceful, and there was still no reaction from the turtle shell. And Lin, Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug. Could it be that Senior Turtle fell asleep? Tina speculated in a quiet voice, and Lin's eyes were wide open. It was just telling my fortune a second ago, and now it's asleep. That would be absurd. Furthermore, we're still standing in its house. How can it just ignore us? Snore, 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 snore. The sound of the turtle's snoring gradually began to reverberate throughout the palace, and Tina's tiny hand sprang to her face in shock at her own correct guess. My God! Senior Turtle really is asleep, and Lin's lips twitched. What the hell was this turtle doing falling asleep on everyone? Let's go! And Lin felt as if he had been swindled and immediately walked toward the palace gate. Huh? Aren't we going to wake Senior Turtle up? Tina asked in a quiet voice, and Lin chuckled coldly. Why would we wake it up? Let it sleep if it likes sleeping so much. We'll just have to find someone who doesn't fool around with others like what this turtle does. This was the first time he had seen someone fall asleep mid-conversation. In all honesty, he was a little angry and didn't want to stay here any longer. Maybe Senior Turtle has its own set of hidden circumstances? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug suggested. Hidden circumstances? And Lin blinked before turning to the huge turtle shell, from which loud snores continued to erupt. He tried to use his divine sense to detect what was going on within the turtle shell, only to find that the shell seemed to have some sort of divine sense resistant property that prevented his divine sense from being able to detect anything. And Lin, let's go. He turned toward the gate again with Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug trailing along behind him. Boom! Right at this moment, the space within the palace suddenly began to tremor. An aura that gave one a sense of asphyxiation was slowly awakening. And Lin turned around, and his pupils contracted drastically. The huge turtle's 4 limbs had already extended out of its shell, and its mouth was open toward them, revealing sets of sharp teeth, as terrifying energy began to converge within. When the huge turtle opened its cavernous mouth, a terrifying power began to emanate forth. And Lin, Tina, and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug all prepared for battle. This was a necessary precaution. The power emanating from the huge turtle's body was simply far too fearsome. Yawn! A massive, elongated yawn erupted. The huge turtle opened its bleary eyes and seemed to be a little confused upon seeing Lin and his 2 beast pets. But then it seemed to make some sort of recollection. Oh, you're... The turtle stretched the "you're" into an extremely long word and didn't continue with its sentence. It had clearly failed to remember who they were and was asking for help. And Lin looked at the turtle expressionlessly. I came here so that you can tell my fortune. Actually, no, you insisted on telling my fortune. Have you forgotten? The huge turtle seemed to have suddenly remembered something. It abruptly slapped itself in the head as it said, Oh, right. I remember now. That's right. I was indeed telling your fortune for you. And Lin's expression had completely darkened. Did this turtle have Alzheimer's disease? Or did it have the memory of a goldfish? How could it forget something this quickly? Then, Senior, what have you seen? And Lin repressed his urge to leave and inquired. A thoughtful expression appeared on the huge turtle's face, and after a brief silence, it turned toward Lin again as countless black symbols suddenly appeared in its eyes, and Lin was astonished. What the fuck? Was the turtle telling his fortune again? Had it actually forgotten everything? How terrifying. And Lin felt like this mighty figure was a little dodgy. Turtles were normally the epitome of reliability, but this huge turtle was clearly an exception to this. After telling Lin's fortune again, the turtle slowly closed its eyes before withdrawing its head into its shell. Fuck off. And Lin immediately unleashed a mountain-quaking fist upon seeing this familiar scene. Boom! Howl! The huge turtle's head was knocked to the side, and it let loose a wail of anguish. It opened its eyes with shock written all over its face. Why did you hit me? You're trying to withdraw into your bloody shell and sleep again. Of course I'm going to have to hit you. And Lin was infuriated. The huge turtle rubbed its head with an aggrieved expression. I was just closing my eyes to organize my thoughts. Oh, is that so? And Lin was a little apologetic. Then please continue. The huge turtle heaved a faint sigh. Your punch completely scattered my thoughts, Enlin. For some reason, Enlin felt as if he had been played again. The huge turtle hurriedly provided an explanation upon seeing Enlin's expression. Even though my thoughts are a bit scattered, I can still tell you what I've seen. All right, go on then. The huge turtle's eyes gradually lost focus. Your past has been extremely spectacular and extraordinary. Enlin nodded upon hearing this. These past few years had indeed been quite spectacular and extraordinary. The turtle continued, the progression in your cultivation base has been extremely spectacular and extraordinary. Enlin nodded. Doing push-ups, getting struck by lightning, drinking discharge from rock golems, punching above his weight, eating beast cores, combating a golden void lightning Kirin. All of this was indeed quite spectacular and extraordinary. The turtle. Your love life has been extremely spectacular and extraordinary. Enlin. Can't you use another adjective? Enlin asked with an exasperated expression. Has it not been extremely spectacular and extraordinary? The turtle asked. Enlin's lips twitched. He had no counterargument to that. The turtle. Your money-making experience has been extremely spectacular and extraordinary. Enlin's lips twitched. Hee. The turtle cocked its head to the side. Is that incorrect? Enlin took a deep breath and clenched his hands into fists. Do you know what I want to do right now? The turtle blinked. What? A cold smile appeared on Enlin's face. I want to bash you. Boom, boom, boom. A series of mountain-quaking fists erupted. Ah! The turtle's massive head was severely ravaged by Enlin. What did I say wrong? Why would you hit me? The huge turtle glowered at Enlin. Enlin chuckled coldly as his fists surged with golden light. You didn't say anything wrong. I just wanted to let you know that my fighting style is also extremely spectacular and extraordinary. The turtle. All right, I'll refrain from using those adjectives then. The huge turtle conceded with difficulty. Enlin nodded with contentment and allowed the turtle to continue. The huge turtle wobbled its head from side to side. Your path to gathering beast pets has also been extremely breathtaking and exceptional. Enlin was astonished. Was this turtle fucking serious? Spectacular and extraordinary had become breathtaking and exceptional? The veins on Enlin's forehead bulged, and he repressed the urge to bash the turtle again, before turning to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? The huge turtle was a little panicked upon seeing Enlin turn to leave. Enlin didn't even turn around. I have my own business to attend to and cannot afford to waste time here. I know you need something from me. I'll agree to do it, the turtle said in a panicked voice. Enlin's footsteps faltered before he turned to look at the turtle with an astonished expression. Telling his fortune for free, helping him for free. This situation seemed a little shifty no matter how you thought about it. Why was this turtle willing to do all of these for him free of charge? I know what you're worried about, Mr. Enlin. The turtle provided an explanation while smiling. I'm willing to help you not just because we are connected by fate. In reality, I have predicted a long time ago that I will encounter someone today who will decide the fate of the heavenly turtle tribe. Hence, helping you will be the equivalent of helping my tribe. The huge turtle wobbled its head from side to side as it provided a slow explanation. Hence, I can help you here, and you can help the heavenly turtle tribe during our hour of need. Isn't that a great deal? Oh, I see. Enlin nodded before joining his hands in a salute to the old turtle. Pardon my intrusion. I'll be taking my leave now. He began to make his way out of this place even more quickly than before. Hey, Mr. Enlin, why are you still leaving? Was my explanation not clear enough? The huge turtle immediately asked in a panicked voice. No, your explanation was very clear. However, Enlin's lips twitched. I only want your help with looking at a map. However, you're trying to connect me to the fate of the entire heavenly turtle tribe. This is like if I wanted to buy a mousepad and you told me you can give me a mousepad for free, but in exchange I'll have to go save the world with you. That's simply absurd. The huge turtle was a little confused. What's a mousepad? Enlin's expression darkened. That's not the point. I don't want this heavy responsibility on my shoulders. So I'm leaving now. Please don't go. I understand what you're saying now. The huge turtle spoke. However, you have no choice but to cooperate with me this time. I am the high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe. And Lin's footsteps came to a grinding halt. There were hundreds of priests in the heavenly turtle tribe, but only one of them was the high priest. This was the high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe, Guyu. This was a turtle that was held in extremely high regard by the entire heavenly turtle tribe. And Lin turned with an incredulous expression to look at this turtle that seemed to have a loose screw. Never would he have thought that this dodgy old turtle would be a legendary character from the heavenly turtle tribe. That's right. I am the high priest, Guyu. The huge turtle looked at Lin with a serious expression. You have no choice but to cooperate with me. Otherwise, you will die. And Lin's eyes widened. I'll die. If this was some other random fortune teller telling Lin he was going to die if he didn't pay up, and Lin would immediately reward them with a mountain-quaking fist with no hesitation whatsoever. However, these words were being spoken by the high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe, Guyu, so he felt compelled to listen. That's right. You'll die by the hands of the spirit fish clan. Guyu nodded, and Lin's brows furrowed. He did have a vendetta against the spirit fish clan, but they shouldn't be able to kill him unless they deployed a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Would the spirit fish clan dare to do that? Guyu continued in a slow voice. I can only predict the outcome of what happens if you refuse to cooperate with me. Of course, I can guarantee your survival if you do cooperate with me. I know what you want my help for, since that is the only thing that would be related to the fate of the heavenly turtle tribe. In reality, there are many living beings within the heavenly turtle tribe that can decipher your map. However, the only one who can ensure your survival and that you encounter a huge opportunity is me. Guyu's voice was brimming with absolute confidence as he turned to Lin with a calm expression, and Lin stroked his chin. Why should I believe you? I can swear a vow on the ocean, on the stars, and on all of the lives of my tribal brethren. Guyu looked at Lin with a firm expression. Don't overthink it. I'm only choosing to cooperate with you for the sake of the heavenly turtle tribe. And Lin nodded. This was a plausible reason. Please continue. And Lin uttered with a polite expression. A smile appeared on Guyu's face. You've come to find me because you need help with a certain star coordinate map, right? I know of the place on the map. That map is actually not just a map, but also a key. A key. And Lin's interest was piqued. That's right. It is a key that will grant you access to the fallen god seabed tomb. Only with that map as a key do you have the right to enter the fallen god seabed tomb, and only living beings below the return to void stage can enter the tomb. I can forcefully take the map from you and send my tribe's soul formation stage powerful beings into the tomb. However, after extensive divination, I have discovered that you are the only one who can change the fate of the heavenly turtle tribe. Hence, I have decided to help you, Guyu said, and Lin's face convulsed. You sure are honest. A gentle smile appeared on Guyu's face. Honesty is my biggest flaw. The huge turtle continued. Oh, when the time comes, there will also be a powerful being from the spirit fish clan entering the tomb. They will be your most powerful opponent, so you have to be careful of them. And Lin chuckled nonchalantly. You're telling me to be careful of a soul formation stage opponent? That's an insult. Guyu, it is not good to be arrogant. I'm not even exaggerating. Even if a return to void stage mighty figure were to enter the tomb, I could still beat the crap out of them. And Lin said with an expression that was full of conviction. Guyu, you really are arrogant. And Lin didn't waste any more time on this subject. You're saying that a spirit fish clan powerful being will also be entering the tomb. So they have a key as well? There are 2 keys. Guyu nodded with a profound expression. That's right. The fallen god seabed tomb is the tomb of an ancient mighty figure. Would you like to hear about the taboo love story between the high priests of the heavenly turtle tribe and the spirit fish clan? A love story between a turtle and a mermaid? Impressive. And Lin was a little shocked. Not interested. Just give me the important details. Guyu's eyes widened. It was just about to launch into an epic tale about this legendary love story. But Enlin didn't want to hear it? Important details. Guyu thought for a moment before speaking. Look after yourself when you get into the tomb. Enlin, are there any precautions I can take? And can you tell me what lies in the tomb? Enlin was a little angry. Prior to the deaths of the two high priests, they buried their past glory into the seabed tomb and left the keys to their successors so that they can access the tomb when the time is right. Guyu looked up into the sky. I have been stargazing every day to sense the changes within the world and have discovered that now is the ideal time for the tomb to open. You don't need to do anything special after entering the tomb. Just do your best to reap as many rewards as possible. If there is a treasure, then snatch it. If there is a cultivation method, then take it. And Lin was astonished. What thoughtful requirements. He would do all that even if the turtle didn't tell him to. Also, if you encounter some indecipherable text or diagrams or pictures, I hope you can take snapshots of them. They may contain some very important information, and I hope you can give them to our heavenly turtle tribe, Guyu continued. And Lin nodded. No problem. Guyu spat out a cuboid black crystal. Wear this with you at all times. It can save your life during a dire situation. This is the reason why I can guarantee your survival if you cooperate with me. What is this? And Lin surveyed the black crystal with curiosity in his eyes. I can't tell you. If I do, it won't work anymore. Guyu wobbled its head as it spoke. And Lin. Were all fortune tellers big fans of being as mysterious and cryptic as possible? Was it an indication of their skills? And Lin heaved a resigned sigh and set his curiosity aside. Everything seemed to have been connected. The Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan, Chan Nan and Lan Xiaoni's wedding, Chan Nan's map key, soul formation stage powerful being. Thinking about it like that, they were most likely planning to let Chan Nan and Lan Xiaoni enter the tomb. And Lin had now taken Chan Nan's birth. Even if the Black Fox tribe was enraged about this, they couldn't do anything as their top dog had already been blasted into oblivion by Enlin. The Spirit Fish clan would be quite infuriated too if Enlin traveled to the tomb with the key. So another battle seemed imminent. Mr. Enlin, I will personally accompany you to the tomb. No one will be able to harm you outside of the fallen god's seabed tomb. Guyu promised. And Lin's concerns were laid to rest. Swear a vow. And Lin spoke in a firm voice. Guyu, I swear a vow on the ocean, on the stars, and on all of the lives of my tribal brethren. After swearing a long-winded vow, Guyu extended its head and shattered the space above it. Let's go to the fallen god's seabed tomb. And Lin was a little surprised. You know the way without having to look at the map? He hadn't even brought out his map yet. And yet the turtle was already proposing to lead the way? Was it that badass? I am the high priest, so that place is no secret to me. To me, the only function of the map is the key to the tomb. Guyu replied with a buoyant smile. Within the depths of the West Sea, tumbling waves surged here as lightning clouds gathered in the sky. Fearsome bolts of lightning crashed into the ocean relentlessly as the ocean roared, seemingly enraged by the assault of lightning. A woman sat above a huge seashell as she silently surveyed the turbulent sea and sky. She had the upper body of a human and a blue fishtail as her lower body. Her features were incredibly gorgeous, and her skin was as fair as jade. She had a pair of snowy white, voluptuous mounds on her chest, which were wrapped in blue silk, revealing her slim waist and flawless back to present a glorious sight to behold. Her exquisite features and figure epitomized the perfect mermaid in the imaginations of humans. The mermaid looked into the distance with scorching battle intent burning in her blue eyes. High Priest, who do you think is going to be my opponent? The mermaid asked. That's not important, Lan Xiaoni. Just don't forget your mission. A blob of shapeless liquid floated beside the mermaid and gave a response. The High Priest had not appeared in its true form. Perhaps it didn't think the time was right. Lan Xiaoni licked her delicate lips as a confident smile appeared on her face. That's right. Whoever it is, I'll show them what true despair looks like. Lan Xiaoni had absolute confidence. She was a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage with a superb aptitude and top-tier cultivation methods. She had also mastered too many mystic techniques to count and possessed many trump cards given to her by her seniors. Who would be a match for her in battle? Furthermore, she had that as well. With this in mind, her confident smile grew even wider. Lan Xiaoni sat on her seashell, patiently waiting for her unlucky enemy. After a short while, crack, a crisp crack sounded in mid-air. The space nearby began to crack open. A huge spatial passageway appeared not far away from Lan Xiaoni. A massive turtle slowly made its way out of the spatial passageway. Even though it had subdued its aura, Lan Xiaoni's body still tightened up at the sight of it for some reason. After getting a clear view of the turtle, Lan Xiaoni drew a sharp intake of breath, and her body tensed up even further. This turtle was the high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe, Gu Yu. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't dare to say anything in the face of such a legendary figure. However, she had the high priest of the spirit fish clan, Yu Feiyu, with her today. Yu Feiyu was comparable to Gu Yu in power, so she was not scared. Hee. Who would have thought that the key would end up in the hands of the heavenly turtle tribe again after all this time? Lan Xiaoni chuckled lightly with a dismissive glint in her eyes. But there is no one in your heavenly turtle tribe that is a match for me. That's right, the battle was going to be decided in the fallen god seabed tomb, not here. All she would have to do was to pummel the crap out of the living being that would enter the tomb with her. The spirit fish clan's victory was assured. All of a sudden, a voice sounded from within the spatial passageway. Oh? Is she my opponent? My God! This is my lucky day. A figure emerged from the spatial passageway with excitement on his face. Lan Xiaoni turned toward the spatial gate, and her pupils contracted as her mouth gaped open in shock. A series of traumatizing memories began to surface in her mind. She almost fell off her seashell from fear as she let loose a high-pitched shriek. Ah! And Lin, how could it be you? Lan Xiaoni was scared shitless. Never would she have thought that her opponent would be this man. With her strength and aptitude, she had absolute confidence against any soul formation stage cultivator. Not even Chun Nan was a match for her. No matter who she encountered, they would be mere cannon fodder in her eyes. Or at least, that was the case, until she encountered this living hack. At the sight of Lan Xiaoni's terrified expression, and Lin patted Gu Yu's head with a smile. Senior Turtle, do you see that? My so-called biggest enemy from the Spirit Fish Clan has already lost. Gu Yu was feeling quite depressed. Couldn't the Spirit Fish Clan representative have just a little more backbone? Gu Yu was now seriously doubting whether there had been a problem with its divination, and Lin felt like Gu Yu was a fake high priest. Prior to coming here, Gu Yu had been warning him about how badass and powerful his opponent would be, but after actually coming here, he discovered that his opponent was a piece of trash. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes. That's right, fear had driven her to the point of tears. At that moment, she appeared extremely vulnerable and helpless. She raised her head with an aggrieved and fearful expression to look at Yu Feiyu. High Priest, this is the opponent that I'm supposed to have a chance at defeating. My divination won't be wrong. You have a very good chance of winning. Trust me. Yu Feiyu reassured in an expressionless voice. Lan Xiaoni. For the first time, Lan Xiaoni's thoughts mirrored in Lin's. She felt like the high priest beside her was a fake high priest. What the fuck was this about her having a good chance at winning? How the fuck was she supposed to win? Was this a competition to see who had the biggest breasts? Lan Xiaoni, don't forget that you have the most regal bloodline of the Spirit Fish Clan. You will be acknowledged by our ancestors when you enter the tomb, while your opponent is only a human. There's no time to waste. Your father and brothers have made painstaking efforts to get you here. Remember that you are carrying the hopes of the entire Spirit Fish Clan on your shoulders. Yu Feiyu continued in an expressionless voice. Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth and looked up at Lin before mustering up what appeared to be more courage than what she was capable of. And Lin, don't think that I'm scared of you. We'll see who gets the last laugh. The poor girl was stuttering from fear. Can you please wipe the tears from your face and ensure that your voice isn't trembling before you say something like that? A wicked smile appeared on Enlin's face. Hee hee. Lan Xiaoni trembled upon seeing Enlin's smile, and her features turned deathly pale. Guyu couldn't help but take Lan Xiaoni's side. Princess of the Spirit Fish Clan, don't forget that the fallen god seabed tomb can only be accessed when the two keys are together. If one of the owners of the keys perishes in the fallen god seabed tomb, the owner of the other key will be attacked by the restrictions within the tomb. As such, your life is not in any danger. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoni faltered before turning to Guyu with a grateful expression. That was indeed the case. She had absolutely shit herself at the sight of Enlin and completely forgotten about this detail. With this in mind, Lan Xiaoni puffed out her chest and immediately felt a lot more confident. Enlin turned to Guyu with an expression of shock. Why the hell was this turtle boosting the morale of his enemy? Had it gone insane? Guyu raised its head and looked up into the sky with a mysterious and profound expression. The enemy was simply too weak and cowardly for Guyu to stand aside and do nothing. It couldn't allow its reputation to be ruined by this sniveling spirit fish clan princess. It looked at Lan Xiaoni with a meaningful expression. With encouragement glowing from its eyes, it tried to instill her with the confidence to oppose Enlin. Lan Xiaoni took a deep breath before pulling a map out of her storage ring and turning to Enlin. Come here. We have to put our maps together to open the passageway into the tomb. Enlin had heard about this process from Guyu. When the two halves of the map combined together, the owners of the map would be able to enter the tomb. Enlin flew toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni looked at the man flying toward her and silently swallowed. Even her breathing had become a lot fainter. This was an instinctive response to danger, and she wasn't even aware of it herself. Guyu was befuddled. It had clearly predicted that Enlin's opponent would pose quite a big threat to him. Why did that not appear to be the case at all? Furthermore, it didn't appear as if Lan Xiaoni was putting on an act. You go on the bottom. I'll go on top. Lan Xiaoni splayed open her map and instructed in a feeble voice. Enlin's brows furrowed slightly. Lan Xiaoni's body trembled upon seeing this. Or, you can go on top and I can go on the bottom. Guyu, you Feiyu. Enlin was indeed very powerful, but did she have to be this spineless? You're the representative of the younger generation of the Spirit Fish Clan. Have more backbone. All right, I'll go on top, you go on the bottom. Enlin decided in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoni nodded obediently, more so out of a self-preservation instinct than anything else. She was a mermaid that could give up everything, including her own life, for love, but under normal circumstances, she was actually quite cowardly. After all, she was a princess who had been pampered all her life, so how could she be expected to have the courage to stand up to a living hack who could even thrash return to void stage mighty figures? Enlin placed his map on top of Lan Xiaoni's. The two maps came together to form a complete map. After the maps combined as one, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The surging waves in the ocean instantly became motionless. The dark clouds and flashing lightning in the sky also became completely stationary. This was like a snapshot frozen in time. A peculiar power began to emanate from the complete map, upon which a white pillar of light pierced through heaven and earth and directly into the ocean. Boom! The seawater below surged in a radius of over 1,000 kilometers from the impact of the pillar of light. A gargantuan vortex began to appear on the ocean. Let's go! Enlin bade farewell to Tina and the jade bone immortal bug before flying toward the vortex. Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth and followed along behind Enlin. The rugged road ahead plunged her into despair, but as the representative of the Spirit Fish Clan, she carried the future of her entire tribe on her shoulders, so she had to give it everything she had. The two of them entered the white pillar of light before flying along the path carved out by the pillar of light into the bottom of the ocean. As they dwelled deeper and deeper into the ocean, the surging seawater slowly settled and gave way to darkness and deathly silence. If it weren't for the illumination of the pillar of light, they wouldn't even be able to see the sea creatures around them. Lan Xiaoni looked at the man in front of her and silently swallowed as she pursed her soft lips. The timidity and fear of a helpless little kitten appeared in her eyes as she racked her brain for a way to escape from Enlin after entering the tomb. After what seemed like an eternity, They finally reached the bottom of the ocean. With the light emanating from the pillar of light, and Lin was just able to make out a tightly shut blue gate standing on the seabed. The entire surface of the gate was extremely smooth, and it seemed to have been completely unaffected by the passage of time. This should be the entrance. And Lin nodded before walking out of the pillar of light and arriving at the gate of the tomb. Lan Xiaoni carefully trailed along behind him, not daring to utter even a single word. She was just praying that Lin would completely ignore her. Unfortunately, Lin's footsteps faltered just as she was thinking this, and he turned around to look at her. Lan Xiaoni trembled as she took an involuntary step backward. What's wrong? You go inside first, Lin commanded. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened with rage, but upon seeing Lin's cold eyes, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. How could you do this to me? The mermaid princess was extremely aggrieved as tears welled up in her eyes. She knew that she was being used by Lin as cannon fodder. She was the high and mighty princess of the Spirit Fish clan, the precious jewel of the tribe leader, Lan Xingyang. When had she ever been subjected to treatment like this? She couldn't accept this. She had to fight for her honor as the princess of the Spirit Fish clan. Stop wasting time and hurry up, Lin yelled. All right. Lan Xiaoni bit down on her lower lip and hung her head as she led the way forward. She had no choice but to endure this treatment for now. She was doing all of this for the future and greater good of the Spirit Fish clan. Lan Xiaoni made her way to the gate and pressed her hand against it to try and push it open. To her surprise, the door refused to budge, as if it were an indestructible wall. Xiao Lan's brows furrowed slightly, and she was just about to try something else when the fish head and turtle head beside the gate suddenly began to move. Both of them turned to Lan Xiaoni before opening their mouths, upon which a terrifying spatial force erupted. Ah! Lan Xiaoni let loose a sharp screech before disappearing on the spot. And Lin was dumbstruck. Had she just entered the tomb? If they could enter the tomb via spatial teleportation, what the hell was the point of this gate? He was just hesitating about whether he should stand in front of the gate like Lan Xiaoni did when the fish head and turtle head seemed to have detected his presence. And they turned to him before opening their mouths. Holy fuck! And Lin let loose a cry of surprise before a rush of dizziness swept toward him. The space around him transitioned drastically. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself in a strange world. The sky above was a murky gray while light enshrouded the entire earth. Countless antiquated swords had been stabbed into the ground, and they stretched as far as the eyes could see. Sharpness, coldness, and a sense of desolation enshrouded the entire space. He could feel that each and every one of the swords had its own history and conquests. When countless antiquated swords were gathered together, their combined sword intent was capable of piercing through the very heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful energy fluctuations erupted from nearby. And Lin looked up to discover Lan Xiaoni flying toward a certain direction while unleashing a series of powerful spell techniques. Countless antiquated swords flew into the air from the ground below before attacking Lan Xiaoni of their own volitions. The power of water clashed with the antiquated swords, resulting in earth-shattering booms. What is she fighting? And Lin faltered slightly before turning his eyes in the direction Lan Xiaoni was looking at, upon which his eyes gradually lit up. When Lan Xiaoni whipped her fishtail, each and every one of her leaps sent ripples surging through space as she quickly flew ahead, as if she were swimming through the air. The antiquated swords below seemed to have been provoked by Lan Xiaoni's movement, and they slashed through the air toward her with terrifying sword intent. Lan Xiaoni's agile movement techniques allowed her to avoid most of the flying swords, and she unleashed powerful water spell techniques to combat those that she couldn't evade. I'm almost there. These flying swords are fearsomely powerful, but I can still keep them at bay. Just a few hundred more meters and that necklace is mine. Lan Xiaoni turned with a scorching light in her eyes toward a huge antiquated sword, upon the hilt of which hung a blue necklace. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying power swept forth from behind her. Ah! Lan Xiaoni let loose a shriek before hurriedly taking evasive measures. At this moment, that figure had already passed Lan Xiaoni in the blink of an eye. Countless flying swords flew toward the male figure, and he turned to shoot a glance at them before swatting them away with a single palm that was powerful enough to make the space around him twist and warp. Thump, thump, thump. All of the flying swords exploded. Humph! What kind of shitty swords are these? None of them are even powerful enough to provide a challenge. The man harumphed coldly before arriving at the huge antiquated sword and putting the necklace into his storage ring in one smooth motion. Lan Xiaoni. And Lin nodded with satisfaction before discovering Lan Xiaoni looking at him. What are you glaring at me for? And Lin's brows furrowed. Nothing. Lan Xiaoni shook her head with a fearful expression. Even her chest shook along with her head as she repressed her aggravation and rage. How could this man just snatch something away from her and not feel the slightest hint of guilt? If Lan Xiaoni was capable of doing so, she would dice him into a million pieces. Don't just glare at people for no reason. Otherwise, I would be misled into thinking I did something wrong. And Lin said in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. Lan Xiaoni was in shock. Don't you fucking know what you did? After the necklace was taken, the antiquated swords around them settled down again. And Lin looked around with a vacant expression and couldn't really decide on where to go next. He then turned toward Lan Xiaoni as a sinister smile appeared on his face again. What do you want? Lan Xiaoni wrapped her arms around her chest at the sight of Lin's sinister smile, and she quickly opened up some distance between them with a fearful expression. How did you discover that treasure so quickly? Tell me the truth. Do you have more information regarding the fallen god seabed tomb? And Lin asked in a menacing voice. Lan Xiaoni immediately shook her head. No, I know nothing about this tomb. I had only coincidentally caught sight of that treasure just then, so I decided to try and take it. And Lin looked at the mirror in his hand to find that the vermilion bird mirror had remained silent, thereby verifying the authenticity of Lan Xiaoni's words. This wasn't all that implausible. After all, this was the first time the tomb had ever opened up, so no one would have any idea of what lay within it. All right then, be careful and make sure you don't die. And Lin nodded before turning his eyes toward another direction. Lan Xiaoni's cold features were filled with rage, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Lin was not saying this as a gesture of concern for her. If she died, the restrictions on the tomb would regard Lin as an enemy and attack him. Hence, he was only saying this for his own sake. If only Chen Nan were here, he would protect me. A sense of disconsolation welled up in her heart as she reminisced about her deceased fiancé. However, the thought of him leaving her behind with zero hesitation during that dire situation flashed through her mind. Wah! Douchebag! So handsome but so unreliable. Lan Xiaoni burst into tears again. Even though she hadn't been in a relationship with Chen Nan for a long time, and that there was a certain purpose attached to their marriage, but her heart had still been completely won over by his absurdly handsome face. Who said love couldn't be based on looks alone? And Lin turned toward the bawling mermaid before speaking in a cold voice. You're right in calling me handsome, but the rest of that was all slander. Lan Xiaoni wiped the tears from her face, and her expression faltered slightly before she provided an explanation. I wasn't talking about you. I'm not handsome. And Lin raised his voice as killing intent spilled forth from his body. You are. You're very handsome. Lan Xiaoni's body stiffened as she spoke. Don't be such a crybaby, woman. It's really annoying. And Lin scolded in a stern voice. Lan Xiaoni hung her head obediently and interlaced her fingers between one another. Yes. And Lin nodded with satisfaction before leading the way forward. Follow me. I'll protect you. Yes. Lan Xiaoni nodded instinctively. However, she soon came to her senses and looked up with incredulity in her blue eyes at the man walking ahead of her. Did he just say that he would protect me? And Lin's original plan was to let Lan Xiaoni lead the way and use her as cannon fodder. However, Lan Xiaoni was simply too weak, and he was afraid that she would die if she fell into some trap. If that happened, he would come under attack from the entire tomb. After taking these factors into consideration, he decided to lead the way instead. and Lin flew ahead atop his brick and unleashed his divine sense to scan the largest area possible. There's nothing else here. Let's keep going. After flying for some distance, and Lin's brows began to furrow. This place was much more massive than he had imagined. He cast his eyes in all directions to discover that there were antiquated swords stabbed into the ground wherever he looked, stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. That's strange. He suddenly slowed down. Lan Xiaoni had a lapse in concentration, and she almost crashed into Lin's back, sending her heart rate accelerating through the roof for an instant. What is it? The mermaid princess asked in a nervous voice as her blue eyes scanned their surroundings, thinking that they had fallen into some sort of trap. Where did the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe get so many swords? And Lin was perplexed. Lan Xiaoni. That was what this was all about? And Lin continued, even though these antiquated swords aren't very powerful and don't seem like they're very valuable either, making so many of them would still expend an unimaginable amount of labor and resources. So what's the point? Why do these swords exist? There doesn't appear to be any reason for their existence. Is this all just to create some sort of visual spectacle? Lan Xiaoni faltered slightly before realizing he had a point. She had gradually become accustomed to seeing these swords and subconsciously ignored them, but after thinking about it, she too realized that they were quite bizarre. It wasn't exactly strange that a mighty figure's tomb would have some visual spectacles, but one of this scale was just absurd. This was like someone setting up a little garden in front of their mansion, which would probably earn them praise for their good taste. But what if they set up an artificial forest in front of their mansion? They would be denounced as a nut job. And Lin suddenly thought of that blue necklace. Initially, he had intended to take the necklace and study it once he was out of this tomb. However, he suddenly recalled back to how all of the antiquated swords seemed to have sprung to life when he and Lan Xiaoni tried to grab the necklace. Could there be a reason for this? And Lin pulled the blue necklace out of his storage ring. The necklace was like an indescribably powerful electromagnetic, which instantly drew all of the antiquated swords below to them. Countless flying swords pierced through the air like a reversed storm, slashing toward Lin with fearsome force. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and she was just about to unleash spell techniques to combat the swords when she heard a cold harumph. Boom! Purple divine flames erupted forth, enshrouding both of them within. Their devastating temperatures made the air shimmer and warp as the ground below melted. The flying swords crashed into the barrier of flames, only to be instantly vaporized by the fearsome temperatures. Not even a single one of them was able to break through. Lan Xiaoni stopped what she was doing and turned to the man beside her. She was greeted by a pair of tranquil and calm eyes that did not see the powerful flying swords as a threat whatsoever. A strange thought welled up in her heart. From a certain perspective, Lin was actually quite a reliable man. After unleashing his demonic star flame, Lin focused on the necklace. Divine Inspection Technique. Sword Burial Necklace. A spatial storage weapon constructed with a star of sword intent as its core. It can absorb and store deceased swords before unleashing them after being charged with energy. Deceased swords are swords that previously had owners, but their owners have since perished. Without an owner, the sword slowly loses its spirit, upon which it can be referred to as a deceased sword. This, and Lin was shocked. Never would he have thought that this was a weapon that made use of deceased swords. Deceased swords were quite rare, and most of them appeared on battlefields that were stained by blood and death. However, all of the antiquated swords here coincidentally appeared to be deceased swords, and Lin looked at all of the flying swords that were being vaporized by his divine flame, and his heart instantly began to throb. These were all treasures. He immediately withdrew his divine flame before refining the necklace and throwing it into the air. Come, I'll take all of you. He activated the necklace's spatial storage ability with all his might. A dark blue light erupted from the sword burial necklace, which transformed into a blue hole. The entire ground below began to tremor and quake. Countless antiquated swords pulled themselves out of the ground before surging like an ocean of swords into the blue hole unleashed by the necklace, where they then disappeared. 10,000, 100,000, a million, 100 million. That's right, all of the flying swords in this entire world began to surge toward the blue hole, and there seemed to be no end to them. And Lin's excitement was tinged with a hint of concern. Where did such an unfathomable quantity of deceased swords come from? The mystery surrounding this place had Lin both intrigued and a little worried. Lan Xiaoni stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Even an idiot would be able to tell that this was a super badass treasure. And she had just missed out on this super badass treasure. Lan Xiaoni's heart throbbed with pain, but she couldn't do anything about it. And Lin couldn't be bothered to consider the feelings of cannon fodder like her. He continued to absorb deceased swords. After being absorbed into and nurtured by the sword burial necklace, the deceased swords would be able to unleash much more fearsome might than before. Furthermore, their power would be enhanced as their master's power in the Tao of the sword improved. This was a spatial treasure with extreme evolutionary potential. From a practical point of view, this treasure definitely exceeded most immortal tools. To think that he would come across such an incredible treasure having only just entered the tomb. And Lin was starting to look forward to encountering all the other treasures in here. The sword burial necklace was still absorbing swords relentlessly. A strange occurrence then took place, which caused Lin and Lan Xiaoni's expressions to shift dramatically. The ground is shrinking? Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened, and she whipped her tail instinctively to rise higher into the air, thereby taking her further away from the ground. This is probably a fake ground. And Lin's lips twitched. The ground began to shrink and disappear into the blue hole, as if the whole world were being sucked into the necklace. As for where all of this matter was going, and Lin did not know. The only thing worthy of celebration was that the deceased swords stabbed into the ground weren't fake. As the earth shrank, the entire space around them also seemed to be gradually shrinking. And Lin could even see the murky gray sky quickly sweeping toward them, as if the world was compressing around him in an effort to crush him. After all of the deceased swords had been absorbed, and Lin quickly put away the sword burial necklace before unleashing his divine flames and holy flame to combat the converging sky. Lan Xiaoni's features turned pale with fright, and she immediately unleashed a massive wave into the sky. However, the waves crashed into Lin's flames and evaporated into water vapor. The temperature of Lin's flames were also adversely affected as a result. And Lan Xiaoni, if I could allow you to die, I would definitely kick you out without a second thought, and Lin said with a serious expression. Lan Xiaoni hung her head with shame as tears welled up in her eyes again. Boom! The compressing space around them made contact with Lin's flames before instantly vanquishing them. So powerful. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. He was just about to unleash his origin energy of the netherworld in order to fight for his life when the space around him completely compressed and engulfed himself as well as Lan Xiaoni. Another burst of dizzying spatial transfer ensued. When Lin reopened his eyes, he discovered that he had already arrived in a sealed corridor. The corridor was quite wide and was constructed from bluestone. Countless dark blue flames lit up the corridor from both sides, revealing a series of spirit fish clan and heavenly turtle tribe statues along both sides of the corridor, all of which wore different expressions. Some of the statues were either smiling or chortling, or had fearful or twisted expressions. Some of them had such wide smiles that the corners of their lips had already reached around to their ears, presenting quite a ghastly sight. Claustrophobia, deathly silence, abnormality, horror, all types of atmospheres wafted through the air. Lan Xiaoni's reaction upon seeing the mermaid statues was even more violent. Her breathing had accelerated drastically, and she was slowly sidling up to Lin. And Lin was a little annoyed by this. Get away from me. You stink like seafood. Lan Xiaoni almost threw up a mouthful of blood and retorted with a furious expression. That's not the stench of seafood. That's my bodily fragrance. Do you understand? How can you use such crude words like seafood to describe my enticing scent? The mermaid princess finally couldn't repress her anger any longer. He could look down on her, but how could he insult her alluring scent? And Lin was not enraged by her outburst. Instead, a curious expression appeared on his face. But you smell like the sea except more delicious. Isn't that the smell of seafood? Lan Xiaoni's teeth chattered with rage. Suddenly, she noticed an operative word, and she retreated a few steps before letting loose a fearful scream. Ah, you can't. Even though I'm beautiful, that doesn't mean I taste good. And Lin looked at Lan Xiaoni with a confused expression. What was wrong with her? She was always either screaming or crying, and none of her words made sense. Was she retarded? He hadn't noticed just how much emotional trauma the poor mermaid princess was suffering from upon being referred to as seafood. Lan Xiaoni felt like Lin was using this description on her as he wanted to eat her, and Lin shook his head before continuing down the corridor. He also touched some of the statues to find that they had all been constructed from copper, and there was nothing special about them. He did consider taking all of these statues with him, but that would be going too far, and it might leave the owner of the tomb with a bad impression. As such, he decided that he would only take the best treasures. The two of them didn't have to walk far before reaching the end of the corridor. They arrived in a circular chamber where there were two tightly shut doors and one key. Above one of the doors was a plaque with the words, Tomb Treasure Vault, while the plaque on the other door read Tribal Secret. It was clear that they could only choose one of the two paths. A scorching light appeared in Lan Xiaoni's eyes upon seeing the tribal secret door. She had never forgotten her mission to fight for the future of the Spirit Fish clan. It was quite clear that the tribal secret door would lead her to information that would decide the fate of the Spirit Fish clan. Lan Xiaoni grabbed the key and held it tightly in her hand before turning toward the tribal secret door, as if she were looking at the door of hope. She slowly made her way toward the door before a hand clamped down firmly on her snowy white shoulder. Oi! Where are you going? That's the wrong direction. A calm yet commanding voice sounded from behind her. Lan Xiaoni's body trembled, and she turned to the man behind her, who had a firm expression on his face. But treasures can be found anywhere. The future of a tribe is the most important thing, Lan Xiaoni argued. It had taken her a vast amount of courage to speak those words. A cold smile appeared on Lin's face upon hearing this. I don't give 2 cents about the future of your tribe. I'm only here for treasures. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened with incredulity. Did Gu Yu not make an agreement with you? Did it not ask you to return with the secrets of the Heavenly Turtle tribe? Gu Yu had personally delivered Lin here, so Lan Xiaoni refused to believe that there was no agreement made between the two of them in advance. There was indeed an agreement. Gu Yu told me to grab all of the treasures I can and take photos of anything undecipherable to me before delivering those to it. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. Lan Xiaoni was in shock. What a lenient and thoughtful demand. Lan Xiaoni almost shed tears again at the huge disparity between the two of them. She had the future of her entire tribe on her shoulders, while Lin was just here to loot this place. But how could she give in? She was fighting for the future of her tribe. This was an honor in itself, and she refused to back down. Lin pointed at the tomb treasure vault door and issued a stern command. Hurry up and open that door. All right. Lan Xiaoni nodded obediently before making her way toward the tomb treasure vault door and opening it with the key. And Lin was too powerful. It would not be wise to go against him. She had to endure this humiliation for the greater good. The two of them entered through the door and passed through a narrow corridor before arriving at an extremely cavernous space. A statue of a male member of the Spirit Fish clan over 10,000 feet tall stood at the very center of this space. Its features were extremely handsome, and it had long, curly hair that reached down to his waist. It was holding an intricately crafted staff in its hand. After the two of them arrived at the cavernous space, the statue's eyes suddenly turned to look directly at Lin and Lan Xiaoni. Lin's heart tightened as he was struck by the feeling that he was being watched by a certain power. Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise. He was the Spirit Fish clan high priest who was buried here, Shi Haizi. The huge Spirit Fish clan statue's eyes could move, which was a bit unsettling and disconcerting. However, Lin didn't take much notice of it after being accustomed to it. No matter how badass it was, the fact of the matter was that it was only a statue. What was it going to do? come alive and beat him up? So you're saying this was your former high priest, Xianxia? So, a handsome man like him fell in love with a turtle? And Lin regurgitated Lan Xiaoni's words before turning to her in astonishment. He wasn't interested in hearing Guyu tell its love story before, but thinking about it now, this was way too fucking stimulating. He had always thought that it was a male turtle that had fallen in love with a female mermaid. But who would have thought that it would a handsome mermaid falling in love with a female turtle? This would be as horrifying as someone like Shen Yuancheng falling in love with Qinghua. Lan Xiaoni was a little perplexed, and she cocked her head to the side before replying in a feeble voice. This was always an interspecies relationship. Is there a problem with that? She discovered that she was simply on a different wavelength to Lin. Was this the logic of powerful beings? And Lin waved his hands with a resigned expression. He was finding it a bit difficult to accept a relationship like this, so he could only avert his gaze to direct his attention elsewhere. However, after looking around, he found that the place was absolutely empty. Was this statue the only treasure here? What the fuck? Welcome, fated ones, to my joint tomb with Tian Qinji. A loud voice suddenly erupted like thunder from the statue's mouth, and Lin turned toward the statue and looked into its round eyes. He stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. This talking statue should be worth some money, right? Lan Xiaoni's hands clenched into nervous fists. This ancient high priest could talk. You have chosen the road to treasures, so you must demonstrate sufficient strength. If you die on the path to pursuing treasures, then it can only be a sign that our fate is destined to end here. The statue slowly splayed open its hands. Boom! 6 balls with different colored lights appeared before Lin and Lan Xiaoni. The balls of lights were black, white, blue, yellow, green, and red. Each of these balls of lights leads to a different world in which you can obtain a different paramount treasure. Now then, please choose one, the Xianxia statue said with a smile. Lan Xiaoni pointed toward the blue ball of light. I want to go to this world. And Lin pointed toward the yellow ball of light. I want to go to this world. The two of them chose different worlds. Lan Xiaoni's heart was full of excitement. She knew that her chance had arrived. The two of them were going to different worlds, so she could finally escape from Lin and regain her freedom to search for her own treasures. The statue spoke again. Please choose the same ball of light. Lan Xiaoni. Then, should we go again? And Lin turned toward Lan Xiaoni with a smile. Lan Xiaoni forced a smile onto her face with great difficulty. Sure. They both chose again. And Lin chose the yellow ball of light again. Lan Xiaoni also chose the yellow ball of light. The two of them quickly came to a consensus with no discussion and no conflict, as if they had a tacit understanding. All right, I'll be teleporting the two of you to the yellow ball realm. The Xianxia statue spoke with an elated expression. You sure are a harmonious couple, Lan Xiaoni and Lin. Was this stupid statue misunderstanding something? Even though they entered the tomb together, that didn't mean they were a couple. And Lin was just about to let loose a torrent of abuse when the yellow ball of light quickly expanded to engulf the two of them. Another dreadful burst of dizziness befell them, and Lin felt as if he was about to throw up. Aside from his acrophobia and phobia toward sword kinesis flight, he felt he had now developed a phobia toward teleportation. The space around them transformed. They had appeared in a desert where yellow sand blew through the air as far as the eyes could see. The sky above seemed to have been scorched by flames, and golden clouds tumbled and surged as scorching heat waves swept toward them. The scorching temperatures within the desert made the air around them shimmer and warp. If a normal living being were to appear here, they would probably die in a few seconds from the terrifying heat. It's so hot, Lan Xiaoni complained in a faint voice. She was quite scantily dressed with only a blue strip of silk wrapped around her snowy white twin peaks. Her waist, shoulders, and the elegant curves of her back were all exposed. This kind of dress code was quite common among the mermaids. However, even with so little clothes on, she was still unable to bear the scorching heat of the desert and unleashed a spell technique to maintain freshness. And Lin shot an exasperated glance at Lan Xiaoni, wondering why the Spirit Fish clan would pin their hopes on this pampered princess. This simply didn't make any sense. Lan Xiaoni was a weak coward who was petrified of death and pretty much everything else as well. She didn't even have the courage to stand up to him, so how was she going to become a worthy adversary to him? And Lin was a little perplexed as he led the way forward. Lan Xiaoni silently trailed along behind him. Each world had a treasure of its own, and the statue had told him that he would need to use his strength to obtain the treasure. If he died during the process, then that was proof that he didn't have an affinity with the tomb. This indicated that there was definitely some sort of huge danger lurking within the desert. And Lin didn't dare to get complacent as he continued onward, using his divine sense to survey his surroundings the entire time. The scorching desert seemed to be infinitely vast, but he was able to use his super-powerful divine sense, and he detected that the temperatures were different when he walked in different directions. He began walking in the direction where the temperatures steadily increased. Hey, why is it getting hotter and hotter? The sweet and naive mermaid princess was a little confused as she surveyed her surroundings with a hint of concern on her face. She was worried that she would die from the heat. And Lin couldn't be bothered dealing with her concerns and continued to forge ahead. The temperatures rose higher and higher, and the sand below had already turned into a scorching white golden color with temperatures even hotter than a red-hot iron board. Lan Xiaoni's fishtail had already left the ground as she unleashed water-type spell techniques to cool herself off. She did not want her lower body to be pan-seared. If that happened, she was afraid that Lin would be unable to resist the urge to eat her. That's right. Lan Xiaoni had already visualized Lin as a demon king that enjoyed feasting on Spirit Fish clan cultivators. What he had said about her smelling like seafood was a huge warning sign. Just as Lan Xiaoni was thinking about a bunch of random crap, Lin's footsteps suddenly came to a stop. "We're here," Lin said. "Huh." Lan Xiaoni was a little dazed as she turned to look at Lin. All of a sudden, the scorching sand below suddenly began to cave in, as if they had encountered a large patch of quicksand. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted, and she didn't even have a chance to react. Boom! The sand suddenly exploded. A huge bug enveloped in golden flames leaped into the sky before opening its mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth as it flew toward Lan Xiaoni at terrifying speed. The bug had made its choice between Lin and Lan Xiaoni. It was craving for seafood. As Lan Xiaoni looked at the huge flaming bug, tears almost fell from her eyes. She had been taking precautions this whole time to not be eaten by Lin, but she didn't think that even the monsters of this world wanted to eat her. The massive bug engulfed Lan Xiaoni with its huge mouth and was just about to chew when its body shuddered violently. Blue energy erupted forth, which instantly froze the flaming bug's body while extinguishing its flames at the same time. Bam! The flaming sand bug's body exploded. Lan Xiaoni's entire body had been enshrouded in an ice garment, and she wore a cold expression on her face, which was just as cold as the aura erupting from her body. At the same time, there was a little blue fish swimming in the air above her slender palm. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you're starting to look like the hope of the Spirit Fish clan now," Lin said with a smile. That flaming sandbug possessed approximately the power of a soul formation final stage cultivator. But it had been insta-killed by Lan Xiaoni. The power displayed by Lan Xiaoni was among the most powerful in all soul formation stage living beings. Of course, it was still completely incomparable to Lin. Boom, boom, boom. 8 flaming sand bugs with extremely powerful auras leaped out from the sand before glowering at Lin and Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted minutely at the sight of so many sand bugs and was just about to unleash an attack. However, Lin didn't even look at those sand bugs. Instead, he stomped a foot violently into the ground. "Get the fuck out here." Boom! A violent tremor ran through the ground, and the entire area of sand below him caved in. Roar! An agonized roar intertwined with fury erupted. The golden sand in a certain location suddenly exploded, and a golden ball of flames appeared, upon which the temperatures within this area elevated drastically. Each time it breathed, there were white spikes extending and withdrawing on its body, sending scorching heat waves surging through the air. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. This powerful aura. This terrifying heat. There's no mistaking it. That thing is the source of the heat in this world. The mermaid princess summoned a white ball with a fearful expression as she stared at the ball of fire. Just her little blue fish was not going to be enough. This was another one of her trump cards. Ha 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 ha. Seeing as you're so eager to die, I'll send you both on your way. The golden spiky ball of fire chortled as two smaller balls of fire appeared beside its body before being hurled at Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. The balls of fire were imbued with extremely fearsome power of flames, making the air twist and warp in its wake. The golden sand below was also instantly melted into a type of golden liquid. Lan Xiaoni let loose a delicate cry and injected her vital energy into the white ball, upon which it transformed into a white wall of ice. At the same time, the little blue fish opened its mouth, where terrifying ice power began to converge within. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he clapped his hands together before separating them, upon which a blue vortex appeared. The power of extreme frost instantly transformed the scorching area within a radius of over a kilometer into a realm of deathly coldness. The ball of fire seemed to be able to sense how terrifying the vortex between Enlin's hands was, and its spikes withdrew as its body began to tremble violently. Wait, too late. Enlin spoke in an expressionless voice. Extreme frost vortex. Crack. The blue vortex instantly expanded to over a kilometer in radius, freezing and engulfing everything within range with the power of extreme frost. This was the spell technique Enlin had obtained from his first stage in God Cultivation method, the extreme frost vortex. Heaven and earth instantly cooled down to Arctic temperatures. The 8 flaming sandbugs didn't even get a chance to cry out before they were frozen and pulverized. The golden ball of fire roared as dazzling golden light erupted from its body, seemingly as if it was trying to draw upon the power of flames from the entire desert to resist Enlin's vortex. However, it didn't get much of a chance to retaliate before the vortex engulfed its body. Ah! The ball of flames wailed in anguish like a drowning sun, and its voice grew more and more faint before it was finally vanquished by the boundless power of extreme frost. The vortex slowly subsided, and snow began to fall in this world. Everything fell silent again, and Lin slowly made his way toward the frozen ball of fire. The ball of fire had been immortalized as an ice sculpture with a twisted expression of horror on its face. Insta-killed? All of them. Lan Xiaoni stared blankly at the scenes around her. All of the powerful sand bugs and the super fearsome fireball monster had all been insta-killed? Her wall of ice was still standing in front of her like an idiot, and the little blue fish had accumulated too much power, to the point that its stomach had swelled up drastically and its eyes were rolling over into the back of its head. In the end, it had to unleash the energy somewhere, so it blasted it into the sky. Boom! Blue energy exploded in the air above. These were fireworks for Big Boss Enlin. Lan Xiaoni? Enlin? Enlin shrugged and ignored Lan Xiaoni, who was still struggling to recover from her shock, before aiming a light kick at the ice sculpture before him. Crack! Bam! The ball of fire exploded into a flurry of ice crystals. Enlin picked up a little golden ball before putting it into his storage ring in one smooth motion, like a true, seasoned veteran. It was clear that this was a well-rehearsed process for him. Lan Xiaoni pouted with an aggrieved expression, but she didn't dare to say anything. Enlin had snatched the treasure again, leaving her with nothing. She had also contributed. She had killed a sand bug. Heaven and earth seemed to have detected that the most powerful being here had been slain, and an intense spatial power enshrouded Enlin and Lan Xiaoni again. A nauseating rush of dizziness struck them again. Enlin absolutely detested this method of spatial teleportation. It was not friendly at all. After a short while, Enlin and Lan Xiaoni arrived in that extremely cavernous chamber again. Enlin pulled out the shiny golden ball and unleashed his divine inspection technique. Golden Yang Chaotic Stone. A divine stone that exists within chaos and is the result of a fusion between metal and yang elements. It is extremely robust and possesses extremely potent energy storage abilities. This is a divine rank material. Divine rank material. Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. This treasure was much more valuable than he had imagined. Lan Xiaoni silently clasped a hand over her voluptuous chest as her heart throbbed with pain at the sight of Enlin's elated expression. At this moment, the statue began to move again. The Xianxia statue wore a joyful expression. Congratulations, fated ones, on passing the trial of the Ball of Light. I hope you can take this treasure to contribute to the development of your tribe. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. For sure. Lan Xiaoni completely broke down, and she almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Fuck off. Those were treasures meant for the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan. My respected ancestor, you're giving your treasure to a human. You're contributing to the development of the human race. Unfortunately, the statue was like a stupid in-game NPC that was completely oblivious to all of this. The balls of light appeared before the Xianxia statue again before floating toward Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. You still have a chance to continue searching for opportunities within the balls of light. There were now only 5 balls of light left, which were respectively black, white, blue, green, and red. Lan Xiaoni remained silent. Enlin stroked his chin and considered for a moment before pointing to the green ball of light. Lan Xiaoni pointed at the green ball of light expressionlessly. The two of them came to another happy consensus. The Xianxia statue gave another joyous smile. You really are a harmonious couple. There is no need for words. It's as if you can read each other's minds. Enlin, hee. Lan Xiaoni tried to force a smile onto her face, but she was simply unable to. Another nauseating rush of dizziness ensued. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni appeared within a forest. They began searching through the forest for the treasure of this world. The forest was very big, and there were all types of ferocious beasts and poisonous plants that attacked them. But all of them were vanquished by underling Lan Xiaoni. Enlin couldn't be bothered to take care of pieces of trash like these. Hence, Lan Xiaoni took on the job to try and demonstrate her value in the hope that Enlin would see how much she was contributing and give the treasure of this world to her as a gift. Of course, this was just her delusion. Enlin continued onward with a buoyant grin as he enjoyed the fruits of Lan Xiaoni's labors. It was pretty enjoyable having an underling to take care of all the small fry. Lan Xiaoni could deal with most of the hazards here, so he didn't need to worry. The two of them continued deeper and deeper into the forest. All of a sudden, an inky black vine shot forth like a sharp sword, piercing through Lan Xiaoni's water barrier and binding around her body. Ah! Lan Xiaoni screamed as her body was bound by the vine, thereby temporarily immobilizing her. The inky black vine bound her smooth, long fishtail, her slender waist, her snowy white arms, and her voluptuous breasts. Her white ball almost tore through the blue strip of silk around her waist as it burst forth. During her struggles, Lan Xiaoni had exposed every glorious inch of her body, and Lin was in shock as he stared blankly at this marvelous spectacle. Rope play? Awesome. Ha ha ha. Don't even think about approaching the king of the forest. I'll end you both right here, right now. A massive black tree walking on its tree roots made its way toward them with a sinister smile. Another inky black vine flew at extreme speed toward where Enlin was standing, and Lin was just about to make a move when a powerful aura exploded forth from nearby. Filthy pervert! I'll kill you! Lan Xiaoni was enraged beyond belief. Water burst forth from her body, and the vine around her instantly torn apart as she escaped from the range of the vine like a nimble fish. At the same time, her little blue fish pierced through the air and punctured the huge tree monster's head. Die, 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 die! Lan Xiaoni continued to vent her rage and used her little blue fish to reduce the huge tree to a giant piece of holy cork before dicing its vines into tiny cubes of wood. In short, the tree monster had suffered an extremely gruesome fate, and Lin felt like his horizons had been broadened significantly. He had witnessed Lan Xiaoni's transformation from a little kitten to a vicious tigress. The huge tree monster was as dead could be, and Lan Xiaoni finally ceased her attacks. Her cheeks were flushed, and she panted heavily as the snowy white peaks on her chest rose and fell, providing more marvelous scenery for Enlin's viewing pleasure. You didn't see anything, right? Lan Xiaoni bit down on her lower lip as she spoke with a pitiable expression. Getting bound by that tree monster had been far too embarrassing, so she wanted nothing better than to have Enlin forget what he had seen. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. How could I have not seen anything? I'm not blind. You! Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened with rage, and her chest wobbled with rage again as she clenched her fists. What? I'm telling you the truth. Enlin's expression darkened as an overwhelming might erupted from his body. You're right, I'm sorry. Lan Xiaoni hung her head and apologized with an aggrieved expression. After that, the two of them forged on ahead. Lan Xiaoni was still struggling to recover from her embarrassment, and a residual blush remained on her face. As they dwelled deeper and deeper into the forest, monsters as powerful as the tree monster began to appear with increasing regularity. She didn't dare to let her guard down and could only constantly keep her little blue fish by her side to protect her. Ha ha ha! You want to kill the king of the forest? You'll have to defeat me first. Pwah! Ah! Lan Xiaoni slew a huge ape expressionlessly. I swear to protect the king of the forest with my life. Eat this. Flying lethal poison string. Pwah! Long live the king of the forest. Lan Xiaoni slew a huge red spider with a tranquil expression. I am the demonic frog guardian. Your path ends here. Boom boom boom. Thus, Lan Xiaoni engaged in a fierce battle with a frog that was wielding twin swords. Sword intent surged and huge waves swept through the forest as their spell techniques clashed, raising the forest within a radius of over a kilometer to the ground. In the end, Lan Xiaoni defeated the demonic frog guardian by slicing its body in half with a blade of water. She turned to Enlin with a smug expression, as if to say, Am I badass or what? Enlin gave his underling the praise she was seeking. Badass. They then encountered the most powerful boss of the forest, the Greenwood Forest Dragon. Enlin immediately unleashed a sword strike that almost sliced the entire forest in half. The Greenwood Forest Dragon had been insta-killed. Lan Xiaoni was frightened by the Greenwood Forest Dragon's terrifying aura and didn't even have a chance to unleash her trump cards before the battle ended. Enlin grabbed the green jade tree root with an expression of contentment. He had insta-killed the final boss and picked up another spectacular treasure. Life was good. Lan Xiaoni. Tears finally began to flow from her eyes again. What had all her prior efforts come to? She initially thought that she would have an opportunity to compete for the treasure in this forest. However, she didn't even get a chance to attack before Enlin insta-killed the boss. Fuck that. Lan Xiaoni had been plunged into complete despair by Enlin's unfathomable power. She didn't even have the courage to compete with Enlin for the treasures anymore. A burst of dizziness ensued. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni appeared once again in that extremely cavernous chamber. Enlin activated his divine inspection technique on the green jade tree root again. See Essence Vital Wood. This is the essence of a wood that is a result of a wilted sea god tree in the lethal storm realm of the West Sea that has been struck by falling lightning for 10,000 years without being charred. It is imbued with the essence of life and lightning and is a divine rank material. Enlin was ecstatic. Another divine rank material. Divine rank materials were even more valuable than immortal tools. This tomb was a massive piggy bank for him. However, it made sense. After all, this was a tomb where two Dao integration stage high priests had been buried together. It would be a bit strange if there weren't any divine rank treasures. Furthermore, this tomb was designed for the soul formation stage prodigies of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan. They couldn't just set up return to void stage trials, as those would be suicide missions for their adorable soul formation stage successors. Hence, these trials would only be extremely difficult for normal soul formation stage prodigies. Unfortunately, a living hack like Enlin who could even abuse return to void stage mighty figures had found his way into the sect. As such, Enlin could only reluctantly accept these treasures. With this in mind, he turned to Lan Xiaoni before heaving a forlorn sigh. Sigh, these trials are so boring. They're just giving me treasures for free. All of them are only suitable for weak cultivators like you. Lan Xiaoni was dumbstruck. She didn't think that Enlin was going to pile more salt onto her wounds. She stared blankly at Lin as tears flowed from her eyes again. The mermaid princess sobbed. If you think these trials are only suitable for weak cultivators like me, then why don't you let me have a go? And Lin nodded. Sure. You'll be responsible for killing the monsters and having all the fun. I'll just pick up the treasures after you're done. PFFF. Lan Xiaoni threw up 3 liters of blood. The Xianxia statue spoke again. Congratulations, fated ones, on passing the trial of the Ball of Light. I hope you can take this treasure to contribute to the development of your tribe. And Lin slapped his chest with conviction. Don't worry, senior. I'll be sure to do so. Such a familiar exchange. Lan Xiaoni had completely broken down. She really wanted to scream at the high priest for being so blind. She was his successor. She was the future of the Spirit Fish clan. You're giving all your treasures to a human. Xianxia splayed open his hands, and the balls of light appeared before Lin and Lan Xiaoni again. They were respectively black, white, blue, and red. And Lin chose red. Lan Xiaoni also picked red with a suicidal expression. The Xianxia statue gave a smile that was even more joyous than before. You really are a harmonious couple. There is no need for words. It's as if you can read each other's minds. However, the man needs to remember to be more kind and loving to the woman. It's not a good thing to make women cry. And Lin was astonished. This statue could issue friendly reminders like this? Was it that intelligent? Lan Xiaoni clasped her hand over her heart. She didn't even have the words to describe her current feelings. She felt like the statue standing in front of her was a fake high priest. Her image of a profound and mighty former high priest had been completely shattered by this stupid statue. The red ball of light expanded. After another rush of dizziness. When the 2 of them came to their senses, they had already arrived at a set of plains covered in skeletons. All of these skeletons were of different shapes and sizes and had clearly belonged to countless different species of living beings. Some of the skeletons were as small as that of a little dog's, while some were absolutely massive, stretching for several hundred meters or even over a kilometer. And Lin walked on ahead, and Lan Xiaoni naturally fell into place behind him. This had already become a rehearsed set piece. And Lin only noticed that something was different when a vicious wolf skeleton pounced toward him. The wolf skeleton met no resistance and opened its mouth to bite down on Lin's head. The wolf skeleton bit down on Lin's neck in an attempt to tear his entire head off. Crack! The wolf skeleton's teeth were shattered amid a sickening crunch. And Lin harumphed coldly and unleashed a powerful burst of vital energy from his body to shatter the wolf skeleton to dust. He turned toward Lan Xiaoni with a curious expression. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Wasn't Lan Xiaoni quite eager to prove her self-worth by killing small fry like this? Lan Xiaoni looked at him with a pair of soulless eyes as a miserable smile appeared on her face. Hee, I help you beat up the monsters so that you can pick up the treasures. And Lin? You can actually compete with me for the boss and the treasures. I really don't mind. And Lin offered words of consolation. Lan Xiaoni wrapped her arms around her head as an expression of despair appeared on her face. I can't. You can slap me to death with a single palm. How am I supposed to compete? What? I have no purpose for coming here. I can only trail along behind you like an idiot, watching you pick up one treasure after another without being able to do anything. I really don't know why I even came to this tomb. The mermaid princess broke down in tears. You have a point. And Lin nodded. Then why are you still here? Why don't you go back? Lan Xiaoni's tears faltered upon hearing this, and her eyes widened as she murmured to herself. You're right. Why don't I go back? I'm going back right now. Wait. And Lin placed his hands on Lan Xiaoni's snowy white shoulders. The 2 of them looked into each other's eyes. And Lin spoke with an earnest expression. No, you can't go back. I know what your purpose for coming here is now. What is it? Lan Xiaoni asked with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. After you go, I will be adjudged as an enemy by the tomb. So your purpose is to stay here in order to prevent this from happening and to help me obtain more treasures. And Lin spoke with an excited expression. Lan Xiaoni, A peculiar silence ensued. A miserable smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. "Just let me die. Please don't." And Lin immediately tried to dissuade her and racked his brain for a way to reignite the battle intent within the heart of this suicidal mermaid princess. There were still tears flowing down Lan Xiaoni's face, but her cry was silent. This was most likely because her grief and indignation had risen to a higher level, thereby resulting in a profound state of silent tears. And Lin was extremely distressed. Was Lan Xiaoni made of water? Why was she always crying? Not only that, but once she started crying, she could cry nonstop. If she decided to give up, then Lin would be targeted by the tomb. Otherwise, he would have tossed her aside a long time ago. He had to give her hope and reignite her fighting spirit. "I've got it." And Lin's eyes lit up. "Ahem. How about this? When we encounter bosses with treasures, I'll refrain from attacking immediately. You can fight the monster for an entire minute before I intervene." And Lin proposed. Really? Lan Xiaoni took a deep breath as she stared at Lin with incredulity on her face. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. "I swear on my integrity. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Lan Xiaoni gave Lin an excited hug. And Lin was caught off guard as Lan Xiaoni dove into his arms. Her body was extremely soft, as if she had no bones, and her massive snowy white melons struck Lin's chest. They were soft, but not without bounce and substance. And Lin's blood churned within his body. "Don't try to seduce me." And Lin pushed her delectable body away with a stern expression. "And get away from me. You stink like seafood." Lan Xiaoni's chest wobbled again with rage as she clenched her delicate fists. However, her rage was outweighed by her excitement and elation in the end. She decided that she was going to focus on fighting for the future of the Spirit Fish Clan rather than bother with a man like him. Lan Xiaoni's bodily fragrance was actually quite enticing. It was faint and refreshing, as if it were the scent of flowers on a sea island. The reason why Lin referred to seafood was mostly that Lan Xiaoni's blue fishtail made him think of seafood. The two of them continued onward. Lan Xiaoni was suddenly full of vigor and took to the small fry with unprecedented enthusiasm, perfectly fulfilling the role of an underling. "There's no need for you to fight, Mr. Lin. Allow me. Don't attack him, Crimson Bone Crocodile. Your opponent is me. Heh, you're all just a bunch of trash. Come at me all at once." Lan Xiaoni swept away all of the obstacles before them like the invincible prodigy she should have been. In Lan Xiaoni's words, she was only killing these creatures as a warm-up for the final battle against the boss. And Lin nodded with a faint smile and offered occasional compliments. Who wouldn't like such a proactive and energetic underling? They continued onward like this toward the area where the power of death was at its most potent. Finally, after a long while, Lan Xiaoni encountered the final boss of her dreams. This was a crimson skeleton about the size of a grown man with a large head, holding a sharp ridged bone whip in its hand. And Lin couldn't help but feel like this scene was a little familiar. Coo. The big-headed skeleton let loose a sinister chuckle before the bone whip in its hand swept through the air toward Lan Xiaoni. "Time starts now." And Lin began the stopwatch. Lan Xiaoni's heart was surging with battle intent, and she let loose a delicate war cry as she pounced toward the big-headed skeleton. Her white ball materialized into a wall of ice by her side, and she manipulated her little blue fish at the same time to transform into a streak of light that crashed directly toward the skeleton's large head. The bone whip struck the ice wall and ice crystals exploded. This was one of Lan Xiaoni's trump cards, so it was pretty effective and managed to block a strike from the boss. At this moment, the little blue fish was already too close for the big-headed skeleton to evade. "This world's treasure is mine," Lan Xiaoni yelled with excitement. However, right at this moment, a peculiar smirk appeared on the big-headed skeleton's face. Boom! The skeleton's large head exploded upon impact with the little blue fish. Before Lan Xiaoni had even realized what the skeleton's smirk entailed, a fist had already flown through the air and struck her smooth stomach. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and shockwaves shattered the ground within a radius of over a kilometer. Lan Xiaoni felt like her body was going to be torn apart, and she threw up a mouthful of blood as her body flew back through the air like a cannonball. Never would she have thought that the skeleton monster could still move freely after having its head blown off. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. Was he really kind-hearted enough to give Lan Xiaoni a chance to obtain the treasures? There was a chance, but it was only an extremely slim one. Lan Xiaoni had underestimated the boss of this world. Just because Enlin could insta-kill the other treasure monsters in the other worlds did not indicate that they were weak. One had to realize that Enlin's full power strike was something even returned to void stage mighty figures were afraid of. How was Lan Xiaoni supposed to compare? The boss-level monsters of these worlds were at least at the soul formation pinnacle stage, so it would be next to impossible for Lan Xiaoni to defeat them within a minute. The headless skeleton unleashed another whip strike toward Lan Xiaoni's body. Bam! Ah! Lan Xiaoni's lower abdomen was struck by the whip, leaving a bloody gash behind. She had no time to assess her injury and immediately manipulated the little blue fish to attack the headless skeleton again. The headless skeleton's whip techniques were extremely refined and exquisite, and the bone whip was always able to change direction and angle extremely quickly before descending upon the little blue fish with a fearsome force. The whip and the fish collided, upon which a violent boom erupted. The little blue fish was swatted away by the bone whip. At the same time, the headless skeleton gripped the air toward Lan Xiaoni. Crack! The space around her was suddenly sealed, and everything congealed like a snapshot frozen in time. And Lin's heart jolted in surprise upon seeing this. This headless skeleton had just unleashed a spatial seal. The skeleton was a little more powerful than the previous monsters they had faced, but it was still only at the soul formation pinnacle stage, with its most powerful attacks perhaps rivaling a strike from a rookie return to void stage mighty figure. However, it was a bit inexplicable for it to be able to use spatial spell techniques in a place like this. The headless skeleton's gruesome laughter reverberated through the air, and its bone whip suddenly solidified to form a peerlessly sharp bone saber. It flew through the air and quickly approached the immobilized Lan Xiaoni wielding its bone saber. An expression of despair appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. She had many trump cards and mystic techniques that she hadn't had a chance to use yet. Now that the space around her had congealed, she didn't even have the chance to resist anymore. Is this the end? The crimson bone saber slashed through the air in a lethal trajectory. Lan Xiaoni was extremely indignant and wanted to cry, but she couldn't even cry in her immobilized state. The bone saber fell. A figure suddenly appeared before her and blocked the bone saber with the inky black long sword in his hand. Boom! A violent collision ensued, sending his hair flying in all different directions. The man quickly swatted the bone saber aside before unleashing a vast black sword projection of his own, which engulfed heaven and earth, and sliced the headless skeleton cleanly in half. The skeleton didn't even have a chance to react before it fell to the monstrous sword strike. Insta-killed again. Lan Xiaoni stared at the man positioned before her. And Lin? Emotional tears welled up in her eyes again. This was different from the emotions of despair she had experienced when witnessing Enlin insta-killing the other treasure monsters. This time, her heartstrings had been violently tugged on. She was touched beyond belief. Ever since Lan Xiaoni had entered this tomb, she had always been trailing behind this man. No matter what dangers they encountered, as long as he was there, it seemed like there was nothing to be afraid of. This was an ever-reliable man, and he gave her an indescribable feeling. Lan Xiaoni, I didn't fulfill my promise and let you battle for the full 1 minute. You won't hold it against me, right? And Lin turned to her before speaking in a gentle voice. No, of course not. That's not your fault. Thank you, and Lin. I was too willful. Tears flowed down Lan Xiaoni's face, and she was both touched and a little self-critical. And Lin nodded. I'll be right back. Just stand here and don't move. Lan Xiaoni gave an instinctive, obedient nod. What is he doing? She came to her senses and turned to look at Enlin with a perplexed expression. She was greeted by the sight of Enlin making his way toward the shattered pile of bones. He then pulled out a red bone and gleefully put it away into his storage ring. Lan Xiaoni, For some reason, she was a little less touched now. A rush of dizziness ensued. The two of them appeared before the Xianxia statue again. The Xianxia statue spoke again. Congratulations, fated ones, on passing the trial of the ball of light. I hope you can take this treasure to contribute to the development of your tribe. And Lin slapped his chest with conviction. Don't worry, senior. I'll be sure to do so. An involuntary smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she turned to look at Lin. Here, have some mandarins. These are paragon mandarins local to the southern Heavenly Wing Nation, and they taste pretty good. And Lin tossed 2 watermelon-sized mandarins toward Lan Xiaoni. His underling had been busy cleaning up the small fry for him this entire time, so he naturally had to give her some benefits in return. Lan Xiaoni hugged the mandarins to herself with a blank expression and was at a loss for what to do. Perhaps it was because the mandarins were too big, or perhaps it was because Lin suddenly gave her a present. In any case, a unique emotion welled up in her heart. Thank you, Lan Xiaoni spoke in a low voice. These were 2 9th-grade spirit fruits that weren't very valuable to a pampered princess of the Sea Heart Palace. However, she carefully put them away as if they were priceless treasures. These were the literal fruits of her labors and held great meaning to her. If all of the treasures in the tomb got taken by Lin, leaving her with nothing, then she could at least bring out these 2 huge mandarins for the high priest and her father to see. That's right. Lan Xiaoni had already mentally prepared herself for the worst possible outcomes. Anyone would be in despair in the face of Lin's terrifying strength. And Lin unleashed his divine inspection technique to inspect the red bone in his hand. Deceased Emperor Bone. This is the essential Dao bone of the Dao integration stage Deceased Emperor of the West Sea. It contains the extreme intent realm and essential power of death and is a divine rank material. And Lin's hand trembled lightly. Holy fuck. This was the Dao bone of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Another divine rank material. A bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He now had 3 divine rank materials. If the rest of the materials were also divine rank, then couldn't he use these materials to try and create a divine rank weapon? A divine rank weapon. And Lin was extremely excited at the thought of this. This was a plausible idea. The Xianxia statue unleashed the balls of light again, of which there were only 3 and were black, white, and blue. Fated ones, you can choose to continue and obtain more of our treasures. And Lin thought for a moment before choosing the blue ball of light. Lan Xiaoni also picked the blue ball of light with an obedient expression on her face. The Xianxia statue gave another elated smile. You really are a harmonious couple. There is no need for words. It's as if you can read each other's minds. And the man has learned to give presents to the woman. That is very helpful for improving your relationship. I approve. And Lin almost flared up and attacked this idiot of a statue. Why did this statue talk so much shit? It was like a nosy middle-aged woman. If it weren't for the fact that this was only a talking statue and Lin couldn't be bothered dealing with statues, this thing would have been reduced to a pile of dust a long time ago. The blue ball of light expanded to enshroud the 2 of them. Space transformed again. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly swept toward them. And Lin's expression shifted, and he instinctively unleashed his vital energy to form a suit of armor around his body. Lan Xiaoni was quite accustomed to this sort of pressure. Not only did she not unleash a spell technique to defend herself against it, but instead, she was feeling quite elated, as if she were welcoming an old friend. Her blue eyes lit up with a hint of surprise and excitement. We've arrived at the bottom of the ocean? And Lin looked around at their pitch-black surroundings and sensed the insane water pressure sweeping toward him before nodding his head. Looks like we have indeed. From this water pressure, I'd say we're about 50,000 kilometers deep. Lan Xiaoni nodded. About 53,060 meters deep. She was a mermaid, so she was naturally more sensitive toward the ocean. Lan Xiaoni pointed in a certain direction before inquiring in a careful voice. The water pressure increases in that direction. Can we go have a look over there? And Lin found it quite funny that the mermaid princess didn't have any backbone even after arriving at the bottom of the ocean. But he still nodded. Let's go. And Lin swam in the direction Lan Xiaoni was pointing in, and they encountered a few sea monsters along the way, but all of them were taken care of by Lan Xiaoni before they even had a chance to approach them. And Lin made an evaluation to discover that Lan Xiaoni was more powerful in all aspects at the bottom of the ocean. This was probably an advantageous environment for her. After advancing for a short while, a white palace appeared in their field of vision. The palace had a round dome constructed from white jade and supported by stone pillars, upon which were carved intricate divine fish. The entire palace was pristine white and flawless and was very pleasing to the eye. Could it be that the treasure monster is in this palace? And Lin's interest was piqued, and he opened the palace gate. However, the scene presented to him after opening the gate was completely different from what he had expected. There was a blue restrictive barrier positioned before him, upon which faint ripples surged. Beyond the barrier was a wooden bridge that stretched into the extremely far distance. A vast expanse of bottomless, eerie darkness lay around the bridge, and there were a series of hovering round boards positioned along the sides of the palace, upon which stood several dozen sea monsters of different shapes and forms, each of them holding weapons. You certainly can't judge a book by its cover, and Lin was a little surprised. From the exterior, the palace was at the very most only about 1,000 feet in size. However, just that wooden bridge alone was in excess of 10,000 feet in length. Perhaps this palace is an independent mystic realm. Lan Xiaoni made her way forward and laid a hand on the blue barrier. She found out that the blue barrier was like a barrier of water, which she could easily pass through. Is this a wall of water? And Lin also made his way toward the barrier. Boom! And Lin's body crashed into the barrier, and he was knocked back a couple of steps. Lan Xiaoni turned to look at Lin with a dazed expression. And Lin was also a little dazed. He launched a fist toward the barrier. Boom! And Lin was sent back a few steps by a powerful force again while the barrier remained completely unscathed. And Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened. You can't come in? And Lin took a deep breath as a white light flashed through his eyes. Divine inspection technique. Terrifyingly dense walls of energy appeared before his eyes, stacked in layers on top of one another to create an indestructible barrier. And Lin was shocked. This wasn't some spell formation. This was just a barrier of pure energy. This was a pure defensive spell technique that Lin could do nothing about. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin's vexed expression. Could it be that only creatures with regal blood like mine have the right to enter this place? And Lin's expression darkened. Be careful of what you say. Lan Xiaoni smiled for the first time. Her smile was so vibrant and so elated. Ha ha ha, that's what you get. And Lin, this is fate. She placed her hands on her hips with an extremely excited and smug expression. The treasure is mine this time? I've waited for so long. And now, I've finally got a chance to turn the tables. High Priest, Father, Big Brother, Little Brother, and all of my Spirit Fish Clan brethren, I have not let you down. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoni laughed happily before humming a Spirit Fish Clan song. Everyone is so happy today. La 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 la. And Lin stared at her with shock on his face. Did she just go insane? How aggrieved must she have felt for her to be so happy now? Lan Xiaoni laughed for a long time before she got it all out of her systems and waved at Lin. This is life, Lin. I'm off to take the treasure now. Bye-bye. Lan Xiaoni turned and left as she spoke. And Lin wore a resigned expression. He didn't see any way around this. This barrier wasn't a soul formation stage barrier or the return to void stage barrier. It was a Dao integration stage barrier. In other words, this was designed by the High Priest of the Spirit Fish Clan solely for the purpose of giving his successors an advantage here. What Lan Xiaoni had said about regal blood wasn't exactly incorrect. What could Lin do? He was in despair. However, he still had a sliver of hope. A faint smile appeared on his face as Lan Xiaoni continued into the palace. Foolish girl, do you really think it'll be easy to obtain the treasure for yourself just because I can't come in? Strength was the most important thing in a quest to secure the treasures. She would have to possess sufficient strength if she wanted a chance at the treasure. With this in mind, a buoyant smirk appeared on Lin's face. "Hey, underling Lan, be careful and make sure you don't die on that bridge." Lan Xiaoni aimed a vicious glare at Lin before continuing onward. Lan Xiaoni's battle with the big-headed skeleton was a clear indication that the boss-level monsters of these worlds were not easy to kill, so it was yet to be seen whether she was capable of defeating one. Lan Xiaoni was naturally aware of this as well. Before the monsters had even made a move, she had already unleashed her white ball and the little blue fish as defensive measures. Just as she was flying toward the wooden bridge, a powerful force that restricted flight suddenly descended upon her. Lan Xiaoni let loose a surprised scream as her body plummeted from the sky. After that, she had no choice but to wriggle her fishtail and continue walking forward. The strange sea monsters on either side of her suddenly opened their eyes before raising their weapons, upon which powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Lan Xiaoni was already prepared, and she let loose a clear cry before unleashing a defensive spell technique. And Lin had settled down with some figurative popcorn and was preparing himself for a good show when a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Whoosh! All of the sea monsters suddenly half-knelt onto their respective circular boards before bowing their heads. "We pay our respects to the princess of the Spirit Fish Clan." All of the sea monsters spoke in a loud, unified voice, and Lin's eyes widened with shock. Lan Xiaoni was also given quite a fright, and her little blue fish almost fell to the ground. "What the fuck? I regard you as enemies, but you're kneeling down to me?" Soon, her expression lit up, and she began to chortle with glee. "Ha ha ha! And Lin, you see that? This is what fate has chosen. This treasure belongs to me." What could Lin say? She was an invincible backdoor entrant. Now that all of the small fry had conceded to her, was the final boss also going to kneel before her and chop its own head off? What a bullshit trial. If Xianxia really wanted to open a backdoor, couldn't he just give the treasure to Lan Xiaoni instead of wasting all of this time? And Lin? Fuck! Ha ha ha! Lan Xiaoni was ecstatic upon seeing Lin's enraged expression. She felt like all of the negative emotions in her heart had been washed away, and she hummed a happy tune as she made her way to the end of the wooden bridge. All of the sea monsters were still kneeling down to welcome their regal princess. Lan Xiaoni didn't have to walk long before the end of the wooden bridge appeared in front of her eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly. This wooden bridge was not actually as long as it looked. It had only been enchanted by some sort of illusionary spell technique to prevent people from being able to see the end of the bridge. At the end of the bridge lay a golden throne. There was a monster with dark golden skin sitting on the throne. This was a monster with an octopus head, a human body, and a silvery white trident in its hand. This was most likely the final boss. Lan Xiaoni placed her hands on her hips with a high and mighty expression. "Kneel down to me and hand over your treasure. Perhaps I might spare your life then." She was quite the cocky noob. The octopus monster stood up from the throne before bowing lightly to Lan Xiaoni with a smile. "My beautiful princess, welcome to the Wooden Bridge Palace. I am Jida." Lan Xiaoni didn't really take it to heart that the boss had only bowed to her and not kneeled down. She extended a slender hand. "Jida, give me your treasure, and I will leave." Jida nodded with a smile. "If the princess wants my treasure, then I will be sure to provide it." A sense of joy welled up in her heart. She didn't think that asking for the treasure would actually work. She could finally bring some treasure back to her clan and fulfill everyone's expectations of her. However, a mysterious smile appeared on Jida's face, and it scanned its eyes across Lan Xiaoni's body with a hint of lust on its face. "Princess, you'll have to marry me first." Boom! Its words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Lan Xiaoni's head. What did you say? Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened with incredulity as she stared at the octopus monster standing before her. After the illusionary spell technique was dispelled, and Lin could also see what was going on, and he was a little dumbstruck by this development too. "If you marry me, everything here will be yours." Jida waved a lavish hand at the palace around them before turning to look at Lan Xiaoni with a scorching light in its eyes. "I can smell your fragrance, and from your exquisite beauty, I can sense the enticing blood flowing in your veins. I must have you. Do you want to die? Lan Xiaoni finally exploded with rage, and her aura erupted from her body. Why don't you go take a piss and look at your reflection in it? How dare you propose to me when you're so damn ugly? Lan Xiaoni activated her little blue fish and white ball at the same time before charging toward Jida, and Lin was shocked. Lan Xiaoni was angry because the octopus monster was ugly? Dark blue snakes. Jida's left hand swept through the air, and over 100 little blue snakes imbued with the extremely pure power of water swept toward Lan Xiaoni as the silver trident in its right hand pierced through the air toward the little blue fish. Boom! The little blue fish clashed with the silver trident, upon which an ear-splitting boom erupted. Terrifying shockwaves swept forth for over a kilometer but was unable to destroy the bridge. It appeared as if this wooden bridge was constructed from some sort of special material. The power Jida possessed was already comparable to Rookie Return to Void Stage mighty figures. Thus, the little blue fish was immediately swept away by the power of its trident. Lan Xiaoni activated her white ball to unleash a series of ice swords in order to slice Jida's little snakes apart. At this moment, Jida was already charging toward Lan Xiaoni, and its silver trident pierced through the air en route to Lan Xiaoni's body. Water formation wall. Lan Xiaoni let loose a clear cry as a wall of water took shape around her. The silver trident struck the wall of water, upon which a scintillating light burst forth. Boom! The power of the silver trident exploded, and the wall of water was shattered. Lan Xiaoni's body flew back from the shockwaves as she retreated toward the wooden bridge. Flowing space. Lan Xiaoni hadn't even landed on the ground before pulling out a talisman. The talisman began to burn in the air, upon which a light sheen appeared on her skin. This was another one of her trump cards that could grant her immunity to an enemy's spatial seal. You'll fall in love with me. Even though I'm very ugly, my soul will intoxicate you. The octopus monster lunged toward Lan Xiaoni with a scorching light in its eyes as the tentacles on its chin squirmed with excitement. As it spoke, Jida extended its left hand to grip the air before it. Spatial seal. Crack. Everything within a certain area was congealed. It's here. Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth, and the faint sheen on her body suddenly glowed with a bright light as she broke out of Jida's spatial seal using an extremely agile maneuver. Impossible! Jida's expression shifted. Die! Your treasure is mine. Lan Xiaoni took advantage of Jida's momentary stupor to activate the little blue fish behind Jida. The little blue fish flew toward Jida's back like a bolt of blue lightning. Jida didn't expect Lan Xiaoni to be able to escape from the grasp of its spatial seal. As a feeling of astonishment washed over it, the little blue fish had already crashed into its body. Boom! The tremendous force of impact even caused the void to shudder. A devastating airstream erupted as the fish crashed into Jida's back. Jida's back caved in as a result of the strike, and its bones and flesh tore loudly as it fell toward Lan Xiaoni. A mouthful of green blood spluttered from its mouth. Although her attack had hit it, there was no hint of satisfaction on Lan Xiaoni's face. She had initially planned on penetrating Jida's body with a single strike. However, she didn't anticipate that the little blue fish's full power strike would only cause Jida some minor injuries. One had to realize it was a rare chance to catch Jida off guard and defenseless. Not only was Jida not furious after being hit by Lan Xiaoni's attack, it even started to chortle heartily. Such shrewd attacks. I like it. However, my strength is beyond your wildest imaginations. You'll never be able to defeat me. How about you surrender? After saying this, Jida took the initiative and charged toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni glowered at Jida with her beautiful eyes. She waved her hands, and the little blue fish flew back to protect her. She kept retreating as she fought, and she was defending more than she was attacking. It was clear that she was already on the back foot. And Lin, who was watching from behind the barrier, was rendered speechless by this sight. This boss is blatantly trying to seize Lan Xiaoni. This has got to be illegal, right? Isn't it going to consider the spectator's feelings? Ha ha ha. Stop resisting. If you want to resist, then resist on the bed. Jida brandished its silver harpoon, and every strike that it launched sent a 100-meter-long harpoon projection toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni was indeed powerful, and she also possessed immortal tools, such as the little blue fish and white ball. However, it was still a massive struggle for her to fight against a supreme being of the Return to Void stage. The battle hadn't been going for long, yet she was already in an extremely precarious situation. There were 2 gashes on her slender arms, and her sleek blue fishtail had also been punctured by Jida's harpoon. On the other hand, Jida became increasingly ferocious as it fought. Its dominance over Lan Xiaoni was especially clear. Detestable. I definitely can't lose here. This is my best opportunity. I definitely can't lose. A ferocious look appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she retreated, and she viciously cut open her wrist. No blood dripped down. Rather, her blood was manipulated by some mysterious force, and it formed a helix around her arms. Spirit Fish Divine Blood Mystic Technique. Dance of the Fish Dragon. Boom! An extremely powerful crimson glow streaked out from Lan Xiaoni's arm. Even Lin's expression changed when he sensed the overwhelming power of this attack. Lan Xiaoni flapped her tail, and her body advanced rather than retreated. Her right hand was clenched into a fist, and it looked as though a crimson divine dragon had coiled around her arm. Then, she threw a dragon-like punch. A deafening dragon roar reverberated through the skies, and its boundless divine might caused heaven and earth to shudder. In fact, even the void was fractured by the devastating might of the fist. Jida's expression changed drastically, and it held its arms up to defend against Lan Xiaoni's attack. Boom! A terrifying collision erupted. At the same time, some peculiar hiss and rupturing noise also sounded. And Lin was astounded. She's a member of the Spirit Fish clan. Yet she's actually able to use such pure dragon power. Jida howled in pain. Its extremely sturdy arms had been shattered by Lan Xiaoni's devastating punch, and its body was also sent flying backward. Boom! Jida's backward momentum was only stopped when it smashed into its own throne. Did I succeed? After using a mystic technique, Lan Xiaoni's aura became especially weak. Her breathing was labored, and she stared intently at where Jida had landed. Cough? After sputtering out a few mouthfuls of blood, Jida stood up with great difficulty. Its arms had already disappeared. However, its body squirmed around for a bit, and its dark gold figure gradually shrunk down in size. At the same time, 2 new arms slowly grew out of its body. Just like a malleable ball of dough, Jida squished 2 arms out from its ball of dough body. Phew, that was dangerous. If you managed to hit my heart, I truly might have died. Jida glanced at Lan Xiaoni, and its aura started to increase drastically again. By the looks of it, it was still able to battle. How can this be? Lan Xiaoni stumbled backward, and a look of despair fell across her pale face. Her dance of the fish dragon technique had exhausted almost all of her energy. However, it was still unable to kill Jida. How was she supposed to keep fighting? What's wrong? Do you want to continue fighting? I'm ready when you are. It's also fine if you don't want to fight. You can choose to play with me instead. Hee hee. A sinister smile stretched across Jida's face, and the tentacles on its chin swept through the void nimbly. As if teasing her, it even hooked its tentacles at Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's petite body shuddered. Disgust, terror, helplessness, all kinds of negative emotions started flooding into her mind. For some reason, that figure suddenly drifted into her mind at this moment. That unforgettable figure that had given her a strong sense of security. Blizzard formation. Lan Xiaoni suddenly let out a soft cry. She waved her hands through the air, and countless drops of water transformed into deadly snowflakes. The snowflakes gathered to form a devastating blizzard that crushed down toward Jida. Useless tricks. Jida clapped its hands together, and the blizzard was instantly shattered by a tremendous force. Then, it saw the Spirit Fish Clan princess, who was still fierce and overbearing just a moment ago. Turn around and flee. That's right. Lan Xiaoni had switched into escape mode. And Lin, save me. Lan Xiaoni repeatedly screamed for help as she sprinted toward Enlin. Enlin. Just then, which retard said that only those with noble blood could enter? Enlin sneered. Who said that only they were worthy of the treasures, and such was the decision of fate? It was me. I'm the retard that you speak of. The rims of Lan Xiaoni's eyes were red, and tears of remorse trickled down her cheek. Enlin. Is it really okay to admit that so readily? Block her for me. Jita roared. The dozens of sea monsters that rested on the two sides of the wooden bridge suddenly started moving. They all turned toward Lan Xiaoni and started casting spell techniques toward her. Powerful spell techniques rained down and enveloped the entire wooden bridge. A blue figure jumped out from the explosions and continued sprinting toward Enlin. Her raven-black hair billowed behind her back, and a suit of ice-blue armor covered her smooth and delicate skin. The white ball was responsible for defending against the sea monster's attacks, and the little blue fish was responsible for holding Jita back. The journey of Lan Xiaoni's escape was especially difficult. However, Enlin didn't show any signs of wanting to help her. Rather, there was a playful look on his face. You uttered those words toward me, yet you want me to come to your rescue now. If I fulfill your demand, then won't it be embarrassing for me? What on earth do you want? Lan Xiaoni's fishtail was almost struck by Jita's harpoon, and she sprinted even quicker. Call me Papa, and Lin chuckled. Papa, save me, Lan Xiaoni screamed. And Lin, you actually shouted it so readily? Don't you feel any shame? Don't you feel any guilt? And Lin was deeply stunned. I know that you're not my father anyway. I'm merely humoring you. Lan Xiaoni arced her body, and she just barely managed to dodge another one of Jita's attacks. And Lin, humor me? This was the first time that he had heard such a refreshing and honest answer. This mermaid princess is this scared of death? Lan Xiaoni's face became paler and paler. It was evident that she was already on the verge of collapsing. Soon after, she charged through the blue water barrier and leaped toward Enlin. Papa, save me. What goes around comes around. Right now, Lan Xiaoni was experiencing the meaning behind these words. That's right. After being cocky for a short while, she was fucked over. Right now, she was leaping toward Enlin like a poor bludger. All she wanted to do was to grab onto Enlin's coattail and not let go. It was evident that the blue water barrier didn't have any effect on the sea monsters either. Jita was also able to charge through it and continue chasing after Lan Xiaoni. Don't block the path. Enlin embraced Lan Xiaoni's soft and slender waist with his left arm and hurled her to the side. At this moment, Jita's silver harpoon had already stabbed over with a formidable might. Enlin didn't have time to draw his sword, so he directly grabbed at the silver harpoon with his bare hands. Boom! A kind of terrifying energy erupted outward, and the silver harpoon was clasped by Enlin's bare hands. The insanely pointy tip of the harpoon was unable to penetrate Enlin's skin. Jita's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? The corners of Enlin's lips curled up into a slight smile. I'm also extremely annoyed. I'm so awesome that you all have to ask how is it possible every time. But this is genuinely how powerful I am. Right as Enlin finished speaking, his other fist had already punched out. This fist smashed toward Jita's chest, and it was evident that it was a mere physical attack that didn't possess any spell technique powers. However, Jita could sense that this fist was just as powerful as Lan Xiaoni's mystic technique. There's no time to dodge. Boom! A large hole was hammered into Jita's sturdy, dark gold body. Pfft! Jita spat out a mouthful of blood as it flew backward. The octopus monster crashed through the water barrier and tumbled back onto the wooden bridge. And Lin didn't relent and cast a bolt of golden void lightning toward it. The bolt of golden void lightning ripped through the void and arced down toward the octopus monster. Boom! The bolt of golden lightning exploded when it hit the water barrier. And Lin? Shit! I forgot about this fucking racist barrier. Who knew that it could also block foreign spell techniques? How the hell was he supposed to fight now? Jita's body was riddled with injuries, and it was currently collapsed on the ground. After seeing Enlin's struggle, it finally started to laugh. Ha ha ha! So what if you're powerful? If you can't cross this barrier, then I'll be a male that you can never obtain. And Lin grimaced. So be it if your appearance is repulsive. Why say such things to disgust me? Suddenly, a blue figure crossed through the barrier and slashed a bright blue ice sword toward the fallen Jida. This slash was especially fearsome, and it drained all of the female's remaining energy. No! Jida wailed in anguish as its body was sliced into two by the ice blade. And Lin was unable to cross through the barrier, but Lan Xiaoni was able to. Lan Xiaoni's ice blade slowly vanished. Her face was extremely pale, and her petite body swayed feebly. It looked as though she was about to collapse at any moment. However, she gritted her teeth and forcefully stabilized her balance. She bent her fishtail and slowly squatted down. Then, she started running her hands over Jida's corpse. And Lin. He was extremely familiar with this process of killing bosses and searching their corpses. After all, he had been doing the same thing this entire time. However, his and Lan Xiaoni's roles were reversed this time around. Lan Xiaoni had emerged as the final victor, and all Lin could do was to stand behind the barrier and stare. There was a look of despair on Lin's face. Is this fate? After a series of twists and turns, he still missed out on the opportunity to obtain this treasure. It felt as though his dream of refining a divine tool was drifting further and further away from his grasp. Lan Xiaoni found a blue, teardrop-shaped treasure. This treasure radiated with a soft glow, and it didn't look like an extremely valuable treasure. However, Lan Xiaoni could sense a hint of boundless sea power within it. Lan Xiaoni smiled triumphantly and tightly gripped the blue, teardrop-shaped treasure in her hand. Then she went out of the barrier. I've won. Lan Xiaoni looked at Lin smugly as she waved the blue, tear-shaped treasure in her hand. And Lin shook his head and sighed. Perhaps this is fate. It felt as if this realm was fated to gift Lan Xiaoni this treasure. Everything had fallen in her favor. What could Lin say? At this moment, a refreshing fragrance blew over, and Lin looked up and saw that a pair of slender hands had appeared before him. A blue, tear-shaped treasure rested on this pair of hands, and it was radiating with a soft and alluring glow. He looked toward the female before him with a startled expression. An assured smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's pale face. I, Lan Xiaoni, understand the need to show gratitude, she said proudly. Here, take this tear. It's my repayment for you saving me. And Lin was completely dumbfounded. Lan Xiaoni was actually gifting him a divine rank material. This had happened too suddenly, and Lin was unable to wrap his mind around it. Lan Xiaoni's foolishly happy appearance when she obtained the treasure was still clear in Lin's mind. To her, the importance of an ancestor's treasure was self-evident. In fact, it was extremely likely that this would be the only treasure that she could obtain on this trip. However, she was actually willing to give him this treasure that she had gone through so many struggles to obtain. Oi, what's with your dumb look? If you don't want it, then I'll keep it. Lan Xiaoni's crisp voice sounded again. Yes, I do want it. And Lin felt extremely flattered as he accepted the treasure. Thank you, you're so well behaved. Lan Xiaoni, is that meant to be a compliment? And Lin came to his senses and corrected. You're the most prodigious and impressive mermaid that I've ever seen. Lan Xiaoni smiled smugly. Naturally, so easy to please. And Lin thought in his mind. After the treasure was obtained, the feeling of heaven and earth shifting appeared again. As the space warped, the two of them appeared before the Xianxia statue again. Congratulations on passing the blue light orb trial, fated persons. I hope that you can use the treasure to strengthen your tribe. And Lin patted his chest in satisfaction. Rest assured, senior. I'll definitely strengthen my tribe. This scene had already played out numerous times. It was a loop that made one feel a sense of despair. Lan Xiaoni felt a bit crushed. Her face became even paler, and she was absolutely exhausted from using her mystic technique. She had no choice but to swallow a blood spirit pill. At that moment, a hand appeared before her. There was a red fruit in this hand, and it radiated with an extremely powerful life force. It was clear that this fruit was especially valuable. This is the Netherblood fruit, a third-rank immortal fruit. This is my last one. Here, eat it. And Lin smiled warmly as he offered Lan Xiaoni an immortal fruit. Why? Lan Xiaoni stammered in disbelief as she gazed at the bright red immortal fruit. You're my scout underling. If you don't recover, then how are you going to battle later? Here, eat it. No need to be modest. Your big boss isn't short of money. Lan Xiaoni's hands trembled as she picked up the Netherblood fruit. Then she started chewing on it slowly. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she ate. This was the touching feeling of being treated well after making a sacrifice. And Lin smiled faintly as he looked at Lan Xiaoni's expression. Yoshi. Underling recruitment plan successful. If he came across any more troubling scenarios like the one just now, then this foolish mermaid could most likely be manipulated somewhat, right? That's right, it was vital for a boss to improve their relationship with their underlings. Underling Lan's heart had clearly been bought by his Netherblood fruit already, and Lin took out the teardrop and activated his divine inspection technique. Drop of emotional tears. The last drop of Tier High Priest Xianxia shed due to love. Divine rank material. And Lin? What the hell? It appeared as though the divine inspection technique had revealed something astounding. A drop of emotional tears? The blue teardrop in his hand was actually a real teardrop? Tears can also become a divine rank material? There was a look of disbelief on Lin's face as he stared at the teardrop in his hand. After a short moment, he looked up toward the Xianxia statue curiously. He wanted to know what kind of love caused Xianxia to shed such a valuable tear. Guyu had offered to tell him Xianxia and Tianqingji's story before, yet it was a shame that he had refused the offer. And Lin, what are you thinking about? Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but ask this upon seeing Lin's expression. Please add the title, Big Boss, before my name. And Lin said solemnly, Okay. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni nodded without hesitation. After eating the Netherblood fruit and recovering her vital energy and strength, she was in a very good mood right now. Thus, she didn't feel like squabbling with Lin over petty matters such as this. And Lin caressed the blue teardrop and said, I'm very curious about the story between Xianxia and Tianqingji. Do you know much about it? This? A look of recollection surfaced on Lan Xiaoni's face. However, before she could say anything else, one black and one white light orbs drifted before them. Fated persons, you can choose a light orb world and continue to search for treasures. The statue of Xianxia interrupted. Hang on for a moment. And Lin waved his hand and turned his gaze toward Lan Xiaoni. Continue. Aha. It all started when... Before Lan Xiaoni could complete her sentence, the statue of Xianxia interrupted again. If you don't choose a light orb world soon, I'll put the light orbs away. The ancient tomb adventure will also come to an end. And Lin? Lan Xiaoni. And Lin couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the statue. Why did this statue seem so impatient? Could it be that it felt ashamed watching Lan Xiaoni recount its past before it? Good Lord! Wasn't the statue supposed to be some sort of NPC-like thing? How could it have these kinds of feelings? Then I'll choose this one. And Lin pointed toward the white light orb. Lan Xiaoni obediently followed suit and also pointed toward the white light orb. A rush of dizziness overcame them once more. When their visions cleared, they discovered that they were already above the clouds. An endless stretch of white clouds lay before them, and they felt especially soft and fluffy underfoot. It was as if they were walking on sponges. Around them was the vast blue sky. It looked especially clean, and it met with the white clouds far away in the distance. It seemed as though this realm only had two tones of colors. Moreover, there was a sense of loneliness and distance in its simplicity. Perfect. There's no one here to disturb us. Come. Hurry up and tell me Xianxia and Tianqingji's story. There was a curious look on Lin's face as he turned to face Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni blushed upon seeing Lin's sparkling eyes. I don't actually know that much. I've only heard a few seniors briefly mention it before. In the ancient past, an extremely terrifying fiend celestial appeared in the West Sea. Its name was Ancient Heavenly Fiend Celestial. At that time, our spirit fish clan steadily lost territory to this ancient heavenly fiend celestial. A large majority of the West Sea became part of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's territory. Finally, a day came when the ancient heavenly fiend celestial wanted to destroy our spirit fish clan once and for all. In fact, its army advanced all the way to our Sea Heart Palace. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial was far too strong, and even High Priest Xianxia and the clan leader were no match for it. Just as the Spirit Fish clan was facing imminent destruction, the Heavenly Turtle tribe, which had always been in seclusion, suddenly appeared. The two powerful tribes of the West Sea joined powers and eventually managed to defeat the ancient Heavenly Fiend Celestial's army. At that time, the High Priestess of the Heavenly Turtle tribe, Xianxia, was a shining star in that great battle, and she left a deep impression in the minds of the members of our Spirit Fish clan. High Priest Xianxia. It was love at first sight when he saw Xianxia. After that, it was a relentless process of chasing after her, being rejected, chasing after her, being rejected. When she said this, Lan Xiaoni looked away as if ashamed. A look of melancholy appeared on her face as she gazed at the clouds. It was as though she felt too ashamed to continue. And Lin was astounded. A handsome merman chasing after a female turtle? How inspirational. The Spirit Fish clan and Heavenly Turtle tribe were both against this relationship. The Spirit Fish clan found it completely unfathomable that such a handsome high priest wanted to marry a turtle. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Turtle tribe also regarded Xianxia with disdain. They remarked that the high priest didn't even have a portable turtle shell house. Without such a shell, who gave him the courage to chase after Xianxia? However, Xianxia never gave up. For some reason, after hundreds of years of relentless proposals, Xianxia surprisingly accepted Xianxia's feelings. She accepted this unfathomable proposal of love. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, I've tried to visualize Xianxia and Xianxia's wedding before. It must have been really entertaining. And Lin nodded in agreement. Their wedding was definitely a sight to behold. However, the ancient heavenly fiend celestial came back with a vengeance, and the West Sea became a bloody battlefield once more. In order to slay the ancient heavenly fiend celestial once and for all, Xianxia and Xianxia chose to sacrifice their life forces. After killing it, they also learned of a shocking secret. This was a secret that could change the two tribes' fates. However, they both felt like it wasn't the right time to reveal the secret to their tribes. Thus, the two of them created a shared tomb at the bottom of the sea and placed all of the secrets within the tomb. They silently waited for a fated individual to discover and unlock their inheritances. The secret that lies within this tomb is clearly a private matter between the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe. I never anticipated that the Heavenly Turtle tribe would place all of their hopes on a human. Lan Xiaoni finished speaking, and she gazed at Lin with her bright blue eyes. There was a hint of tribal pride in her proud eyes. I also didn't expect the Spirit Fish clan to place all of their hopes on you. And Lin chuckled. Underling Lan, I'm not picking on you. To be completely honest, if it weren't for me, then you would definitely be killed in this ancient tomb. Lan Xiaoni. This remark cut quite deep, and Lan Xiaoni's pride was deflated like a popped balloon. With a bam, it instantly lost all its air. Let's go, Underling Lan. Let's look for this world's treasure. After listening to Xianxia's story, Lin felt extremely content. Although he still didn't know about the story behind the teardrop, at least he had learned a bit about Xianxia. An individual who could pursue a female turtle relentlessly for hundreds of years was definitely a ferocious person. The two of them didn't need to walk this time, and they were able to travel by flight. Without any obstructions, it was naturally quicker to fly. And Lin released his divine sense and scoured the surrounding environment. However, he didn't discover anything unusual. This gave him quite a headache. There was nothing peculiar, and there was nothing unusual either. In other words, he had no leads at all. They could only randomly choose a direction and then fly around like a headless chicken. The clouds were pure white, and the sky was a boundless stretch of blue. They flew aimlessly for a full hour, and they covered a distance of thousands of kilometers. However, they still didn't discover anything. They didn't come across any living organisms, let alone a small monster. There was absolutely nothing, and Lin fell into a daze as he stared at the boundless stretch of emptiness before him. The stretch of emptiness was boundless and stretched for as far as the eye could see. When would they reach the end? The most annoying part wasn't that there were no beasts, nor was it the abominable nature of the environment. The most frustrating part was that there was absolutely nothing in their surroundings. It was completely empty, and they could do nothing at all. This, Big Boss and Lin, this place feels a little bit off. Lan Xiaoni, who was following behind Lin, couldn't help but make a remark, and Lin rolled his eyes. Isn't that blatantly obvious? But I just want to say something, even if it's nonsense. The emptiness is so scary. Lan Xiaoni had a nervous expression as she glanced around at their surroundings. It looked as though she was afraid that something life-threatening would suddenly leap out from the emptiness. And Lin, sometimes, extreme silence could also be terrifying. One would develop the fear of suddenly being attacked. Let's continue forward, and Lin said resolutely. I'm sure that this place doesn't stretch on forever. Lan Xiaoni nodded and continued following behind Lin. Whenever she felt nervous or afraid, she would glance at the white-clothed figure before her. This reliable male's figure was able to alleviate her anxiousness somewhat. So what if the enemy was strong? Big Boss and Lin would be able to pummel them with a single strike of his fist. The two of them continued flying through the boundless sea of clouds. 1 hour, 2 hours, 12 hours, 1 day. There was nothing, still absolutely nothing. And Lin silently stopped his brick kinesis flight. This is impossible, he said solemnly. How can a ball realm be so big? Lan Xiaoni scratched her head. Well, the unique property of the realms of each ball does differ after all. With the amount of distance we've flown these past few days, we would have been able to fly around Earth a few times already. Even if we line up all the Xianxia that people consume, it still won't be as long as the distance that we've flown. This small world can't be that large. Lan Xiaoni looked at Lin with a dumbfounded expression. Say what? Lin. Oh, right. I forgot that this mermaid doesn't know about Earth-related matters. Lan Xiaoni's eyes suddenly lit up. Say, do you think this place is like the place that we first entered? Maybe we need to activate something to cause some changes to occur in this realm. And Lin fell deep into thought. Unlimited blade works, too? Lan Xiaoni was dumbfounded. Say what? And Lin. That place was very similar to here. It was also a boundless stretch of land. I could only exit that realm after I activated the sword burial necklace and absorbed all the dead swords. And Lin paused for a moment before continuing. In fact, the number of dead swords there was nowhere near as much as it looked. We've been flying for ages, and it's possible that we've been flying over the same stretch of the sky over and over again. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. So, you're saying that we're going around in circles? And Lin pursed his lips. Yeah, something like that. He glanced at the fluffy white clouds and said, this place is most likely a trap like that. Perhaps we've been flying over the same stretch of the sky this entire time. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both fell silent. If this was really the case, then what could they do? Before, Lin had the sword burial necklace. Now, however, he had nothing at all. In other words, they were still lost. Sigh. Perhaps we'll be able to discover something if we fully understand all the matter and void in this realm. However, that's impossible. Lan Xiaoni murmured softly as she sat down on her gigantic flying shell. Fully understand all the matter and void in this realm? And Lin was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Then his eyes gradually lit up. Heh! Who said that's impossible? And Lin grinned. Lan Xiaoni turned her beautiful eyes toward Lin. It can't be, right? She yelped in astonishment. Could it be that you can also achieve such a task? Countless stars and galaxies suddenly flashed across Lin's eyes. Immediately afterward, his eyes became clear, reflecting the entire heaven and earth. Divine simulation technique. A colorless fluctuation instantly rippled out hundreds of kilometers. regardless of whether it was the shapes of the white clouds, the currents of the airstreams, or the flow paths of the vital energy. All the information about this realm started funneling into Enlin's mind. Climate, space, matter, everything about this place was clear before Enlin's eyes. I've got it. Enlin's eyes gradually returned to normal. However, his face had become especially pale. Big Boss Enlin, are you all right? Lan Xiaoni asked anxiously. She was given a fright by Enlin's suddenly weakened aura. I'm fine. Enlin retrieved a high-rank spirit pill from his storage ring and gulped it down. The divine simulation technique was an extremely exhausting technique to use, and he could only use it once per month. Otherwise, it would cause great damage to his body and even eat away at his life force. Enlin only used the technique once, yet he felt as if all of his energy had been drained. Anyhow, the result was a good one. I found the flaw of this small world. Enlin grinned. Are you really all right? Lan Xiaoni was more worried about Enlin's state. Enlin nodded. Yeah, I'm really all right. Follow me. He steered his brick toward some direction. Lan Xiaoni was feeling a bit anxious as she followed behind on her gigantic shell. After a short while, Enlin stopped at some location. Lan Xiaoni looked around, yet she didn't discover anything peculiar about the place. Enlin silently drew his evil-slaying sword. To tell you the truth, both of us were wrong. Why do we keep flying above the clouds? Lan Xiaoni wasn't stupid. Her expression instantly changed upon hearing this. Then, she turned her gaze toward the fluffy white clouds. That's right, the path is below these clouds. It's right underneath the clouds in this location. Enlin slashed his sword at the clouds below them. A pitch-black sword projection ripped apart the white clouds and tore open a fissure, which measured tens of thousands of feet in length. There was a white, helix-shaped spatial passageway below the layers of clouds. My God! How did you discover this aura-less spatial passageway? Lan Xiaoni looked at Enlin reverently. You won't understand even if I tell you. Let's go down. Enlin couldn't be bothered explaining. Lan Xiaoni. If it weren't for the fact that she was weaker than Enlin, she would definitely charge over and give him a good pummeling. Enlin wore a serious expression as he flew toward the spatial passageway. The difficulty of this ball of light had already far exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for his divine simulation technique, how long would they have been trapped above the cloud layers? This trial was completely impassable for ordinary cultivators of the soul formation stage. It felt like the difficulty increased with every successive light ball realm that they entered. This had nothing to do with the order in which they picked the light balls. It appeared as though the level of difficulties could be automatically adjusted. They passed through the spatial passageway. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni arrived in a different realm. As before, this was a boundless stretch of a cloudy sky. The only difference was that there was a real yet illusory appearing sun in this realm. It was located above the horizon where the blue sky and cloud layers met, and it dyed the clouds a fiery red color. This place is... Enlin was slightly dazed. Then, a feeling of immense danger suddenly gripped at his heart. Two heaven-piercing swords suddenly appeared in the nearby void. It felt as though the terrifying sword intent that they exuded could even crush the heavens. A being, which was shrouded in black mist, appeared in the void. Only its two crimson eyes were visible, and it spoke with an extremely hoarse voice. Do you prefer life, or do you prefer death? Do I prefer life, or do I prefer death? Enlin was momentarily dazed upon hearing this question. Wasn't this question fucking retarded? Who didn't prefer life? Lan Xiaoni immediately started squealing upon seeing the misty black figure. It's the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Why is it here? Enlin was also startled. He fixed his gaze upon the human-shaped black mist. This was the ancient heavenly fiend celestial that had forced the high priest and the high priestess to sacrifice themselves? But the ancient heavenly fiend celestial was already dead. So who was this individual before them? Remnant conscience from death? Leftover non-sentient power? Countless questions raced through Enlin's mind. At this moment, the black mist person spoke again. One final time. Do you prefer life, or do you prefer death? Of course I prefer life. And Lin answered without hesitation. I also prefer life. Lan Xiaoni answered hurriedly. The black mist person nodded slowly. Oh, so you both prefer life. Good. Then I'm going to kill you now. A sinister face suddenly appeared on the black mist person. There was a pair of horns on its head, and it also had 2 crimson-colored canine teeth. It cracked an uncanny smile. The greatest hobby of mine is to destroy that which others like. Mwahahaha. And Lin? Lan Xiaoni? What the fuck? Is this ancient heavenly fiend celestial mentally challenged? This personality was far too demonic. Did it really need to be so professionally evil? I prefer death. Lan Xiaoni, who had a strong desire for life, raised both her arms as she corrected her answer. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Die. Mwahahaha. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial burst into a fit of demonic laughter. The 2 terrifying celestial swords ripped through the air and slashed down toward Lin and Lan Xiaoni. The swords transformed into 1 black streak and 1 white streak as they sliced through 5 or so kilometers of clouds. The boundless killing intent of the swords suffused throughout the entire void. Lan Xiaoni's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively hid behind Lin's back. And Lin's expression also changed drastically, and he instinctively took out his chaotic alloy brick and hid behind it. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial sword strike possessed its remnant powers as well as the sword intent that it had mastered. Its might was unfathomable, and the aura that it radiated felt extremely dangerous. The swords instantly struck the black brick and erupted with terrifying power. And Lin used all his strength to stabilize the black brick, yet the black brick still smashed into him like a powerful cannonball. Ah! Lan Xiaoni let out a shriek as her slender body was struck by Lin's body. The black brick carried them back thousands of meters before it lost its momentum. 2 ominous spatial fissures appeared along the paths of the swords. Bursts of remnant energy swarmed around violently and destroyed all matters that lay in their surroundings. Phew! That was so dangerous. There was a lingering sense of fear in Lin's mind. As he said this, he suddenly realized that there were 2 soft objects pressing into his back. His waist was also being tightly embraced by a pair of slender arms. Oi, hurry up and let go of me, and Lin said in exasperation. The danger has already passed. Lan Xiaoni suddenly came to her senses. She let go of his waist and stretched her neck for a bit. It seemed like she had been struck quite forcefully by Lin. Oh, what a surprise. You guys were actually able to withstand my strike. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial trod through the void toward them. The black and white celestial swords continued to circle around its body. However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial extended a finger, and the 2 celestial swords lunged out like dragons. Lan Xiaoni was terrified by this sight, and she immediately hid behind Lin's back again. Again, and Lin's eyelids twitched, and he raised the black brick before him once more. Boom! The 2 celestial swords smashed into the chaotic alloy brick and sent Lin and Lan Xiaoni reeling back thousands of meters again. Oh! The 2 of them involuntarily started screaming. And Lin was being crushed by a solid block of brick, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Thankfully, the soft body behind him was able to act as a cushion. Otherwise, he would have felt even worse. Lan Xiaoni was on the verge of tears. Although she had to suffer the pain of being struck, she had no option but to hug Lin. If she let go of him, the blades of sword intent would definitely slice her into 2. The sword projections disappeared, and the 2 people were once again uninjured thanks to the protection of the black brick. Oh, what a surprise! You guys were actually able to withstand my second strike. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial trod through the void toward them. A cruel smile suddenly stretched across its face. However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again. After saying this, the 2 celestial swords slashed down again. And Lan Xiaoni, say, do you only know how to use this one technique, O venerable fiend celestial? Just like that, and Lan Xiaoni were struck back thousands of meters again. Oh, what a surprise. You guys were actually able to withstand my third strike. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial trod through the void toward them. A cruel smile suddenly stretched across its face. However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again. What the fuck? Still? Eat your fucking mom again. Then, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni were struck back thousands of meters again. Wah! My breasts have been squashed flat by you. Lan Xiaoni was extremely upset, and she burst into tears. It's all your fault. I want compensation. And Lin's face darkened. Compensate you with what? I don't have breasts to compensate you with. Oh? What a surprise. You guys were actually able to withstand my fourth strike. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial trod through the void toward them. A cruel smile suddenly stretched across its face. However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again. The exact same sword strike and the almost identical remark. Even though the might of the attack was roughly the same every time, it was still frighteningly powerful. And Lin was once again sent flying back by the overwhelming sword projection. Lan Xiaoni hugged Lin tightly. She couldn't be bothered letting go of him anymore. After all, there was always an eat my attack again. Wah! This demon king is so scary. What should we do? Lan Xiaoni hadn't stopped crying this entire time. Stop crying all the time. And Lin huffed. My clothes have all been drenched wet by your tears. If females were made out of the water, then mermaids were definitely made out of the ocean. The amount of tears that they had was astounding. No matter how much they cried, they always had tears left to shed. Lan Xiaoni ignored him and continued to cry. Then, the ancient heavenly fiend celestial attacked them again. Big Boss and Lin, aren't you really powerful? Why don't you go out and attack it? Lan Xiaoni was unable to endure any longer. Heh, I'm indeed the big boss. And Lin sneered. However, shouldn't a boss send his underlings out to exert dominance before he himself joins the fight? Come on, underling Lan. It's your time to shine. What's the use of hugging me and crying into my back? Lan Xiaoni faltered and didn't dare to speak again. She was afraid that Lin would use her as cannon fodder if she made him unhappy. Neither of them dared to face the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's attacks head-on. Thus, they could only take a beating from behind the black brick. Fortunately, the fiend celestial's attacks were dull and monotonous, and the chaotic alloy brick was suitably sturdy. As such, they were able to remain uninjured this entire time. Of course, they didn't really have a chance to defeat the fiend celestial either, unless they stopped defending and proactively attacked. Just like that, the ancient heavenly fiend celestial slashed its swords down again. Boom! Oh! And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were sent flying back along with the black brick. Afterward, what faced them was the inhumane and ferocious eat my attack again, after the ancient heavenly fiend celestial launched its 99th sword strike. Oh, what a surprise. You guys were actually able to withstand my 99th strike. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial trod through the void toward them. A cruel smile suddenly stretched across its face. However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both gazed at the ancient heavenly fiend celestial expressionlessly. In fact, Lan Xiaoni even raised a hand to fix her messy hair. They appeared especially indifferent as they awaited the fiend celestial's attack. Come. Attack me to your heart's content. Ride me head-on. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial swung its swords and roared, Slash! PFFF! A peculiar sound reverberated around the air. The two celestial swords trembled powerlessly in the void. They didn't slash down toward Lin's black brick. Ancient heavenly fiend celestial? Lin and Lan Xiaoni, the 100th sword strike didn't slash down as anticipated. The fiend celestial's celestial swords had suddenly quit working. After all, even supreme beings would be exhausted after launching such powerful attacks 100 times in succession. Besides, this black mist person was most likely formed from the mere remnant energy of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. And Lin's eyes lit up with fervor. After waiting for such a long time, their chance had finally come. Hold this brick for me. And Lin tossed his black brick toward Lan Xiaoni and charged toward the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial puffed its chest out and emitted a soaring aura. Its voice boomed like thunder as it asked, "Do you prefer life, or do you prefer death?" The fiend celestial's intimidating might caused Lin to falter momentarily. However, he quickly regained his senses and sneered, "I prefer death. Come on. Come cut me." The ancient heavenly fiend celestial made a tearing motion with its hands, and a spatial passageway was ripped into the void. Mwahaha! I love going against my enemy's wishes. Look here, this is a spatial passageway that leads toward Shihaizi. I shall bestow life upon you. It was blatantly evident that the fiend celestial was releasing them, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both stunned. What was with this turn of events? After a moment, and Lin sneered, "Then I prefer life." A gratified smile stretched across the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's face. "You're a very worthy opponent. I shall make an exception for you and satisfy your wish. I shall grant you life. Both of you may leave now." After saying this, it gestured for them to leave. And Lan Xiaoni, such a gutless fiend celestial. How could Lin leave just like this? How could he silently cop the beating that they had just received? "But, I want to hack you to death right now. Tell me, what should I do?" Ancient heavenly fiend celestial. "I was merely sparring with you guys before. Hey, you made me eat 99 of your sword strikes. It's time for you to taste my sword techniques now." And Lin let out a roar and activated his origin energy of the netherworld. His strength started increasing rapidly, and the joyous ring of the evil-slaying sword echoed throughout the heavens. Then, his sword sliced down toward the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's face. The entire sky and cloud layers suddenly dimmed in this instant. The only salient image was the overwhelming black sword projection. The sword projection tore through the void in a deadly arc. In this moment of great danger, the ancient heavenly fiend celestial managed to parry with its two celestial swords. Boom! The unparalleled might of the sword projection smashed into the black and white celestial swords, and the tremendous might that it contained sent the ancient heavenly fiend celestial flying back thousands of meters. "Oh, what a surprise! You were actually able to withstand my full power strike." And Lin trod through the void toward the fiend celestial. A cruel smile suddenly stretched across his face. "However, this is definitely your limit. Am I correct? Eat my attack again." After saying this, and Lin launched another sword strike at the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Lan Xiaoni cheered loudly upon hearing these familiar utterances. "Good going, Big Boss and Lin. Kill that little fucker." It felt like Lin was taking revenge for her by bullying the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. The sweet feeling of taking revenge caused a wave of happiness to wash over her body. The pitch-black sword projection pierced through heaven and earth, and it looked as though it could even swallow the radiance of the setting sun. At this moment, it appeared as if Lin were the true fiend celestial. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial howled in agony as it was pummeled by Lin. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial tried to counterattack, yet its black and white celestial swords would tremble slightly every time it tried to activate them. It looked as if they were resisting with all their might. Aha, maybe they didn't want to move because they felt like vomiting after striking that black brick so many times. Attack? No way. It seemed like the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's only attack was reliant on those two celestial swords. Otherwise, his attacks just then wouldn't have been so dull and monotonous. Now that its celestial swords were on strike, it could only take a pounding. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial's defense was breached by Lin's 18th sword strike. Black-colored blood spurted from the gash that was ripped into its chest. "Ah! Die!" The ancient heavenly fiend celestial was enraged by the fact that it had been wounded. It raised its celestial swords and slashed toward Lin viciously. Puff, puff, two dull explosions rang out. The fiend celestial swords didn't release any technique or sword projection. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial was momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Lin's sword projection struck its body once more. tearing another gaping wound into its body. And Lin finally came to a realization. It was the two celestial swords that were the remnants of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. This black mist person was merely here to fuck around. His sword intent hacked at the ancient heavenly fiend celestial relentlessly, with every strike aimed at a weak point. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial was feeling extremely distressed. Couldn't fight back at all. You can't kill me. I'm the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. If you kill me, then tens upon thousands of fiendish monsters will pursue you relentlessly. You'll never be able to live in peace. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial hissed a threat, and Lin chuckled indifferently. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. Ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Say what? Whoosh! While it was still feeling confused, a black shadow instantly flashed through the air and tore its body into two. There was a white glow in Lin's eyes, and his body was shrouded within streams of wind and sword intent. You've already been dead for heaven knows how many years. Dead people should rest peacefully and refrain from spouting nonsense. Whoosh! Sword projections sliced through the air, forming a white, web-like structure in the void. It instantly cut the ancient heavenly fiend celestial into thousands of pieces. And Lin didn't show any sign of wanting to stop. 6 divine flames appeared in his left hand, and the holy vermilion flame appeared in his right. He launched the flames toward the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's body pieces, and the devastating heat instantly melted the pieces of flesh into wisps of gray smoke. This time, there was no way that the fiend celestial would be able to revive, even if it could be reborn from a single drop of blood. In terms of landing killing blows, and Lin was a professional. Big Boss and Lin is so awesome. Even the domineering fiend celestial that once ruled over the West Sea was no match for you. Lan Xiaoni flew over joyously with the black brick. There was a look of reverence on her face. Heh, it was merely a trivial matter. And Lin smiled calmly. No need to make such a fuss. He casually picked up the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's 2 celestial swords and then refined them. After refining them, something astonishing occurred. The 2 celestial swords transformed into a jade pendant. The jade pendant was smooth and round, and its surface was a mixture of black and white. One side of the pendant was white and the other side was black. And Lin curiously activated his divine inspection technique. Jade pendant of heaven and earth. White represents heaven. Black represents earth. This pendant is boundlessly profound and exceptionally exquisite. One can activate the myriad change technique and instill their Tao into this pendant. And Lin's face lit up in delight. He didn't expect this pendant to also be a divine rank material. He had initially thought that those 2 swords were weapons. Thinking back now, it was most probable that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial had used the power of the jade pendant of heaven and earth to transform it into the black and white celestial swords. Anyhow, a divine rank material was even better. This way, he was one step closer to being able to refine a divine weapon. And Lin happily put the jade pendant away. A rush of dizziness suddenly overcame him, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni arrived back at that familiar place once again. And Lin looked up and was instantly given a fright. He found that the statue of Xianxia, which had been standing upright the entire time, was sitting down on the ground. Moreover, it was gazing at him with a smile on its face. Congratulations on passing the trial of the white ball of light, fated persons. I hope that you can use the treasure to strengthen your tribe. The statue of Xianxia was all smiles as it spoke. That's right. The statue was able to show emotions now, and Lin was astonished. The statue has finally become a statue spirit? Statue of Xianxia. Lan Xiaoni's dainty mouth was also slightly agape. Are you really Senior Xianxia? A warm yet stiff smile stretched across Xianxia's face as he looked up. Indeed, it's me. My remnant divine intent has awoken because there's only one ball remaining. By reaching this stage, you two are qualified enough to activate this wisp of remnant divine intent. And Lin's eyes lit up. This tempo, was it time for a story? Or was it time to receive rewards? Excitement also washed over Lan Xiaoni. She was no match for Lin when fighting for treasures. However, this was her own ancestor. If he bestowed rewards, then she would probably receive something too, right? If that was the case, then she wouldn't appear so disgraceful and useless when she left this realm. A look of disappointment suddenly fell over the statue's face. Who would have thought? It said inside. The two of you actually chose to take my treasures rather than choosing to learn of the two tribes' secrets. Are our descendants all this materialistic now? Lan Xiaoni felt extremely aggrieved. She did plan to choose the two tribes' secrets. However, Enlin's power was far too overwhelming. If he wanted to obtain the treasure, what could she do? She gazed at Xianxia and was just about to spill the beans. However, after shooting a quick glance at Enlin, she forcefully suppressed her urge to speak. Meanwhile, Enlin was already unable to contain himself. You have the face to say this? If you genuinely want to give your descendants something, then don't set up so many annoying trials. What's wrong with giving us the treasures and secrets at the same time? Yet you had to set up an either-or scenario. Xianxia was choked for words. He opened his mouth, yet he didn't know what to say. He fell deep into thought. It appeared as though he was pondering over why he made such a decision. Lan Xiaoni. As if he had thought of something, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. It was because my Dao partner and I planned on determining the destiny that existed between the trial takers and us. Since your destinies lie here, the secrets of our two tribes shall be buried under the sea forever. This is destiny's choice. And Lin grimaced. This explanation sounded like a load of tosh. This is destiny? Lan Xiaoni had a look of shock. Isn't this far too irresponsible toward the two tribes? And Lin silently gave her a thumbs up. Well said. However, she actually dared to speak to her ancient ancestor like that? So brave. Sure enough, the statue's face darkened. His pure white head suddenly turned black. It looked like it was a bit angry. Lan Xiaoni realized that she had spoken out of place. The color drained from her face, and she was just about to apologize. However, Xianxia opened his mouth again at this moment. The tone of his voice became especially apathetic, and there was no hint of emotion. How completely unexpected. A human has actually managed to sneak in. Xianxia looked toward Enlin. Enlin puffed his chest out. What's wrong with humans? Are you looking down upon humans? The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up. He unclasped a hand and said, Black Ball Realm, activate. Boom! A powerful burst of spatial energy instantly enveloped Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. Enlin felt a nauseating wave of dizziness overcome him. Then he arrived in a vast and spacious cave. The interior of the cave was filled with steep and jagged rocks, and there were also numerous peculiar carvings resting along the outer edges. What's with teleporting us into this realm all of a sudden? I still haven't decided whether or not to continue participating in the trials. And Lin grumbled in dissatisfaction as he slapped his dizzy head. Big Boss and Lin, since we're here, we may as well take the treasures of this realm as well. With your strength, no enemy can stop you. Lan Xiaoni walked over and pumped him up. And Lin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the mermaid princess. She was becoming more and more like an underling now. When this trial is over, I'll reward you richly. A pretty smile stretched across Lan Xiaoni's face. At any rate, she had given up on the trials already. It would be better to just follow after Enlin and take some of the rewards that he gave her home. That way, it would also be easier to explain herself to her seniors. Anyhow, this was all because Enlin was too powerful. She had tried her best in 6 different ball realms, yet her hard work still reaped her no rewards. This wasn't her fault. Enlin started focusing on the last trial. The cave was extremely spacious, and the outer edges were composed of slabs of solid, pitch-black rock walls. This was probably an underground world. There was also a blazing flame river that flowed through the cave slowly. The light that it emitted lit up the dim space. Located on the other side of the flame river was a strange sacrificial altar. It stretched for thousands of meters in length, and it was shrouded in flames and poisonous mist. There was a glowing blue rock resting in the center of the sacrificial altar. Big Boss and Lin, Is that rock the treasure of this trial? Lan Xiaoni asked excitedly, and Lin stroked his chin and glanced at the blazing flame river. Then, he shifted his gaze toward the frightening flames and corrosive mist. Could it be that there are no monsters in this trial? Is the aim to travel from one point to another? Travel from one point to another? Lan Xiaoni's face turned pale with fright. To then those obstacles must be extremely terrifying, right? The ancient heavenly fiend celestial of the White Ball realm was already insanely terrifying. Now, the Black Ball realm presented them with flames and poisonous mist. Judging by the trend of increasing difficulty, wouldn't these obstacles be especially nightmarish? Stay here and don't move. I'll go over by myself. Lan Xiaoni nodded obediently as she gazed at Lin's dependable figure. I'll wait for you. And Lin started to cross the zigzagging flame river. Boom! The flame river suddenly started churning. Countless flame dragons shot into the sky and started lunging toward Lin with startling speed. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Having some movement and activity was always good. The scariest thing was if the world remained completely silent and still. That kind of scenario was the most bothersome. Shatter! He pressed a hand down. The vital energy swarmed and formed into a gigantic palm that was 1,000 meters in radius. Then it crushed down toward the lunging flame dragons. The might of Lin's casual attack was as powerful as a soul formation pinnacle stage cultivator's full power attack. Rumble! Several flame dragons were obliterated by the imposing might of the vital energy palm. And Lin also took advantage of the momentum and landed on the ground. He had successfully crossed the flame river. The flame river became silent again. It was as though nothing had happened just then. And Lin smiled calmly. Perhaps these obstacles were challenging for ordinary cultivators of the soul formation stage. However, to a slightly unique cultivator such as himself, it was damn easy. He started walking toward the sacrificial altar. The sacrificial altar was enveloped in a barrier of scorching flames, which caused the air around it to distort. Any matter that neared it was obliterated. This was an extremely pure and powerful flame power. And Lin walked toward it head-on, and his 4 divine flames transformed into a suit of invincible flame armor. He was like the lord of all flames, and every lick of the flames bowed down toward him as he walked past. Nothing impeded his advance. The flames were indeed powerful. They would be able to incinerate all cultivators of the soul formation stage into pools of blood. However, Lin was even more powerful. His strength had exceeded the realm of the soul formation stage long ago. The same could be said about the poisonous mist. Although it was fearsome, that was merely toward beings of the soul formation stage. It was unable to cause Lin any difficulty. Heh! Isn't this far too easy? And Lin crossed through the poisonous mist and walked toward the sacrificial altar. In no time, he had arrived before the slab of rectangular blue stone. The stone slab was over 10 meters tall, and it exuded a powerful aura. It was this exact aura that led Lin to believe that this was the treasure of this Black Ball realm. So, is it you? And Lin reached over and touched the icy-cold stone slab. Suddenly, a hair-raising sense of danger appeared from behind him, and Lin immediately turned around. Then his pupils constricted. Before he could react, an undetectable blue shadow had already pierced into his chest. The sharp object possessed a boundless divine might, and it instantly shattered the divine body that he was so proud of. It penetrated through his heart and nailed him onto the gigantic blue stone slab. Pwah! And Lin's chest had been punctured, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. This was the power of the divine Tao, and it was an extremely potent power of the divine Tao. A blue spear punctured Lin's body. It even pierced through the blue rock behind him. Black symbols appeared on the spear, from which an extremely terrifying restrictive power burst forth, rendering Lin completely powerless. Blood flowed down along the spear before dripping to the ground as his vitality quickly receded. Lin's first reaction was to look at Lan Xiaoni, only to find that she was also looking at him with a dumbstruck expression. So it wasn't her. Then who could it be? Even within Lin's powerful divine sense, He couldn't detect where his enemy was located. Right at this moment, an immense life energy erupted from the black crystal gifted to him by Guyu, thus withstanding the power of the divine Tao from the spear and preventing it from further destroying his body. Had he been saved? No, he hadn't. And Lin could still feel his body growing more and more feeble, and he was still losing blood. Gu Yu's black crystal was only delaying his death. If things continued like this, he would still be screwed. A certain force suddenly converged on his finger, slowly tugging loose his storage ring. No! And Lin let loose a heart-wrenching cry. This was a cry of grief and indignation that was even more miserable than when his heart had been punctured. That storage ring had all of his possessions. It was just as important to him as his life. However, the storage ring flew away in the end. It flew over to the sacrificial altar, over the clouds of poison and sea of flames, and over the scorching river of fire, before coming to a rest on the other side. Crack! A spatial rift suddenly appeared. This was a white spatial passageway from which a gentle light exuded, and Lin's storage ring hovered in front of the spatial rift. Big Boss and Lin, are you all right? Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise. And Lin? Do I look all right to you? And Lin opened his mouth with great difficulty. I'm not all right. I feel like I'm about to die. Lan Xiaoni? I'll save you. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Princess of the Spirit Fish Clan, take that human storage ring and depart through this spatial passageway. With that, you'll have completed the trial of the Black Ball world. All my treasures are also in the storage ring. You can take the storage ring and save the Spirit Fish Clan. This is your mission, and you've completed it. Shihaizi's voice reverberated through the space around them, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni both faltered upon hearing this. Lan Xiaoni turned her eyes toward the storage ring hovering in front of the spatial rift. I can take Big Boss and Lin's storage ring and get out of here. I can complete the mission given to me by the Spirit Fish Clan, and all of the treasures will be mine. Lan Xiaoni's breathing accelerated as her eyes gradually began to light up with a scorching light, and Lin's heart felt as if it had been plunged into a glacial river. This was the perfect opportunity for Lan Xiaoni. She didn't have to do anything, and she would become the biggest winner here. Everything had become clear. No wonder Gu Yu had told him that Lan Xiaoni would be his biggest enemy. No wonder the high priest of the Spirit Fish Clan, Yu Feiyu, was so confident in Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni didn't need overwhelming strength to beat him. Just her bloodline advantage alone was enough to steamroll him. With a Spirit Fish Clan ancestor here to open the back door for her, what did she have to be afraid of? This final Black Ball world didn't even matter. Lan Xiaoni could harvest all of the fruits of Lin's labor. How infuriating! In the face of such an unreasonable trial, he could only grit his teeth in rage, completely powerless to do anything else. The terrifying power of the divine Tao within the blue spear was not only destroying his vitality, but it had also sealed his meridians, consciousness, and sea of vital energy. Without a powerful enough external force, there was no way to break this seal. An expression of despair appeared on his face. If things continued like this, the enemy wouldn't even have to do anything, and he would still die from excessive blood loss. Lan Xiaoni was going to take his treasures and depart from this tomb, leaving him behind to die. Was he going to die here? Ah! He gripped onto the spear and tried to pull it out as he roared with rage, but he was unable to muster up any strength, and the spear remained in place like an unmovable nail. Lan Xiaoni's body shuddered lightly upon hearing Lin's roar, and a hint of clarity reappeared in her eyes. She turned toward Lin before inquiring, If I take his storage ring, what is going to happen to him? That's not something for you to worry about. He is your enemy, and you've just met him in this tomb, so why does it matter to you? Shihaizi's voice sounded in reply. Is he going to die? Lan Xiaoni asked in a faint voice. Shihaizi did not provide a reply this time. The answer was obvious. If they just left Lin here, he would slowly die, no matter how powerful his vitality was. Big Boss Lin, Lan Xiaoni cried lightly as she stared at Lin with turmoil and reluctance in her teary blue eyes. And Lin had never thought that Lan Xiaoni would look at him like this. They had been competitors from the very start. And Lin had bullied her and taken all the treasures as he was more powerful. This was undeniable. However, the tables had been turned, and Lan Xiaoni had used her bloodline as a hack. He couldn't blame her for that. After all, one's bloodline was also part of their power. Hence, and Lin was quite surprised by Lan Xiaoni's expression. A hint of hope welled up in his heart. Could it be that she was going to? I'm sorry. Lan Xiaoni wiped away her tears and ran toward the storage ring. And Lin? All right, that made sense. This was no fairy tale after all. He had fallen to this tomb owner with zero moral principles, and there wasn't really anything else he could do. Lan Xiaoni plucked An Lin's storage ring out of the air and carefully put it onto her finger. She stared at the storage ring on her finger and was dazed for a moment. She took a deep breath, and her conflicted eyes became resolute and determined. Lan Xiaoni turned around and quickly flew toward An Lin. Roar! One powerful flaming dragon after another roared as they flew toward the blue figure crossing the river of fire. Blue Spirit Ice Bridge. Lan Xiaoni let loose a clear cry, and her white ball flashed as a bridge imbued with the power of extreme frost appeared over the river of fire, threatening to freeze everything around it. The flaming dragons crashed into the ice bridge, causing it to tremor violently, but it did not melt. Lan Xiaoni transformed into a streak of blue light, which quickly crossed the bridge and continued on toward An Lin. An Lin looked at the unprecedented determination on Lan Xiaoni's face as she hurtled toward him, and he forgot his situation for a split second. Are you insane? Lan Xiaoni pursed her soft lips, and her determined eyes settled on the spear protruding from An Lin's chest. I'm not insane. I was just thinking that this world must have a treasure as well. A vibrant smile appeared on her face. Hence, I've determined the spear protruding from your body must be the treasure of this world. How can I just leave it behind? I'm taking this spear with me. This spear was the treasure of this world. This was clearly just something materialized by the power of the divine Tao. However, An Lin didn't tell Lan Xiaoni this as she continued toward him. In reality, he didn't even have the strength to tell her anymore. Even though he had his second stage evergreen technique and his body of the war god to prolong his life, he was still unable to completely arrest the flow of his receding vitality. After crossing over the river of fire, Lan Xiaoni continued to fly toward An Lin. There were still more lethal realms around the sacrificial altar. There was a sea of flames on the outer layer and an extremely corrosive poisonous cloud on the inner layer. When Lan Xiaoni entered the sea of flames, the terrifying heat evaporated the barrier of water around her. She let loose an anguished wail upon being scorched by the flames and immediately released her little blue fish. Sacrifice, blue fish! Bam! A crisp sound erupted. The little blue fish that had been by her side all this time glowed with scintillating light and strengthened the power of water around her body. After its sacrifice, the little blue fish lost all of its lusters and became a useless piece of jade. Lan Xiaoni's body was enshrouded in a layer of blue as she made her way over the sea of flames as fast as she could. Get back! Shihaizi's enraged cry erupted in the air. Boundless might descended from the sky before instantly vanquishing the blue barrier around Lan Xiaoni's body. Insanely scorching flames pounced toward her like wild beasts, incinerating her body in a frenzy. Ah! Lan Xiaoni screamed with pain as her white skin became scorching red and was beginning to become carbonized. A pampered mermaid princess like her had never experienced such agony. An Lin stared at Lan Xiaoni, who was wailing with agony within the flames, and it felt like he was looking at a fish struggling in a pot of boiling hot oil. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Just when he thought Lan Xiaoni was going to leave him behind, she came back for him despite how much danger she would place herself in by doing so. She was already crying tears of agony and had bitten through her lower lip, but she still flew toward him with unrivaled determination, and the sight of the single-minded ferocity on her face put An Lin in a bit of a daze. Was this still the same underling that would hide behind him and trembled with fear every time they encountered any danger? Was this still the same princess who was terrified of death and would even resort to screaming, "Save me, Daddy," in a dire situation? Lan Xiaoni looked much more like a warrior with no fear of death at this moment in time. And Lin's vitality was still receding, and his eyes gradually began to glaze over, but he could still indistinctly make out a figure struggling through a sea of flames while charging toward him without any regard for herself. Lan Xiaoni, you're going to die. He couldn't help but call out in a hoarse voice. Lan Xiaoni didn't appear to have heard him as she broke through the sea of flames through astonishing force of will before diving into the cloud of poison with zero hesitation. The poison cloud was extremely corrosive and gradually seeped through the barrier constructed by the white ball. Lan Xiaoni's skin slowly lost its luster as the poison seeped into her body, and the sections of her body that had been charred black had even rotten away before flowing down her body as inky black pus. The poison continued to dwell deeper into her muscle and bone, bringing with it indescribably agony. Her beautiful blue fish scales were also slowly dropping off her body, and blood splattered everywhere as a result. But she still forged ahead with unshakable determination. Lan Xiaoni was trembling with agony, but she stubbornly hobbled onward. She couldn't turn back now, nor did she have any intentions of doing so. In the end, she finally broke through the cloud of poison and successfully arrived at the sacrificial altar. Success! Lan Xiaoni forced a smile onto her face, which was previously as fair and intricate as white jade but was now a charred and blood-stained mess. No one knew just how much pain she had endured. The agony of being cooked alive before having her entire body assaulted by excruciating poison had her trembling reflexively, despite the fact that it was already behind her. She dragged her broken body and whipped her tail feebly as she crawled toward Lin, leaving a trail of black blood and charred scales behind her. And Lin's calm demeanor finally shattered, and he clenched his trembling fists as he looked at the mermaid crawling toward him. Are you insane? If I don't go insane, you'll die. Lan Xiaoni crawled her way to Lin with difficulty, but a ball of unyielding flames seemed to be burning in her eyes. And Lin looked at the mermaid, who was mangled beyond belief, and he asked, "Does it not hurt?" Lan Xiaoni gripped her hands tightly around the spear in an effort to pull it out. However, the exertion of force caused the charred and poisoned wounds on her body to tear open again. Tears fell from her eyes like a river. Of course it hurts. How can it not hurt? But if you were to die here, it would hurt even more for me. The mermaid princess held on through sheer force of will and tugged on the spear protruding from Lin's body with all her might. She slit open her wrist, and a few drops of what little blood she had left flowed down her arm. Spirit Fish Divine Blood Mystical Technique. Fish Dragon Dance. An ear-splitting dragon roar erupted as boundless force surged toward the spear. Boom! The blue spear was finally pulled out from the blue rock and out of Lin's body. Lan Xiaoni slowly fell to the ground, and her feeble arms were unable to even hold onto the spear in her hands. Finally, I've succeeded. In the next instant, her slender waist was caught by a set of strong arms. And Lin looked at the woman in his arms with a smile. You dropped your spear. Lan Xiaoni also smiled. She had only just begun talking when Lin continued, I'll keep it for you for now. And Lin quickly pulled the storage ring off Lan Xiaoni's finger before putting the spear into it, and then placing the storage ring onto his own finger. Lan Xiaoni. Why have I risked my life both times to save ungrateful curs? Lan Xiaoni coughed up blood with rage, and her breathing was extremely faint as she began to shed tears again. Am I going to die? Don't worry. You'll be fine with me here. And Lin guaranteed. Lan Xiaoni's heart finally settled a bit upon hearing this. She would often do things like this in the spur of the moment, and only now was she struck by the delayed onset of fear. She really didn't want to die. And Lin swallowed an immortal pill first to ensure he didn't die before bringing out a red jade coffin and placing Lan Xiaoni into it. Lan Xiaoni's tears flowed like a river again. You've already prepared a coffin for me, and yet you told me I'll be fine. However, Lan Xiaoni soon discovered that she had misunderstood the situation. This coffin could somehow absorb the energy in her surroundings, which was then converted into powerful life energy to heal her injuries. Open your mouth, and Lin instructed. Lan Xiaoni didn't know what he was doing, but she still spread apart her charred black lips as requested. And Lin placed his last regenerative immortal pill into Lan Xiaoni's mouth. Lan Xiaoni swallowed the pill and was a little moved by this gesture. "You're not so bad after all." And Lin's lips twitched. This stupid fish was so easy to appease. "Look away. I'm so ugly right now. I refuse to let you see me like this." Lan Xiaoni suddenly realized something as she exclaimed in a firm voice. And Lin rolled his eyes. "You're on the brink of death, and that's what you're worried about?" Had this mermaid princess brain been fried by the flames? However, Lan Xiaoni really was extremely and severely injured. Her soft, fair skin was either charred black or rotten from corrosion, presenting an extremely ghastly and gruesome sight. And Lin's heart throbbed with pain at the sight of Lan Xiaoni's mangled body. Thinking back to what Lan Xiaoni had just said and done, he was suddenly a bit flustered and at a loss for what to do. "I told you not to look," Lan Xiaoni yelled. "All right." And Lin turned to meditate while facing another direction. Everything fell silent. There was only the sound of the bubbling river of lava as the backdrop soundtrack. "Big Boss and Lin, I'm really stupid, aren't I?" Lan Xiaoni broke the silence after a long time. "You sure are. You risked your life to save the man who was indirectly responsible for the death of your fiancé. You really are stupid." And Lin didn't deny this. "He's not my fiancé." Lan Xiaoni immediately flared up and began to cough up blood again. "I'll admit I was entranced by his looks and misled into thinking that this arranged marriage wasn't so bad after all. I made a rash decision to sacrifice myself in exchange for his life, but he was dead to me as soon as he chose to run away without any hesitation. Luckily, he never took my first time away from me. Otherwise, I would have made sure to exterminate the entire Black Fox tribe." Lan Xiaoni's voice slowly softened as she said, "Men that are too handsome really are all scum. Men like you are much more reliable." And Lin, was that an insult or a compliment? Lan Xiaoni turned to look at An Lin through the blood-soul jade coffin with a beseeching expression. "Big Boss An Lin, I've just saved your life, so can you return the storage ring to me?" And Lin chuckled in response. "Underling Lan, isn't it your duty to save your big boss?" Lan Xiaoni's lip twitched, but she seemed to be accustomed to An Lin's shamelessness and did not push the issue. She was only feeling a little sorry for herself. Even she didn't know why she had made that decision. She simply didn't want to see An Lin die, so she did what she did without considering any of the consequences, including the very real possibility of death. As for the conversation they just had, she selectively put it out of her mind. The two of them fell into silence again as they recovered from their injuries. After what felt like an eternity, Underling Lan, and Lin suddenly spoke. What is it?" Lan Xiaoni opened her blue eyes to look at An Lin, only to discover that An Lin was still keeping his promise not to look at her. "Thank you." An Lin spoke in a heartfelt voice. Lan Xiaoni faltered slightly as a sense of accomplishment from being acknowledged welled up in her heart. "So, even you are capable of speaking those words. How are you going to thank me?" And Lin looked at the trail of fish scales and blood near the sacrificial altar as if he were looking at the bridge between hell and heaven. He replied in a faint voice, "As your big boss, I've got your back from now on." And Lin spoke in a firm voice, as if he had just made an extremely important decision. Lan Xiaoni sniveled and repressed her sobs. "Thank you, big boss." She was now an official underling with a big boss to protect her. This was something An Lin had to do for Lan Xiaoni. She had risked her own life to save his, so he couldn't just stand by and watch if she ever needed his help. 2 hours later, An Lin's injuries had pretty much fully recovered. He stood up and looked around at his surroundings to find that aside from the bubbling river of lava, everything was extremely peaceful, just as it had always been. And Lin turned to look at Lan Xiaoni, who was lying inside the coffin. Scabs had already appeared over Lan Xiaoni's wounds due to the dual effect of the immortal pill and the blood-soul jade coffin. And those scabs fell off to reveal new, fair, smooth skin underneath. New scales had also appeared on her tail, which was no longer the rotten mess it had been a few hours ago. The ugly fish had transformed back into a beautiful mermaid. She had basically recovered from her burns, but the poison that had seeped into her body would require more time before being cleared out of her system. Lan Xiaoni detected Lin's gaze, and she turned to meet his eyes as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. "Big Boss Lin, are we moving on from here? My injuries are pretty much fully recovered, and I can come out now." And Lin immediately shook his head. "No. The toxins within your body still haven't been cleared out yet. You rest here, and I'll go do some scouting around the area." "No. I'm coming with you." Lan Xiaoni struggled out of the coffin. "If Xianxia decides to attack you again, I'll be around to keep you safe." And Lin fell silent at the sight of the stubborn Lan Xiaoni, who was volunteering to become his meat shield. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni had already jumped out of the coffin and twirled gracefully on the spot with a smile on her face. "See, Big Boss Lin? I told you I'm Finn. Erg." She spat out a large mouthful of black blood. "And Lan Xiaoni, would you believe me if I told you that this is my body's natural way of expelling its toxins?" Lan Xiaoni pouted with a pitiable expression as she turned toward Lin. And Lin's lips twitched as he pointed to the coffin. "Get back into that coffin right now." Lan Xiaoni's body trembled slightly. She could only lie back down into the coffin with an aggrieved expression to continue her recovery. However, at the sight of Lin's enraged expression, a hint of sweetness welled up in her heart for some reason. Lin summoned his Gundam 3 and Yao Ji from his storage ring and commanded them to protect Lan Xiaoni before leaving to explore this world. After Lan Xiaoni risked her life to save Lin, Xianxia didn't appear again. Even so, Lin did not dare to get complacent. He unleashed his divine sense to its fullest extent and constantly kept his vermilion bird mirror and black brick in his hands. That's right, in the face of such an overwhelming power, only hack-like objects could protect him. As such, the vermilion bird mirror and the brick were the perfect choices. Lin made his way over to the blue stone slab before gently stroking the cracks on its surface. The object had had a large hole punched into it by Xianxia's spear, but it still exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Divine inspection technique. A string of information surfaced in his mind. Sea Heart Stone. A manifestation of the power of the earth and ocean found at the bottom of the West Sea. This is a superb container for nurturing weapons and a divine rank material. And Lin's eyes lit up. This was another divine rank material, and it was a rare treasure that could be used to nurture weapons. He had pretty much gathered all of the materials required to create a divine tool. A peculiar feeling welled up in Lin's heart. He felt like all of the treasures he had obtained from these ruins are culminating toward the creation of a divine tool. He shook his head to dispel this strange train of thought. Perhaps the owner of the tomb was a collector of treasures like these, and as such it was just a coincidence that he was able to obtain all of them here. And Lin immediately put the Sea Heart Stone away into his storage ring. He thought for a moment before pulling out that blue spear from his storage ring extremely carefully. This was a spear that was materialized from Xianxia's power of the divine Tao, and it could easily pierce through even his divine body and the Sea Heart Stone with ease. As such, it was much better to be safe than sorry. There was no way a spear could maintain its shape for so long if it was materialized from only the power of the divine Tao. Even after putting it away into his storage ring, the spear remained completely unchanged. This was way too bizarre. And Lin was worried that the emergence of the spear would alert Xianxia. His entire body was tightly wound up, and he looked around at his surroundings to ensure that nothing out of the ordinary was taking place before unleashing his divine inspection technique on the spear. Soon, information began to flood into his mind. Armor-piercing divine spear. A spear materialized from Xianxia's power of the divine Tao, as well as the true intent of the divine Tao. It contains Xianxia's paramount observation of the Tao of water and can be absorbed for one to observe the power within. And Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this information. This spear was indeed not just a simple body of energy. Instead, it contained even Xianxia's observation of Tao. This was like Xianxia throwing an inheritance at him. Even though his methods were a little brutal and rough, the result was a good one, and Lin joined his hands in a salute to thin air. Thanks! And Lin was quite elated that Xianxia had tried to kill him, only to award him with an inheritance instead. A content expression appeared on his face, and he was just about to put the spear back into his storage ring when he looked at the coffin nearby. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He still remembered what he had once said. What better time than now to fulfill his promise? This spear contained Xianxia's Tao intent, so if he took the spear back and carefully observed it, he should be able to attain valuable enlightenment in the Tao of water. However, the person most suitable to be the spear's owner was actually Lan Xiaoni, who was a member of the Spirit Fish clan just like Xianxia. He thought for a moment before making his way over to Lan Xiaoni and handing over the spear to her. Lan Xiaoni had her hands folded over her smooth, flat stomach as she lay silently in the coffin, and she stared blankly at Enlin with her clear blue eyes, seemingly in a bit of a daze. What? This spear? Enlin grabbed one of Lan Xiaoni's slender hands and wrapped her fingers around the spear. Take it. This spear belongs to you anyway, and I was only safekeeping it for you. Observing the power within it will be greatly beneficial to you. Lan Xiaoni blushed at having her hand held by Enlin, and she instinctively nodded. However, she then seemed to have realized what the spear entailed. This was Xianxia's inheritance. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Enlin. You're giving a treasure like this to me? Enlin nodded with a justified expression. This is my reward for my underling's exemplary performance. Lan Xiaoni gripped the spear tightly in her hands, and her heartstrings were violently tugged on as tears flowed from her eyes again. Wah! Big Boss Enlin, you're such a good person. Enlin nodded with a resigned expression at the crybaby mermaid princess before leaving her alone to vent her emotions. He looked at the spatial passageway across the river of lava, which had still not dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. Looks like this tomb isn't very friendly toward living beings from other races. I really want to know just how much power you left here. Enlin had already mentally prepared himself to bash the crap out of the Xianxia statue as soon as he got out of here. If Lan Xiaoni had chosen to run, then wouldn't he already be dead? He couldn't swallow this bitter pill without any retaliation. He was going to teach Xianxia a lesson. He began to wander throughout this world, checking to see if there were any other treasures left behind here. Unfortunately, aside from the fire dragons that would pop up from the river of lava, there didn't appear to be anything else worthy of note. Enlin's body was powerful enough to dive into the river of lava to survey the situation at the bottom. However, after diving to the bottom, he only discovered some abnormally potent fire essence, but there weren't any treasures. Sigh. Looks like the sea heartstone is the only treasure here. Enlin heaved a faint sigh. He didn't have anything to do after that, so he returned to the coffin and activated his evergreen technique to help speed up Lan Xiaoni's recovery. Rich green light lit up the entire space. Lan Xiaoni lay without a care in the world under the green light, and her eyes narrowed with happiness. Was this the feeling of being loved and cared for? What a magnificent light! Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but praise. Enlin? Another 2 hours passed. Lan Xiaoni's injuries were finally completely recovered. The immortal pill, coffin, and Enlin's second-stage evergreen technique was not a 3-course meal to be scoffed at. As long as you weren't actually dead, that terrific trio could bring you back from any grievous condition. Thank you, Big Boss Enlin. I'm fully recovered now. Lan Xiaoni sprang out of the coffin with a dainty smile. After what they had just been through, she was now a lot less fearful around Enlin and a bit more affectionate. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. If you're fully recovered, then let's go back. Sure. Lan Xiaoni nodded obediently. In reality, aside from the fact that Lan Xiaoni was a bit too brusque and straightforward, she was actually not bad to interact with. Come on. I'll get us out of here. Enlin held onto Lan Xiaoni's soft and warm hand as his 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame erupted at once, creating a thick suit of flaming armor around them that swept the poisonous clouds and scorching flames aside with ease. The poison and flames that had almost killed Lan Xiaoni were nothing in the face of Enlin's armor. Thus, they continued onward like an unstoppable force and had soon crossed over all of the obstacles in their way. Lan Xiaoni turned her eyes toward Enlin, and she felt extremely at ease, as if she had nothing to be afraid of with him by her side. After crossing through the river of lava, they both entered the spatial passageway that had been opened by Xianxia. The space around them transformed, and they arrived back at the cavernous chamber again. And Lin immediately pulled out his evil-slaying sword at the sight of the Xianxia statue before letting loose a torrent of abuse. "Stinky fish. I'm gonna fuck you up." He immediately unleashed a sword strike toward the statue as he spoke. An inky black sword projection swept through the air like a crescent moon, surging forward with fearsome might. Boom! A blue enchantment barrier suddenly appeared to keep Lin's attack at bay. The Xianxia statue suddenly spoke again. "Congratulations, fated ones, on passing the trial of the Ball of Light. I hope you can take this treasure to contribute to the development of your tribe." And Lin glowered at Xianxia. "Senior Xianxia, how about you tell me why you tried to kill me in there? Has your moral compass been eaten by a dog?" The Xianxia statue didn't say anything. It stood silently on the spot as if it were just an ordinary statue. And Lin chuckled coldly. "So it was pretending to be deaf now? Let's go back, Big Boss and Lin. We've got all of the treasures anyway." Lan Xiaoni persuaded in a faint voice. She was actually still a little fearful of Xianxia. After all, the scene of Lin being pinned to the Sea Heart Stone by Xianxia's spear was quite a terrifying one. She felt like they had gotten the treasures they came here for, so they should just swallow this bitter pill and leave. However, that wasn't what Lin was thinking. He had almost died, and he was still fuming with rage. He looked at the statue, which was staring directly ahead with making even the slightest movement. And Lin suddenly snapped. "Xianxia is a stupid cunt. Lan Xiaoni." Xianxia did not react, and Lin did not let him off the hook that easily. "Xianxia has no dick, Lan Xiaoni." Xianxia suddenly turned to glower at Lin. "Get the fuck out of here." He glared at Lan Xiaoni as he spoke, as if he expected better from her. Lan Xiaoni's body trembled with fear, and she immediately hid behind Lin. "Xianxia." And Lin was ecstatic at the sight of Xianxia's dark expression. Sure enough, having his treasures taken by someone from a foreign race did bother Xianxia after all. "Xianxia, shouldn't you be giving me some compensation for what you did to me?" And Lin didn't leave and instead posed a question. "Do you want to be pinned to the wall again?" Xianxia threatened in a cold voice. And Lin spread open his arms with a cold sneer. "Come at me then. Do you really think I'm scared of you? You're just a pathetic shred of residual energy. Let's how long you can keep being cocky for." He gripped his sword in one hand and his mirror in the other as a taunting sneer appeared on his face. The Xianxia statue was trembling from rage, and its hands opened and closed as if it was actually going to attack. However, its instincts told it that it would not be a good idea, and it suddenly calmed down. "I apologize, and Lin. I have wronged you, and you might not believe this, but that was actually a part of the trial. Furthermore, you have taken all of the treasures here, and I really have nothing to give you as compensation. Please go now." Xianxia's voice suddenly began quite gentle and genuine. Lan Xiaoni was shocked as she stared blankly at the statue with her blue eyes. Never would she have thought that Lin would really be able to make the high priest apologize. And Lin nodded with a gleeful expression. "The compensation was never the point. Your attitude is the most important thing. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? It's important to admit to and learn from your mistakes. Don't let this happen again." The veins on the Xianxia statue's head bulged with rage. And Lin didn't look at the infuriated Xianxia. He ushered Lan Xiaoni toward him, and they turned to walk back in the direction from which they had come. After hurling some abuse at Xianxia and making it apologize, he had actually already fulfilled his objective. Xianxia had almost killed him, but he wasn't crazy enough to relentlessly attack Xianxia for that. Xianxia seemed reluctant to attack Lin due to some unknown reason, but from the barrier the statue had unleashed, Lin could tell that the statue actually possessed a lot of residual power. There was no need for Lin to battle a statue to the death over something like this. The two of them continued on their way back and finally reached the crossroads they had come to before. There were 2 doors and 1 key, and Lin had used the key to open the tomb treasure vault door. thereby forgoing the opportunity to open the tribal secret door, leaving those secrets to be buried forever at the bottom of the ocean. Lan Xiaoni turned to look at the other door with a sense of loss before wagging her tail from side to side and making her way back through the main corridor. "Hold on," Lin suddenly said. Lan Xiaoni's tail faltered, and she turned with a confused expression. "What is it, Big Boss Lin?" Lin pointed to the other door with a smile. "Underling Lan, there are secrets that will decide the fate of your tribe there. Don't you want to go inside?" Lan Xiaoni didn't think that Lin would mention this, and she faltered slightly before subconsciously nodding her head. "Of course I do, but we've already chosen the tomb treasure vault door and no longer have a key. How are we supposed to get in? Who told you we need to have a key to access that door? The tomb owner told us to choose one, so we have to listen to them." And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword as his aura soared explosively. "With enough power, any rules can be broken." Lan Xiaoni's pupils contracted in shock. "Could it be that you're—" "That's right. Only little kids do multiple-choice questions. The treasures and the secrets. I want them both." And Lin let loose a clear cry as a terrifying black sword projection crashed into the door. Fearsome sword intent exploded forth, and the entire corridor began to tremor and fracture. A hint of indescribable excitement welled up in her heart upon hearing Lin's domineering statement. She stared intently at the tightly shut door to find that there was a faint blue barrier that had blocked Lin's sword strike, and the door itself was completely unscathed. "It's impossible, Big Boss Lin. This is a protective spell technique left behind by the High Priest and the High Priestess. How could we possibly break through it?" A hint of disappointment appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. "As your big boss, I'll teach you another lesson." And Lin gripped his sword, and his aura surged to the return to void stage aura again, as a black cape extended behind him, spreading boundless darkness to engulf their surroundings. "Never say anything is impossible unless you've tried your absolute best." The evil-slaying sword descended upon the door again. In that instant, heaven and earth fell into darkness. The most powerful endless night sword strike erupted forth. A terrifying black sword projection imbued with peerless sword intent instantly engulfed the space in its wake before crashing into the blue barrier with the power to annihilate all things. This was a silent sword strike, but it was followed by a crisp cracking sound. Crack, boom! The barrier was shattered, and the door behind it also exploded. Never would the High Priest and the High Priestess have predicted that such a freakish soul formation stage cultivator would come here after all these years and shatter the rules of the tomb with brute force. Lan Xiaoni fell into a daze as she stared at the door that had been blown open by Lin. It was supposed to be a door that could only be opened with a key. They were only supposed to be able to choose one of the two paths. These were unshakable concepts that had taken root deep in her mind. But now, Lin had uprooted those concepts in the most brutal way possible. That's right, the tomb had told them that they could only choose one of the two paths, so they had to obey? And Lin gave her a different answer. If you had enough strength, you could walk both of those paths. And Lin had never liked to follow the rules. He was always thinking outside of the box. As such, this course of action occurred quite naturally to him. Just as Lan Xiaoni was staring at Lin with admiration and reverence, a huge boom followed by a thunderous roar erupted from the tomb treasure vault corridor. "What are you waiting for? Run!" And Lin latched onto her hand and led her in a sprint down the tribal secret corridor. Lan Xiaoni came to her senses and was a little fearful when she heard the commotion erupting from the other corridor. "Is Senior Shi Haizi chasing after us?" And Lin chuckled dismissively. "Shi Haizi is too big to fit into such a narrow corridor. However, we do have to be careful of the other retaliation methods that he might use. It's better if we make haste." Lan Xiaoni nodded, and a peculiar sense of excitement from doing something taboo and breaking the rules welled up in her heart, causing a flush to appear on her cheeks and her breathing to accelerate. The two of them ran quickly down the corridor, but the commotion behind them did not subside. "He's here!" Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise, and Lin's expression darkened slightly. He could sense Shi Haizi's aura quickly approaching them. It was quite clear that he had completely enraged Xianxia with his actions. This was something that didn't make sense to Enlin. They had left all of these things for their successor, but for some reason, they were angry when their successors tried to take both the treasures and the tribal secrets. Who would have thought that such a huge statue could shrink to this size? That must be a fake statue. And Lin spoke with a hint of fury in his voice. Is this really the time to be talking about this, big boss Enlin? Furthermore, it's quite understandable that the power left behind by a Dao integration stage mighty figure has some special properties. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but interject. Shouldn't we be thinking about how we're going to deal with the approaching Xianxia? Don't worry. I've got this. A confident expression appeared on Enlin's face. Come on out. Gundam 3. Yao Ji, hold off that idiot for me. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji immediately heeded his instructions and flew toward Xianxia. A thunderous battle instantly erupted behind them. Meanwhile, Enlin and Lan Xiaoni dove directly into the secret chamber. This was an extremely cavernous chamber which was a lot like the treasure vault. A massive statue stood at the center of the chamber. This was a huge turtle over a kilometer wide. From its eyes and its soft facial features, one could tell that this was most likely a female turtle. Even though I already knew that High Priestess Xianxia was a turtle, I still find it difficult to accept the fact that this was the love interest Xianxia pursued for several hundred years. Don't the Spirit Fish clan have similar beauty standards to the human race? And Lin was astonished. Xianxia pursuing Xianxia for several hundred years was like a human mighty figure pursuing a turtle for several centuries. It was simply inconceivable. That's why Senior Xianxia and Senior Xianxia's relationship was a true interspecies love story. Lan Xiaoni looked at Enlin before looking up at Xianxia, as she spoke with a serious expression. Right at this moment, the huge turtle statue turned to face Enlin. Foolish human. I'm very pissed off by the fact that you're commenting on my relationship with Xianxia in my presence. Enlin was a little dumbstruck. So this turtle statue was capable of movement and speech as well? He didn't even get a chance to say anything before the huge turtle spoke again. Welcome, fated ones, to my joint tomb with Xianxia. Enlin? She was looking so angry just then, but now she's welcoming us? Lan Xiaoni was astonished. Enlin was also perplexed. Was this a bipolar turtle? It looked like Xianxia was unaware of the fact that they had broken into this place. Could it be that the statue had only awakened after they entered this chamber? Don't take it to heart. I was only welcoming you two as a set procedure. I'm actually not happy to see you two at all, the turtle statue said in the same cold voice. Enlin, Lan Xiaoni. Did this statue have to be so fucking blunt? Enlin knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately provided an apology. I'm sorry, Senior Xianxia. We're here for the tribal secrets to change the fate of our two tribes and lead them to glory again. Xianxia's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I'm quite happy that you chose tribal secrets over the treasure vault. This shows that you two are able to see the bigger picture and… Boom! Before the turtle finished its sentence, a resounding boom erupted from outside again. Two silver Gundams flew through the air before tumbling to the ground within the chamber with sparks flying from their bodies. Immediately afterward, an extremely handsome mermaid statue the size of a normal human barged into the chamber before yelling in a loud voice, "Little Chun, don't be fooled by them. They've already taken my treasures, and they've forced their way into this chamber." Xianxia? Enlin. He was just feeling elated that Xianxia was unaware of how they had entered this chamber, only for Xianxia to blow their covers. Xianxia hadn't even had the chance to formulate the entirety of its sentence before Xianxia barged in and revealed the truth. Xianxia was shocked to hear this. You two broke the enchantment on the door? And Lin silently pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Senior, we only broke through the door for the sake of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan. Please tell us the tribal secrets for the future of the two tribes. Can you get your sword off my neck first before you say that? Xianxia looked up at Enlin, who was standing on its head, before speaking in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoni. A resigned smile appeared on his face, but his evil-slaying sword didn't move an inch from Tianqingji's neck. He was already used to taking the initiative, so he would naturally place his safety first. Taking Tianqingji as a hostage was the best way to ensure their safety. "Release little Chun at once, you bastard." Shi Haizi flared up upon seeing this, and the white eyes on the Shi Haizi statue suddenly turned crimson. Tianqingji spoke in an indifferent voice. "You have broken the rules of the tomb and barged into this place without permission, so I definitely won't be telling you the tribal secrets. You should give up and leave." And Lin's brows furrowed slightly, and he was unable to think of a way to break this impasse. "Big Boss and Lin, there seems to be some ancient text from the Spirit Fish Clan inscribed on Tianqingji's turtle shell," Lan Xiaoni suddenly said as she looked at the veined patterns on the huge turtle statue's shell. "Crap!" Tianqingji's expression shifted, and Lin reacted extremely quickly and instantly tossed a photographic crystal into the air. A white light illuminated the entire chamber and engraved an image of everything here into the crystal. "Roar! How dare you try and robe the tribal secrets? I'll kill you both!" The calm and collected Tianqingji finally flared, and Lin put the photographic crystal away into his storage ring and looked down at the turtle beneath his feet with a speechless expression. "This is the first time I've ever seen someone trying to keep a secret by engraving it on their body for the world to see. You don't know shit. The most dangerous place is often the safest place." Shi Haizi interjected to defend his Dao partner. "And Lin, this is indeed the most dangerous place, but as for the safety, I really don't know about that." Tianqingji spoke in a cold voice. "It would be safe as long as we kill all those who obtained the tribal secrets by breaking the rules. Looks like we'll need to make another key. You two aren't the fated ones, after all, so you can both stay here forever." Tianqingji's cold voice was filled with supreme prestige and majesty, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni both drew a sharp intake of breath. This was just a tomb. Why would there be so much residual power of the deceased mighty figures left here? At this moment, Tianqingji's body suddenly began to crystallize. A sense of extreme danger welled up in Lin's heart, and he immediately unleashed a sword strike. Whoosh! A peerlessly sharp black sword projection stuck Tianqingji's head with a vicious might, slicing the entire stone chamber in half with just its residual power. However, the crystalline turtle suddenly began to glow with scintillating light as it endured Lin's sword strike without even sustaining a light scratch. Not only that, but Tianqingji opened her mouth at the same time, and several beams of extremely fearsome divine light erupted forth before piercing through space and instantly striking Lin's body, where they exploded with resounding booms. And Lin felt as if his body had been struck by a massive sledgehammer. Even his body of the war god felt as if it were being torn apart as he hurtled back through the air like a cannonball. "Big Boss and Lin." Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise before hurriedly making hand seals and unleashing a wave over a kilometer in height, which swept toward the huge turtle. Her objective was not to defeat Tianqingji. She was only trying to impede it in order to buy some time. However, her powerful water-type spell technique instantly exploded into countless droplets of water just from a single glare from Tianqingji's eyes. Lan Xiaoni was also struck by a powerful force, and she threw up a mouthful of blood as she tumbled to the ground. "Resistance is futile. You won't have any chance of escaping from us." Shi Haizi swatted aside the oncoming Gundam 3 and Yao Ji with its power of the divine Tao before making its way toward Lan Xiaoni. Boom! The entire chamber suddenly became pitch black. Lan Xiaoni felt her body being hoisted up by a pair of powerful arms before hurtling toward the exit. She quickly realized who it was and repressed her urge to scream. The debilitated Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were also put away into a storage ring at this moment. This was Lin's Shadow Tiger technique, which could create a vast expanse of absolute darkness that resulted in complete sensory deprivation, including the use of one's divine sense. However, he was using it to facilitate their escape this time instead of attacking the enemy. Boom! A loud thump erupted, followed by the sound of a female scream. "Holy shit! What the hell was that?" And Lin rubbed his throbbing head. Lan Xiaoni was rubbing her nose with tears of pain welling up in her eyes. A blue barrier had appeared before them, and they had unwittingly crashed into it. Hee, you want to run? Tianqingji's cold voice sounded. I don't want to expend too much of my remaining power on you two. In order to conserve my power, I'll send you to your deaths in the tribal lethal realms. Heavenly Turtle Seabed Hell, Infernal Level Difficulty, Activate. An extremely terrifying spatial force instantly enshrouded in Lin and Lan Xiaoni, and the two of them disappeared on the spot, and Lin was struck by a rush of dizziness. In the next instant, a blue marine world appeared before his eyes. Boundless water pressure compressed down upon them, only to be kept at bay by a blue barrier of light unleashed by Lan Xiaoni. And Lin surveyed his surroundings to find that the ground was pitch black, but there were all manners of glowing plants growing on it, lighting up the entire seabed world. All types of strange-looking mutant beasts swam around them, and a dangerous light exuded from their crimson eyes as they unleashed their powerful auras without reservation. They were originally just floating slowly through the area, but they all came to an instant halt upon seeing Lin before opening their cavernous mouths and swimming toward him. It was as if all of them were conditioned to destroy any alien living beings. These pieces of trash dare to attack me? And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and unleashed a series of powerful sword projections, which instantly reduced these marine mutant beasts to sashimi. Blood stained the entire ocean around them red, and the scent of it proliferated to attract even more marine mutant beasts. There seemed to be no end to them as they pounced toward Lin, among which there was no lack of soul formation stage soul beasts. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni continued onward. They were like a meat grinder, tearing any monsters that dared to approach them into countless shreds. They traveled toward the center of the continent, and Lin was getting quite annoyed by these monsters. That wasn't to say that these marine mutant beasts were extremely powerful. It was just that there were simply too many of them, and he had been attacking this entire time. Anyone would be getting a little annoyed if they had to continuously wave their sword for this long. Lan Xiaoni's beautiful features were pale from fear. If Lin weren't here and she had to face all of these mutant beasts alone, she would probably be food in their bellies before too long. Roar! A series of marine mutant beasts pounced toward Lin one after another, some of which were even unleashing powerful marine spell techniques like blades of water, powerful vortex, and lethal poison attacks, keeping Lin constantly on his toes. And Lin continued to forge ahead with brute strength, slicing through any attacks with his sword. That's strange. Haven't we already accessed all of the treasure mystic realms? Is this heavenly turtle seabed hell another mystic realm that holds other treasures? And Lin mused as he battled. This could also be a trial we have to undertake after obtaining the tribal secrets. Even though we've obtained the secrets, we still have to fight these enemies to prove our strength. Perhaps it's like a buy one get one free deal. Lan Xiaoni speculated with a thoughtful expression. The veins on Lin's head bulged. Buy one get one free my ass. Come to think of it, Tianqingji is trying to use the power of this trial to kill us, right? But these mutant beasts don't have a chance in hell at killing me. A cold smile appeared on Lin's face. He could sense that these marine mutant beasts had all of the latent potentials within their bodies activated and were much more powerful than they normally were. However, they would only be a threat to someone like Lan Xiaoni. To him, cleaning them up was like eating breakfast. Big Boss Lin is the best. How could Tianqingji have the foresight to predict your strength? All of these monsters are just here to keep your sword sharp. Lan Xiaoni praised him in an extremely natural way. Underling Lan's cheerleading skills were getting more and more proficient, and Lin was quite pleased to receive praise like this, as it was nothing but the truth. Howl! A dragon poison whale over 10,000 feet in length let loose an anguished wail as it was sliced in half by Lin's sword. From between the two halves of the whale's massive body, Lin could see that there was a strange ship up ahead. The ship was absolutely massive, as if it were a gargantuan beast lurking on the seabed. From a visual approximation, just its length alone would be over 50 kilometers, and it stretched as far as the eyes could see. Just the astonishing mass of the ship gave him a vast sense of pressure. The exterior of the ship was entirely constructed from bronze-colored metal, and a series of huge, Inky black cannon barrels protruded from within, each of which had a diameter of over a kilometer, presenting an extremely fearsome sight. There was no mistaking it. This was an extremely terrifying battleship. However, it was riddled with countless massive holes, and its surface had cracked open in many locations. There was also a huge gash several dozen kilometers in length running across the entire battleship, further accentuating how dilapidated and beaten it was. There were many glowing marine plants of all types of different colors on the surface of the ship, and their roots had been intertwined with its alloy surface to give this dilapidated battleship an enchanting, dreamy quality. "This ship is so beautiful," Lan Xiaoni exclaimed in amazement, and Lin nodded. "In places like this, the more beautiful something is, the more cautious we have to be when approaching it. Then, should we go in?" Lan Xiaoni withdrew slightly upon hearing Lin's words, and she was beginning to chicken out again. "Of course we should. We won't be able to get out of here until we kill the core monster. We can only escape from this mystic realm by triggering its ejection mechanism." And Lin heaved a resigned sigh as he spoke. Lan Xiaoni nodded upon hearing this, and she gripped her white ball in her hand as she carefully trailed along behind Lin. As for her second trump card, the little blue fish, she had already sacrificed it to save Lin. If she wanted to reactivate it, she would require the assistance of High Priest Yufeiyu to revitalize its soul. The two of them continued on toward the ship. All of the sea monsters attacking Lin in a crazed frenzy suddenly stopped as they drew closer to the ship, as if something extremely terrifying lurked within, striking fear into their hearts and making them reluctant to draw any closer. And Lin became even more cautious upon seeing this. The closer he drew to the battleship, the more insignificant and tiny he felt. The two of them arrived at the opening of a cannon barrel first. "This cannon barrel is massive. I reckon it can probably raise an entire island to the ground with a single blast." And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder as he stared into the inky black depths of the barrel. "Big Boss and Lin, are we too close to the opening of the barrel? What if it suddenly attacks us with a cannon blast?" Lan Xiaoni was struck by a sense of fear just by looking at the massive cannon barrel. It was over a kilometer in diameter, and its interior was too dark for them to be able to see anything. "Ha ha! A cannon blast!" And Lin burst into laughter, and he flicked Lan Xiaoni's smooth forehead. "This huge battleship has been here for God knows how many years, and it's already so dilapidated. It's only visually frightening, but it's definitely inoperable now." And Lin turned to Lan Xiaoni with an amused expression. However, Lan Xiaoni was staring blankly up ahead as she patted Lin's shoulder. "Big Boss and Lin, look, the opening of the cannon barrel seems to be glowing." And Lin turned to look. At this moment, the inky black opening of the cannon barrel was exuding light as bright as the sun. And Lin, boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. A gargantuan pillar of golden energy erupted as boundless scorching energy swept forth, melting all of the nearby sea monsters. The light of annihilation lit up the entire seabed like the dawn sun emerging over the night sky. A massive mushroom cloud exploded into the sky, presenting a unique spectacle on this seabed continent. A terrifying explosion took place on the seabed continent. The resulting violent, turbulent flow of water affected all of the living beings within a radius of over 50 kilometers, some of which were knocked flying, while others were completely ripped to shreds. All of the marine mutant beasts fled for their lives. The devastating energy slowly dissipated. A gargantuan crater appeared at the very center of the energy explosion. Cough, cough, cough. That was way too scary. It was like trying to blast a mosquito with a cannon. At the center of the crater, a huge black brick was pushed aside, and Lin crawled up from Lan Xiaoni's arms, looking very much worse for wear. He had pulled out his chaotic alloy brick at the very last moment before positioning himself in front of Lan Xiaoni, thereby unfortunately being sandwiched between Lan Xiaoni and the brick. However, the person who got the shortest end of the stick was not Lin, but instead it was Lan Xiaoni, who was behind Lin. Lan Xiaoni's body was simply too soft, and it felt quite comfortable for Lin to crash into her body. However, Lan Xiaoni was squashed half dead by Lin and the brick, Underling Lon, are you all right? And Lin shook the unconscious Lan Xiaoni with a concerned expression. Lan Xiaoni slowly awakened, and she felt like her body was about to fall apart at the hinges as tears welled up in her eyes. However, she knew that she couldn't always cry in critical moments, so she repressed her tears. I'm fine. Lan Xiaoni stood up with difficulty and rubbed her sore chest as she looked up at the massive battleship with fear in her eyes. Big Boss and Lin, it turns out this battleship's cannons work after all. What do we do? And Lin spoke with a stern expression. Running away won't solve any of our problems. Hence, what we have to do is to evade the cannon blasts and kill the skipper. Lan Xiaoni was shocked. Are you sure there is a skipper on the ship? And Lin, that's not the point. The point is, we cannot back down. Thus, the two of them came to another happy consensus before approaching the battleship again. This time, they had learned from their mistakes and skirted around the openings of the ship cannons as they approached the bow of the ship. Under normal circumstances, the most powerful living being should be situated at the bow of the ship, commanding all of the proceedings. Thus, Enlin led the way to the bow, unleashing his divine sense to its fullest extent at the same time to assess their surroundings. None of the sea monsters dared to approach the massive battleship. Even though it was as dazzling as a jewel from all of the glowing marine plants, it was still deathly silent. Even the light emanating from it seemed to be cold. This was an atmosphere of death and desolation, and it made Enlin a little nervous. There appears to be a living being up ahead. Enlin's expression shifted minutely as he spoke in a quiet voice. That is a living being from the Spirit Fish Clan. Lan Xiaoni was also able to detect this living being's presence through their bloodline connection. On the ship deck, the ground below was constructed from a special dark golden wood, and it was riddled with craters and cracks. Those weren't the marks left by the passage of time. Instead, those were marks left by battles. There were many skeletons scattered all over the vast deck of the ship, and even though they had died countless years ago, the skeletons still exuded powerful energy fluctuations, thereby indicating just how powerful these beings would have been when they were alive. And Lin looked at the skeletons and found that they were quite unfamiliar. Not only were they all in extremely bizarre shapes, but all of them also had sharp bony spikes, as if this were a bone hedgehog. He turned toward the end of the ship deck and discovered a female mermaid that was standing outside the ship's operating room. This mermaid had a gorgeous figure, and her pink fishtail waved gently in the water, sending ripples through space. She had a head of flowing, black hair, which fell all the way to her waist and was also waving lightly in the water. What was especially noteworthy was that she was even more scantily clad than Lan Xiaoni. She only had 2 shells on her chest, and that was it. The rest of her smooth, fair skin was exposed for the world to see. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder at how open-minded people in the ancient past were, and he couldn't help but to appraise her for a while longer with a critical gaze. Lan Xiaoni had noticed the shift in Enlin's expression, and she rolled her eyes. She was clearly more beautiful than that pink-tail mermaid. So why was Enlin's attention focused entirely on that mermaid? Could it be that the more scantily dressed you were, the more attention you attracted? The mermaid had also detected Enlin's invasive gaze, and she crossed her arms over her chest before unfurling the 2 foldable fans in her hand as a suffocating killing intent rolled off her body. You two are the ones my master wants to eliminate? The mermaid said in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoni stirred slightly in preparation for a battle, and Lin immediately shook his head in reply. Nope. The mermaid faltered slightly. Lan Xiaoni. The atmosphere seemed to have congealed for an instant. The mermaid was a little vexed by Enlin's response, and she turned toward him with an angry gaze. I am the Star Dancer, and I am the 9th skipper of the Spirit Fish Clan's Starfire battleship. Lan Xiaoni immediately let loose a cry of surprise upon hearing this. This is the Starfire battleship? And Lin blinked with confusion in his eyes. What is this Starfire battleship? It's one of the core strategic weapons of the Spirit Fish Clan. It is a moving battle fortress with a core constructed from star essence stones. It has many unpredictable powers and is said to be able to directly battle even Dao integration stage supermighty figures. It mysteriously disappeared during the battle against the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial. So this is where it has ended up. Cold sweat was beginning to materialize on Lan Xiaoni's forehead, and she nervously tugged on Enlin's sleeve. Big Boss Enlin, this Starfire battleship doesn't appear to be fully inoperable, and there might be many powerful weapons that can pose a threat to you. You have to be careful. Aren't you worried about the Star Dancer? Enlin was a little perplexed. The senior Star Dancer confronting us is clearly just a manifestation of some residual power. Back when she was alive, she was a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, so how much power could she have retained following her death? Big Boss Enlin is not even scared of Tian Qinji and Shi Haizi. So why would you be scared of her? Lan Xiaoni analyzed with a justified expression. Enlin's lips twitched upon hearing this, but it made sense. It had to be said that underling Lan was quite confident in Big Boss Enlin. A cold sneer appeared on the Star Dancer's face. Looks like I've been underestimated. So be it. You can pay with your lives for your mistake of belittling me. Enlin immediately waved a hand at Lan Xiaoni. Get far away from here, and cheer me on from the sidelines. Lan Xiaoni pursed her lips, but she knew that she couldn't do anything in a battle of this caliber. So she quickly opened up some distance between her and the imminent battle. It was also at this moment that an extremely terrifying power burst into the sky. The Star Dancer waved the fan in her left hand. Wind rise. A hurricane swept toward Enlin along with a boundless wave of water. Enlin sensed the terrifying power behind the attack and adjudged the Star Dancer to be around the return to Void Intermediate stage. Of course, this type of attack was not enough to hurt him. Star fall. The Star Dancer waved the fan in her right hand this time. The light at the bottom of the ocean suddenly dimmed. A sense of danger suddenly welled up in Enlin's heart, and he was just about to make a move when the boundless wave of water and wind suddenly transformed into powerful feelers that restricted his actions. So her first attack was just a smokescreen to lure him into a false sense of security before restricting his movements. All of this was a setup for her second attack. Enlin had just struggled free from the binding water when countless stars imbued with the power of the Star Divine Tao crashed down upon him like torrential rain, allowing him no avenue for escape. Enlin was shocked. Wasn't this Star Dancer just the residual power of a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage? Why was she so proficient at using the power of the Divine Tao? He didn't even get a chance to do anything before his body was buried under countless blue stars.